So was it busy in Dover on Saturday and Sunday, maybe?
Yes, it was.
I guess Turkey Point was just like the good old days. It was packed from one end to the other again.
That's a sad weekend down there.
Yeah,
Good start to the season.
I think the people from the big city just can't take it anymore. They have to get up.
Welcome, everyone. I'm just going to wait a minute. I know Counselor, who's on here? Deb? Try the echo now. Okay, I think we're good. It was Council Chambers' laptop. I'm just, I know Councillor Vanden Rishi is downstairs. I don't see her on the screen yet unless somebody else sees it. I just don't see it.
They're having some technical difficulties, Madam Mayor, so.
Okay, well, we'll leave it. Perfect, thanks.
I'll wander over and check on it, so.
Okay.
We have our IT team working on it, Madam Mayor, and they say 2 minutes.
No problem. Thanks, Councillor Van Bassen.
Turn it off.
Hi, Jen. Did you mean to join us right now? Not.
Oh, sorry. I'm just testing the new equipment. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
But you can hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, awesome. I'll leave and then come back. Bye.
Yeah. Okay.
Now I can speak and then
Hello, Councillor Vanden Rishi.
Smash that, not too.
oh, I can. Well, that's wonderful.
Because that way people can see you talk, that's all.
Oh, okay, I get it. Good move. Yes, I'm here.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Councillor Taylor, do you know about well, anybody really for that matter, Councillor Rabbits?
Through you, Mayor Chop, or Board Chair Chop, he plans to arrive a little bit late at Board of Health today.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. Before we get started, first I would like to welcome Councillor Vanden Rishi to her first Board of Health meeting. So welcome, Councillor Vanden Rishi. She did swear her oath of office on Friday, June 3rd, and at that point she did officially become a member of the Board of Health and of Norfolk County Council, but we will recognize you later as the Ward 2 Councillor at the start of our Council in Committee meeting. As we proceed on with the Board of Health, I would like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised, and of course, as always, if you could please ensure your phones are on silent mode, to keep your cameras on, and to mute yourself when not speaking. If you could also please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature icon to be called upon and remove it after you are finished speaking. I can see everybody today, so that's not as critical. We will begin today with the special Board of Health meeting, and then Council and Committee will begin at 3 p.m. And with that, I will call the Board of Health to order. If I could have a motion to approve the agenda, please. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? And that is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, we'll start right into our presentations. And I believe Dr. Huckowicz was not able to join us today, but Heidi is going to be giving us an update.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Board Chair Chop, through you to members of the Board of Health. A COVID update. So we currently have 34 active active cases of COVID-19 within the health district. That's an increase of 1 case from yesterday. And to date, there have been a total of 2,667 cases of COVID-19 in Haldimand, Norfolk since the beginning of the pandemic. And unfortunately, 47 people have died from COVID-19. We are currently monitoring one workplace-related outbreak. There are currently no outbreaks on farms, long-term care homes, or retirement homes, or within childcare centers. And related to schools, the province has announced that schools will continue with online learning for the balance of this school year. Related to COVID-19 vaccinations, we have administered 65,293 vaccinations in Haldimand and Norfolk, representing 52.7% of our adult population. When we include Haldimand Norfolk residents who have received a vaccine outside of our health district, so for example, if they work outside of Haldimand and Norfolk and were able to get a vaccine in another community, our vaccination statistics are as follows. 57.3% of the eligible population in Haldimand and Norfolk have received 1 dose. 10.3% have received 2 doses and are considered fully vaccinated. 32.4% have not yet received a vaccination. Currently, anyone aged 12 and older is eligible to book a vaccination appointment, and people can access the provincial vaccination booking site through the Health Unit website, which is www.hnhu.org. Dedicated youth vaccination clinics will be held the last 2 weeks in June for youth ages 12 to 17 for first doses, and the last 2 weeks in August for second doses. This age group is also eligible to book in at any of our vaccination clinics. Vaccination appointments are also available at our local pharmacies and can be booked directly through the pharmacy websites. We are aware that appointments at our mass vaccination clinics have been filling up quickly, and we're currently working to add additional clinics and clinic spaces. The new pod system at the Cayuga Clinic has been running this past week, and it's working really well, allowing us to vaccinate up to 1,200 people per day at that site. This past Saturday, we hit a significant milestone where in all of our clinics and pharmacies combined, we vaccinated over 2,000 people in one day. So I want to offer my thanks and congratulations to the Health Unit team and our partners who are working with us on the vaccination program. We're continually keeping up to date on the provincial guidance and direction, and updating our eligibility and processes accordingly. In relation to farms and working with our agriculture sector related to the safe arrival of our migrant farm workers, I can report that Dr. Huckowicz is continuing his work to review the Section 22 orders related to farms. He has met with medical officers of health in other health units who have farm workers in their community and with OMAFRA. He's also working with our epidemiologist and other health unit team members to review the data and science related to case counts, risk, and virus transmission. And he fully understands that this is a key priority for the board and is planning to have more information for the board in the next few weeks. And finally, an update on the recruitment for a permanent acting medical officer of health. I have been communicating with Haldeman County staff related to the recruitment subcommittee and potential dates for acting medical officer of health interviews. And we're committed to keep this process moving forward as efficiently and quickly as we can. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Heidi. Any questions from the board? Councilor Martin, go ahead. Or board member.
Thank you, Board Chair Chop. Through you to, I guess, the board. I would like to continue to schedule Board of Health meetings until we can get an appropriate update on agriculture. So can we go ahead and do that? I think that these updates are pretty critical to the community, and I thought we would be receiving one today after the doctor reviewed data.
I think the best thing, Councilor Martin, unless I spoke with Dr. Huckowicz yesterday and asked him if he was going to be able to attend, and he said he was not able to, and he had not made a decision on this matter. So I'm not sure by scheduling meetings if we're not able to coordinate with him. But Heidi, maybe you could just, let him know that the board is looking for an update on the farming side of things, and if we could get him to come next Tuesday, again, we can schedule another special Board of Health meeting before the council meeting. And failing that, Councilor Martin, I think, it's just, I think we need to move forward with, hiring the new MOH as well. I get the impression that perhaps there's, he's also looking to get on the new MOH as quickly as possible. Would that be fair to say, Heidi?
So Board Chair Chop, yes, you're correct. Both of those items are high priority items for Dr. Huckowicz, and I am very aware and give my assurances to the board that he is doing a lot of work on the issue related to the agricultural sector and farm workers, and he wants to make sure that he has all of the data so that he can provide an evidence-based, fully articulated recommendation to the board. And so he's respectfully asking for some time. But certainly I will follow up with him after the board meeting to get a sense of when he might have a recommendation available for the board, and if at all possible, if that would be before the regularly scheduled July board meeting.
Member Martin, is that?
Thanks, Chair Chop. I mean, really not much to say. It would be my preference to continue to schedule meetings and have him come and give a verbal update. And I say that because he spoke to us last week about having an update for us. I understand needing to get the evidence and continue feeling comfortable in making a decision. But I just don't like, I just don't want to get back into the habit of having a monthly meeting with no real urgency on it. But if that's the will of Board of Health, then that's the will of Board of Health.
Well, I think the idea is we need to know that he's going to be at, when he's able to attend. And I don't know whether he had other commitments today, or I think it's like Heidi said, he just wasn't comfortable in the data that he had to date. But as soon as you know, then you let me know, and then we can call a special Board of Health. Councillor or Board Member Columbus, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke to Dr. Huckowicz today, and he is prepared to reach out to members of the Agricultural Advisory Board to discuss the migrant farm worker issues. So that's a good move. And I contacted the chair of the board, Dusty Zamanek, and he's going to take it from there with respect to further discussion with the doctor.
Any further questions? Member
Chop, I was going to say, I think Councillor
Member Vanden Rishi, go ahead.
Thank you. I just had Teresa. I just wondered how you do that because it was waving. I didn't know how that works. I have a particular question through you, Chair, to Heidi. The farm workers, the farmers, how are they to be able to, what's the process that they go through to be able to make arrangements for their employees to get the vaccination? is there a separate line for them? Because, you know, we have a lot of them and farmers are finding it difficult to be able to get online and to be able to register them for their vaccination. So how does that work?
Thank you. Through you, Board Chair Chop, to Member Vanden Drieschie. I'm happy to answer that question. So the federal government has made a change in process or direction where workers are offered a first vaccination when in the airport when they get off the plane and arrive in Canada. We had a number of workers who were already in our community prior to this direction. And so the vaccination team has been working directly with the farm operators to book dedicated vaccination clinics for the farm workers to offer them their first vaccine, and including those workers who may not have been ready to get vaccination or had some hesitancy at the airport and who have now had access to additional information and are wanting to get a vaccine now. The other piece of that is that for workers who had their first vaccine at the airport, we are working with the farmers in order to book appointments for the workers for their second dose within the appropriate time frame. So farm workers are not booking vaccinations through the provincial website. Our team has a list of the farmers in the community in Haldimand and Norfolk, and we're working with them directly to get the workers vaccinated at a vaccination clinic.
Thank you. Can I proceed or can I?
Absolutely.
Yes, through you, Chair. Heidi, what I'm hearing from some farmers is I think they've lost that connection somehow, because some of these farmers are telling me they're going to try to book in Tillsonburg, so to try to get these shots done. So, but you're saying that through the Board of Health, through the Health Department, they have the list of the farmers, and they are to make contact with the farmers to make sure that their entire group of employees can be vaccinated. Is that correct?
Through you, Board Chair, to Member Vanden Drieschie, yes, that's correct. However, if they're, I respect that you're hearing from some farmers that there may have been a lost connection. So certainly, if you would like to provide me with the contact information for those farmers, I can pass that on to the vaccination team for follow-up. I'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair to the rest of council. I had received an update from Sarah Page. The good news is with the farm worker population, though there's some hesitancy at the airport, and a lot of times that has to do with language barrier issues or just fatigue from travel. The overall, the early indication was the overall acceptance rate of vaccination was over 80%, which was actually higher than the Canadian population. So to some extent, the outreach that the public health unit is doing with interpreters and education is working, because at this time, we're experiencing a higher level of acceptance of taking the vaccination with that group of workers than the total population. So there has been some success, and if there is some ways we can improve that, I'm sure Heidi's team will take that going forward.
Welcome, Member Rabbits, and I just lost Member Vanden Drieschie on my screen here for some reason. Let me see if I can pin her again. Okay, any further questions from the board on the update from the general manager? Seeing none, in that case, I believe next on the agenda, Jason, is actually, sorry, if I could have a motion from the board to receive the updated information. Member Taylor, seconded by Member Michelle. All those in favor? That is carried. And then next item, staff report HSS 21-11 regarding the public health management overtime policy. Jason, go ahead.
Through the chair, I believe you, the request was to put this in the closed session. So we'd have to move to closed session.
Reports out there, it's here. I mean, my concerns were that it's difficult to kind of have a bit of a frank discussion on some of this in open, but I'm not sure it should have been in an open in the first place, but it is an open now. So if the board wishes to move into closed, somebody can make that motion. If not, we'll remain in open session. Go ahead, Jason.
Thank you. Through the chair to the board, this decision or this issue has been before the board a number of times with regards to establishing a policy or not establishing a policy and just maintaining the existing policy with regards to the payment of, I don't want to use the term overtime because it's not pure overtime payment, but payment in recognition of additional hours being spent by non-union members. Union members, of course, are paid through the contractual obligations with the union for additional hours. Management has experienced, because of COVID and because of the response to COVID, significant additional hours. The board had approved a one-time payment previously earlier this year with regards to payment, but that will only related up until the point in time of September to September 4th. Though a hard cap of
Jason, perhaps if I could just interrupt you for member Vanden Rishi, if you could just sort of clarify that sort of previous payment threshold that we had done, so she's on the same page.
So there was a maximum payment threshold of $15,000 set for the year, and payment was provided for up until September 4th, which was the first filing to the Ministry of Extraordinary Costs. The ministry will fund these costs. It's part of their extraordinary funding package, is to pay for overtime. However, the ministry is requesting that we have an established policy for the payment. Staff has provided 3 different policy options under previous reports to committee. And I think it's for the board to decide on what the policy is. Staff's recommendation is that there's 4 pillars to what staff would like to see. One is that if there is any payment, it's not a tax levy impact. It is fully recovered from the ministry through the application. 2 is that there is an allowance for a usual amount of overtime or a normal amount of overtime by management. And we don't pay from hour 1 of overtime for management. 3, that there's appropriate management oversight for the recording of overtime, and 4, a maximum or cap on the overtime on a per employee basis be provided. And you know, at this point in time, we have funding available to be distributed depending on the policy that's achieved. The second option is obviously to maintain the existing policy in which management employees or non-union employees are not reimbursed for additional hours. And to be clear, for this report for the board, this only relates to Board of Health employees. It does not relate to employees such as paramedics or long-term care or any of the other county employees. That's subject to a different report.
Thank you, Jason. Member Columbus, go ahead.
Thank you, Board Member Shaw. Jason, I note that there are a number of vacancies in the health unit department when there's a lot of job postings. So there must be some opportunity for gapping dollars available from somewhere. Do you have a number for us that could possibly be utilized, that they got gapping dollars that could be utilized to offset these extra health costs?
Yeah, through the chair to the council or to the board member, the province will pay for this. This is part of the extraordinary funding. The province will pay for overtime. We apply for it, and they have paid it. We actually handed money back last time because they had provided an amount that was higher than what was approved. So there is no impact to the levy payer. It's strictly from the province as part of the COVID response.
Thank you for that.
Member Martin and Member Vanden Rishi.
Thank you, Chair Chop. Through you to Jason. I wonder if there's any consideration to adding a fifth pillar there, that any submitted funds without the approval of the Board of Health are rejected, firstly. Second of all, I wondered if you would be able to look at, just comment on other jobs, other roles, other positions in Norfolk County at large that are boots on the ground, that have been also working tirelessly throughout this pandemic on a variety of different issues that would not be eligible for this funding. Because as a Board of Health member, you certainly want to reward any employee who's working the front lines through a pandemic. But and certainly, when it's not on the levy as well, but it's very difficult when there are some who are working just as hard and don't have the option to receive the funding. So would you be able to comment on some positions?
Yeah, so through the chair, so any non-management employee are being paid overtime, and that's a challenge. You have significant compression going on. So for example, you have a situation where there's an outbreak, a public health nurse, which is a union nurse, gets called in to deal with the outbreak. They may be making time and a half or double time, but the management person working right next to them is essentially working for free that day. Because they've exceeded their 40 hours, they are not paid any overtime, and therefore there is significant compression. So the overtime for everybody who's non-management has been accounted for and paid through collective and through funding from the province. The only ones that are not being paid for additional hours or shift premiums for weekends or any of those other things are non-union, and that's what this report and the other report that is in front of council deals with. So I don't want to say frontline workers are only unionized workers, because that might put a misnomer. And that's why it's very clear it's because we have a lot of non-union members who also would be considered frontline workers. But it's really the difference between unionized versus non-unionized or management employees. Hopefully that addresses your question, Board Member Martin.
Member Vanden Rishi, go ahead.
Right, thank you. Chair, through you, Chair, to Jason, I'm curious about, when I take a look at this, a couple of things. I see that you've submitted for total cost of $6,100,000, and of which you will be receiving $5,338,000 some odd dollars. What about the difference? What happens here?
Thank you. I'm going to apologize because I will screw up your name, Board Member Rishi. So if I screw it up, don't take it personally. But to address the question, that was the first funding pool that we applied for. The difference of that funding pool related to two items. One, the first item was because we have to submit this in advance of things being decided sometimes. So the biggest difference was, originally the Public Health Department had asked for more than, I believe it was 36 employees to be added to the Public Health in the fall to deal with it. The board had decided to hire, I believe it was 18, but we had already submitted based upon 36. So that was one of the differences. It was differences in computer equipment and that kind of stuff. The other difference was related to an electronic records management system for Board of Health. So neither one of those relate to the salary. We received the money for the salary for September. They will continue to pay us for overtime costs if we submit. Their only requirement is that we have a clear policy for overtime, so that so that what we're submitting is aligned with the policy, and they're not going to pay anything that's out of policy.
So the difference, so you haven't incurred these costs. These are costs that are going to be incurred.
we have not incurred those costs, and we won't incur those costs. They were, like I said, we had originally applied to get 36 positions funded, and the board approved the hiring of 18 positions, so we never incurred those costs. But the ministry has been very good. Essentially, in full disclosure, the province has essentially provided us with the monetary support to deal with COVID without hesitation, and that so it just they couldn't fund us for positions that we weren't ever going to hire. So that was really the biggest difference.
Maybe I'm dense, but I'm still not getting it. When I see a document that says executive summary and I see amount that said the staff submitted for total costs of $6 million some odd dollars, and then I see of which 5.338 was, and I take it as received. So my question, does it exist? It does not exist, or I'm just reading this and I'm not comprehending it as it is written.
I kind of regret actually not going to closed session, Linda, a little bit for some of this, so we could give you some more exact figures, to be honest with you. But part of that, Jason, as well, would it not be? So when we paid out, it was over 100. We capped when Dr. Nessathari received the payment, which I'm sure you're aware of through the media. So there was a number of public health employees that had also submitted overtime as well. There were some significant numbers, we'll put it that way, that were submitted with several employees as well. Council made a policy to cap that submission at 15,000 for those that were eligible. And that totaled, in that case, it was somewhere over 100,000. I don't remember the number, Jason, maybe you do, but I want to say, that was about 500,000 probably that was submitted, asked for. And so that difference, we actually returned back to the province as well, because the submissions had been done before the Board of Health approved those submissions.
Oh, are you saying to me then, excuse me, through you to the chair, you submitted who submitted these costs to us? So
staff, on September the 4th, staff had to submit for extraordinary expenses for COVID.
I get it.
At the beginning of the pandemic, the province had asked us to track additional hours for non-union, i.e. management staff as well. Right. So as you see the document, Heidi emailed it yesterday, that shows different municipalities. There was kind of a survey that went around between municipalities, and different municipalities paid out differently. You'll remember from the newspaper article with the Simcoe Reformer, Brant, as medical officer of health, did not receive a payment. Dr. Nessathari did, London's doctor did, many others did, some did not. It's the same in the case for management for overtime staff as well. In some municipalities, as you see from that document from Heidi, some municipalities they have, in others they haven't, and within the municipalities that have, there's quite a wide range. So when staff submitted, because we hadn't had a Board of Health meeting to agree on a policy, when staff submitted the first round of extraordinary expenses, if a staff member said, I worked 100 hours of overtime, they submitted for the full 100 hours. The province sent us that money. The board did not support the full request from the staff members. At a certain point, and it's my opinion, I'm sure others on the board would agree, but you also have to look at the argument that who was approving all of this overtime in a sense. So if you have in Shanker's case from March to September the 4th, he claimed 1,000 hours plus of overtime. Compare that to Dr. Urbanky, I think I had it written down in Brant, where it was nominal in comparison. So it was the same thing on the staff side of things. So when council actually, at the end of the day, it's one taxpayer, right? So even though it's coming out of provincial coffers, we chose to limit what was applied for, and we sent the money back to the province.
Yeah, and through the chair, just to be clear for Councillor Van der Riche, if you look on the second page of the report in the second paragraph and the third paragraph, it does disclose what the majority of the difference was related to, and it's the fact that we applied for as the board, you know, says, we had in September had looked to plan to hire 30 additional staff to address it, and therefore the big chunk of this related to not hiring the 30 additional staff, only hiring, I believe it was 18. And then the EMR program was placed on hold. So that is the biggest difference between those two amounts. So,
and if I can just add there, Jason, as well, for Member Van and Rishi. So you can say, well, why didn't we hire the 30? At the time of council making that, or the Board of Health making that decision as well, we didn't know what the province was going to and wasn't going to fund.
That's correct.
So in the very first round of COVID funding, what the province did, I think they did it right, which was they allocated funding on a per household basis. So if you were a municipality that took the necessary steps, your recreation programs aren't running, you engaged in layoffs and so on and so forth, that means you're going to have a surplus, right? You're rewarded for taking the actions that you should have taken. But in the second round of funding, it was, you know, you submit for these extraordinary costs. But at the end of the day, there's no consistent policy from the Ford government across the 34 health districts. Everybody's doing it differently.
Well, through you, Chair, that's probably, you're right. There's a lot of confusion out there, and it's new. COVID is new. But at the end of the day, I think I heard from Councillor Martin a very good suggestion that maybe one of the pillars should also include that there is a checker of the exchequer here, because I don't see where you should be allowed to ask for something without the body itself, the Board of Health, agreeing with it. So maybe that should be a pillar that makes sure that it is not say audited, but it is approved by.
So that's already been acknowledged by our CAO previously. It was sort of based on the timing of the submission and the uncertainty from the province, and he already did put that in a report that really that first round should have come to the board first. And that's why they're here now at the board asking before they make the next submission.
Okay, as long as it's a part of it that there's approval process before.
That's why we're here now.
Perfect. Thank you.
Member Hoffman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Chop. Actually, during that discussion, my question was answered, so I'm good. So we can move on.
Member Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the question we're looking for, or staff's looking for, is that council provide a policy. And I will, well, to paraphrase a former U.S. president, there's known unknowns and there's unknown unknowns. And I think last year at the beginning of the pandemic, we went through that period of unknown unknowns, and staff put in some extra time, or a lot of extra time. They dealt with it. We made that one payment that the province funded. And moving forward, now that we're into the zone of known unknowns, you know, I'd be quite content to just have the no for overtime management staff. That's part of the deal when you take on being part of management with it. And if staff are looking for a policy, then I propose that it just stay as it is with no policy other than what is standard in municipal government, and management is management and union is union. So that would be my comment, and hopefully we can make a decision on that before the end of the day and move on.
We're sorry, Councillor Van Passen, are you putting that as a motion on the floor?
If the clerk or the CAO could help me a bit with the wording that would be required for that.
Yeah, it was actually effective for both the 2021 year and the 2022 year.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Member Bannon Rishi, I see your hand is up. I'm looking for a seconder, but there's no seconder at this time. Okay, Councillor Van Pass, I'm just going to move on here. I can come back to you. Member Vanden Rishi, go ahead.
I think I just need instructions how to get the hand off.
Oh, you're on a computer, just.
So how do you get?
Just a little right click down on once you highlight your box. Up there.
New counselor wouldn't need help with Robert's Rules of Order, but rather how to raise their hand.
Oh, the mayor said my hand was up.
It's not up.
It wasn't.
Oh,
It wasn't. Okay. So I didn't learn how to get it off. But
Okay. I'm just going to make a couple of comments before we get a motion on the floor. And at that point I won't be able to, but you know, I have to say that I have a whole sort of speech prepared and I don't even know where to start, but I can say that in my time as mayor with absolute certainty that this decision that we have wrestled with really since last September is the hardest that I have ever had to make. And I can guarantee that depending on how long I ultimately continue to be your mayor, it will remain as the absolute hardest decision that I have had to make while on council. Because the bottom line is decisions that involve people and affect people's lives are always the toughest. Any business leader will tell you that. And over the last 2.5 years, this council has had to make a bunch of those decisions, as we've certainly had our fair share of terminations and layoffs. But why is this decision even harder? It's way harder than any of those previous decisions, because in those previous situations, there were strong reasons that those decisions were ultimately for the good of the corporation. Individuals that weren't satisfactorily performing in their role or positions that were made redundant. But the difference is this time, you know, we're being asked to make a decision that has the potential to negatively affect some staff who aren't just doing their job, but they have gone above and beyond in their job. They have sacrificed, they've put in tremendous hours, you know, not just for the corporation itself, but certainly for the good of our entire community. But here's the challenge. When I was elected, or when we were elected, you know, it was to represent all members of the community across the spectrum, whether it's a person living on a fixed income or, you know, our community's wealthiest. But depending where you are on that spectrum, you know, any of the decisions that we make that in turn affect your taxes either have a greater or lesser impact. You know, and since the pandemic, I would say that we now have an entirely new problem, and that is people who were otherwise somewhere along midway in that spectrum have now been placed in horrible financial positions that have been forced to close their businesses, the farmers that have incurred additional costs, you know, jobs that have been lost. Granted, some businesses have flourished during COVID, but I don't, you know, that is the exception certainly and not the norm. Stats I just pulled from StatsCan while I was thinking of today. In 2020, the province of Ontario lost more than 355,000 jobs, making it the largest annual loss of employment on record. The unemployment rate itself last year is the highest it has been in nearly 30. Public sector jobs accounted for just over 16,000, which included areas of workers like culture and recreation that we saw eliminated here in Norfolk County as well. We in Norfolk County at the start of the pandemic, I believe, laid off nearly 40 employees. And that doesn't even account for the part-time employees who would have worked, you know, at the pool or some of our other facilities, but were given no shift time, and they weren't guaranteed shift time, so that didn't equate to a layoff. You know, those Norfolk County employees that were laid off, they were our neighbors, our friends, and in many cases, our colleagues. And so, you know, one could ask, is the situation different this year than last year? Well, in May, they're saying that the highest job losses in Canada remained in Ontario with another 32,000 jobs lost, which was up 0.3 from April when nearly 153,000 jobs were lost. Young workers, we know, have been hit the hardest. Vulnerable groups, including mothers with young children and workers in low-wage jobs, the challenges they face have also certainly been intensified by the pandemic. The toll that the pandemic has taken is no doubt different from everyone. Some have had to work harder and longer, while others have had to sit home wishing that they had a job to go to or a business to run. I can honestly say if this was the private sector, I would feel very different about making this decision, and it would be an automatic, no question, absolutely, if the payments were coming out of my own pocket or my own bottom line. But it isn't a private corporation, it is a public corporation, and regardless of whether the province is funding these payments or not, at the end of the day, it is my view, it is one taxpayer, and these payments will be coming out of the taxpayers of the pockets of everyone. You know, many of whom have had reduced employment or no employment at all, but still have had the same expenses over the last year and a half. When I looked at, you know, the differences between what each health district is doing, you know, changing their policy and paying management overtime or not, some are doing so heavily, others are not at all. So Chatham-Kent, as an example, you know, you can pull the first 200 hours of overtime was not paid. The next 200 hours of overtime paid at half management's hourly rate. Anything overtime beyond that was not paid. There was no accrual of lieu time, which we do. Brant County Health Unit, to the best of my knowledge, there is no payout overtime to their managers, but they did do things like payout for remaining vacation and other time accrued in time banks, which I certainly support in Norfolk County. And to the best of my knowledge, we have paid out somewhere around 16 individuals for accrued vacation, which is also contrary to our policy, which is that an employee needs to take their vacation time. From the best I can read in Toronto, yesterday doing some research, there is some overtime for managers, but division managers themselves do not receive any overtime payments. When we look at the difference between medical officers of health, so Dr. Nessathari logged from March to September the 4th, 1,060 hours of overtime. So that's about a 6-month period. Over the same period in London, the MOH logged 611 hours, and in Brant, Dr. Urbanki was paid 140. So as the Board of Health chair, you know, I can appreciate there are significant differences between health districts, and we do have a significant migrant worker population. But those areas also, particularly in urban areas, also have their own unique challenges as well. So, you know, while Dr. Nessathari's contract had different provisions than other management staff at Norfolk County, the fact is, you know, generally employees who perform management functions are generally exempt from overtime because ultimately they have the authority to independently make key business decisions. And, you know, that's why in the case of those eligible for overtime for our unionized staff, that overtime first has to be approved by an immediate supervisor who is ultimately the one that is accountable. You know, so coming back to the migrant worker population, you know, we did, don't forget as the board, hire an additional 18 people to the tune of several $1 million, which was funded by the province. But again, you know, it comes back to one taxpayer. But those additional staff members were hired, remember, to alleviate some of that pressure on our existing staff. You know, again, one taxpayer, and I think at the end of the day, we are all going to have to pay for what seems to be overzealous spending by the province for COVID activities with what I can see is very little oversight to what is actually going on. You know, like everything else the province has done, there's been a failure to apply a consistent standard, and leaving it up to each health district, you know, I don't think is right. And it's effectively pitting one region against another and running up inconsistent bills across municipalities. So, you know, I do commend, as I said before, the way the province did the first round of funding. That is, I think, the right way to approach things. But, you know, I guess I would say to our employees in the organization, to those that have stood up and put in more hours than ever before, and to those that sat home also during our layoffs, they each deserve our thanks. And my understanding, you know, when this came forward to the Joint Board of Health with Haldeman, was that we had provided a one-time supplementary payment of up to $15,000 for those eligible employees to reward them for those hardest months of COVID when all of this first came on. But I can't support a second ask. This not after the health unit was given significant additional resources and did have time over the last year to adapt. I was also pitted by a couple of our management staff, when we had the challenge with the union, and the union was something that was actually within their collective agreement, but that had been suspended from that provision, suspended by the province. And so here we are again, we're asking for something that's not within the contractual language. What I would say is, I agree we do need more employee recognition at Norfolk County. We need to build a better culture to attract and retain the best and brightest. I'm saddened by the fact that I thought after, council voted to make major organizational changes and pay out severances to those that some frankly needed to go, that once we built a new leadership team, we would get to that point of the second part of Norfolk's turnaround, which is making this a great place to work. But then COVID hit and everything changed and became completely overloaded for different reasons. Moving forward, I think we will need to look at changes. I've already talked to Shelley, how we could run a pay for performance bonusing program, given that we've only run a surplus 2 of the last 10 years. But I'm not here to fight for my position. There are strong arguments, for and against whatever council decides. And I will support whatever council decides. I just myself can't support vote for premiums at a time when there are so many individuals in our community that are out of work. A lot of people have compared COVID to war. In many ways it is, because I'm probably the only politician that's traveled the world throughout COVID. And I can say that, it is the same everywhere. People are struggling, businesses are failing, and eventually we're going to feel the after effects of all of this. So again, I'm not here. I will fully endorse and support whatever position council takes, but I just, I really think it's important that, again, there are strong arguments for both sides of the coin. Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Board Chair. Councillor Van Patten earlier put a motion on the floor, basically no extra compensation. And it sounds like what you're presenting there sounds like you would support that. What would the economic or social impact be to the health unit staff, Heidi, with respect to no additional compensation? How would that affect, what would the repercussions be that you would foresee?
Thank you, Board Member Columbus, through the chair. The health unit team has worked tirelessly and has done an incredible amount of work and has used all of their skills and training and abilities to address the COVID pandemic and to try to limit the impacts of COVID on our community as much as is within our control. And I have to be very honest that has had a significant impact on the team physically, mentally, and emotionally. We are working beyond our max capacity. Even though the case numbers are trending down, it wasn't that long ago where we were dealing with multiple outbreaks and 35 cases a day. And we are, as that side of the equation is currently trending down, and I say currently because we don't know what is around the corner. We've seen from this virus that we can't be certain what's around the corner. We see the vaccination side of things ramp up. And so it's my assessment that it's going to be a while before we are. One of my phrases that I work with is 5 minutes on the other side of this. It's going to be a while before we are 5 minutes on the other side of this, and the team is exhausted, and we are trying to limit the amount of extra hours that people are working. I am encouraging team members to take days off. but it is difficult, and I think that it would some level, respectfully to the board, some level of compensation would help the morale. I would be concerned about the morale if the decision was to stay with the county policy, and again, that's my respectful professional opinion.
Can I just jump in? Hi, just a question to follow on, Council. When you say, you're encouraging people to take days off and they're not taking them, that's the challenge with overtime payments is there has to be some approval for the work that's going on. And what has happened is it has been unlimited. So, at some point somebody has to say, you need to take time off. And a healthy worker, same thing. I mean, there's only so much that you can do. And if we aren't able to meet, our obligations, then we have to reevaluate that. But it can't just go unchecked.
Yes, board chair, I completely agree with that. And the challenge that we sometimes have is that if we have outbreaks that occur, if we have case counts that go up, people may have plans for days off, they may have plans to not work extra hours, and those plans sometimes have to change. But we are doing what we can to work towards a healthier work-life balance. It is challenging.
Member Taylor, I saw you had your hand up before. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, sorry, just a supplemental comment. I just don't want to give the impression out to the community that this was an unchecked overtime bank. At the end of the day, we can agree with it or not agree with it, but the medical officer of health is the medical officer of health, and if he gives directions to our staff to perform certain tasks, they have to perform those tasks and they take the hours. Could we have been more efficient? Yes. Would there things in hindsight be done different? Yes. The other challenge we have had with overtime is for a long period of time, we had a significant number of vacant positions. And unlike, when you have those vacant positions and we have a very small management team, at the end of the day, there has to be managerial oversight on these tasks. So when you only have a pool of 4 or 5 people to go to, that pool gets overly burdened. And, in many cases, we were successful for frontline staff to limit their overtime or to normalize their schedule and by pulling other people in. But we weren't able to do that with management staff because the pool was so small and the pool was, also vacant because of vacancies. So, I just want to put that in context when we look back at these, these situations.
Sure. I mean, there's also the other dynamic as well, which is the board didn't, support several of the policies ultimately. So that becomes a challenge as well. Member Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. My biggest problem with the second option is coming in with that last statement there will have negative human resource impacts for the health unit, especially as we get into what we need here to be hopefully a final push to get through the remainder of this, which however long that takes, we don't know, but we certainly need that talent and those resources there where they can, there's a very public list of health units that are paying overtime that is being given out around the province, where the last thing I want to see is our talent to leave as we need this final push. This is where exactly like you said, we're getting into what will be our toughest decision, balancing that with all of the other issues going on. But with that, something that I don't think I've been able to find the answer to in here is how are the overtime hours compared to that first ask now that we filled some more positions, now that we are in a different position with the health unit there?
I was going to dig
Jason,
up the numbers. Do you have them? Aaron, Miss Anderson had provided them to me, and I'm just going to dig up that. I apologize for this. So if we look at the period of time, and I'm going to use this as total time, and this would include director time and medical officer of health overtime. The numbers I'm about to quote is unpaid overtime hours. This relates to 9 individuals. So between 5th and December 25th, those are our pay periods. Unpaid overtime hours were 1,765 hours over 9 people. Between December 26th and May 28th, so a slightly longer period of time, they were 1,577 unpaid hours of overtime. And again, I want to stress that includes the medical officer of health who takes up a significant number of those hours. So numbers are kind of coming down in total, partly because we did add an extra employee into that management pool between those 2 periods of time. And, I think there was some differences in, in how we've been managing the situation going forward and some of the dynamics of the situation.
Thank you. And then one final question here. With option 1, we do have that ability to limit those overtime hours if necessary. If someone is accruing a particularly high number, we do have that ability to curtail it.
How would you?
Yeah, sorry. In the one option I had previously presented to council, the option was that there was no overtime up until 44 hours. So there was that component of management time. These individuals are either 35-hour a week or 40-hour a week individuals. So there would be a requirement for some overtime hours to be worked unpaid. And then when it got over 50 hours, I was going to put an additional administrative burden on the general manager. It would require specific sign-off over 50 hours from the general manager. So that would be an additional tool in there, because previously it would just be the direct supervisor would sign off on it, but in this case it would have to go to the general manager for sign-off above 50 hours per week.
Okay, thank you.
Member Hoffman, go ahead.
Thank you. Board Chair Chop. At this point in time, I would like to put a motion on the floor that I would support option 1 in the report.
There is no option. You would have to place a figure in today's report. There is no options.
Well, in the previous report, I can read through when we were looking at option 1 in CS 21-10.
I would just like to get clarification from the clerk on that. That option was presented. It was not directly voted on previously. So I don't believe it's a reconsideration because it wasn't directly voted on, because council chose a different path. But I just want to confirm that it would not be considered a reconsideration.
Okay, I don't know.
I don't believe so, because it was never directly voted on. It was never moved by anybody, and it was not directly voted on.
So I just want to be clear, Councillor, because we went through all of this at Haldeman.
Mm-hmm.
That was the options that were presented then.
Yep.
And some of those individuals had payments. So when you're looking at option 1, you're looking at potential payments of $60,000, $80,000, just so we're clear that everybody knows what's going on. And you chose not to proceed with that option and to cap everything at $15,000 for that first round of payments. So proceeding with this, you have to understand you're going to have employees that are submitting for 60,000, 80,000 and overtime. I just want to make sure that you understand what you're doing.
Are you looking though retroactively or moving forward?
Well, they're working about the same. We're finding that out. There's not a change with overtime hours of what are being logged. I mean, there's no way for checking that.
And just to be clear, in option one, there was a hard cap on it.
Yeah.
And it was compensation could not exceed 20% of the person's normal compensation level. However, it might be for clear purposes, just to put a hard cap in, as was decided before, at $15,000. But one of the principles is, if you go back to the original 4 principles that staff had laid out, is there should be a hard maximum cap on it. It should not be an unlimited cap.
And
but whether you do that as a percentage or a hard dollar number, staff would. The recommendation is that there is some hard cap limit, because there are implications to other departments, because this is only for public health, and then you'd have other departments, frankly, that are working just as much overtime, and what's the message that gets sent there? So we have to be very careful in how we pursue this.
You have that report in closed session for the next one, which we should probably move into open session, since this one was debated. But the other part you'll want to clarify, Councillor Huffman, if you're putting in a cap or if you're leaving it at the percentage, but just be mindful of what that percentage is going to work out to be with some, given the salary bands. And then there also has to be a decision, is this on an annual basis, or is this the last round just took you to September 4th, and so it's the 15,000 payment from March to September 4th plus the new cap to take you to January 20, so you're looking at 30,000 plus for the year, or are you looking to cap that as an annual?
Just to be clear, staff from the last one, even though it was only up to September 4th, the instruction was the $15,000 direction from the board was an annual cap. So for 2020, you cannot exceed $15,000. That was the direction from the previous meeting. So the $15,000 does not get recalculated for the period from September 4th to December 31st. That was an annual cap that was directed by under that decision.
Okay. Member, I'll come back to you, Councillor Huffman. I'll let Member Van Den Rishi go ahead, and I'll come back to you. Member Van Den Rishi, go ahead.
Through you, the chair, to Mr. Burgess, this is as clear as mud. In my opinion, this is absolutely disastrous in the methods that you're using here. I don't understand this, and I'm not stupid, but this is not clear. I can see Councillor Huffman, you're trying to make something, suggest something, but everything comes back at you. So I don't understand. This is not clear by any means. This should be withdrawn. This should be clarified, and this should follow some strategic blocks of some sort. But this is not clear. I, as a councillor, would never be able to vote on this because I just don't understand it.
What's the part that's?
Look at it. You mentioned something. A councillor mentioned something else. Mr. Burgess, you said it will not exceed 50 hours. I read here it says 55 hours. Like, to me, this is a mixed up ball of tricks here. I just don't understand it. And it is my fault as well for coming on at the last minute here and not having a lot of detailed information. But I am extremely confused. But I will say one thing. If I work and I work overtime, I expect to be paid something. I'm not here for a freebie, and I don't think any employee would want to hear that they were expected to work and not receive compensation.
So if I may try to address to bring the board member up to it. So the question is whether we should be paying overtime to non-union members who, under the policy of the county, is they're not eligible for overtime. because of the extraordinary circumstances that COVID had forced and the number of and the quantum of hours that people were working, staff had proposed in 3 different reports, 3 different methods to consider compensation. So in each of the methods, what staff are recommending is that there should be some recognition that as management, you don't get paid for overtime from the first hour you work. So if you normally work 40 hours, if you work 42 hours, that's considered kind of normal, or if you work 44 hours, that's kind of normal. But then once you start, working, hundreds and hundreds of hours over time, staff was recommending that some level of recognition be paid to that. And we were recommending that overtime be paid on a straight time basis, not on a time and a half basis, but a straight time basis up to a maximum of whether it was $15,000 or 20% of your normal compensation or some other number. So the options range from paying no overtime, that would be the one goalpost, to paying overtime from the first hour worked at your rate, at your regular rate. Those would be the 2 extremes. Staff were recommending something in between where you would have a maximum amount that you could earn in overtime for the year. It could only be paid out if the province was funding it through COVID relief. And really the question becomes, or the difficulty or the confusion is, what's the number? How would you like to compensate employees? Our recommendation is, they have to work more than 44 hours and they would get that up to a maximum amount. What this previous board had decided was the maximum amount was $15,000, but that was a one-time payment. That was not a policy. Staff's recommendation is not full overtime from hour 1. It's something in between, and that's where it gets. I don't disagree with you, board member, but that is the difficulty. It's if you want it the simple way, it's either 0 or full amount of overtime. Staff doesn't feel that's appropriate. It needs to be somewhere in between, and that's where the confusion kind of happens, which way you wanted to go with it.
That's just my point. That is just my point. We haven't got a clarification here to make a judgment or to make a policy.
Yeah, and in full fairness, we've presented 3 different options previous. None of them won the day with the board. So what staff decided to do was there's been lots of options. And in fact, the previous decision by the board, again, was not a recommended solution. It was one the board had crafted on their own. So staff felt, because none of staff's recommendations had ever carried the vote, and the last decision was one crafted by the board, staff felt it was best that we just put the principles in place, what we think are appropriate principles, and allow the board to make the decision. And we understand, the political sensitivity of this, and it doesn't matter what you decide, there's going to be a significant number of people that will disagree with it. But staff have presented a number of options, and we have been unsuccessful in getting to a policy decision. So it was more left to the board to make the policy decision. I know it doesn't clarify it clearly, as best we can, but that was that's the history getting up to this point.
Certainly confusing, to say the least.
So I will try as well from Mr. Burgess. So the policy, I know almost all companies, corporations, management does not receive overtime. That is a policy. Management is expected to work a certain level of overtime. And with that, comes, of course, increased pay over the unionized positions and so on that would be entitled to overtime. There is some case law that suggests otherwise. If a person was a manager and was doing non-management work, I think it's a greater than 50% threshold, then they too become eligible for overtime from what case law shows. But we are in extraordinary times, and this isn't a policy that would carry on beyond COVID. And we do have employees, again, you can count on both hands, the number of employees within public health, but we are also going to be dealing with the exact same thing with the county staff report that's coming at council and committee. So since there is no policy, that's what staff is presenting and asking council to determine what that policy is. What is that threshold you're willing to pay? And in this case, if a person has a 40-hour work week, they're saying, well, we'll expect 4 hours of overtime to get you up to the 44 hours. And we're not going to pay you for that first 4 hours of overtime, because generally you would be doing that, and you should be doing that in your role. I know how many hours of overtime Jason works, and he's not being paid for that overtime. So you get to make, the decision here as to what you want that policy to be during COVID, which is to pay for overtime or to not pay. And if you are going to pay, first of all, at what rate do you want to pay it? How many hours above that 40 hours are you going to assume that they would be sort of giving to the corporation before you start paying? And then also setting that limit that a person can't just have unlimited overtime, and they need to have some sort of approval mechanism. So one of the suggestions is that over 50 hours or over 55 hours has to be approved by the general manager of health. You, as the board member, could also choose to make a motion that over 50 hours, you want a report to come back to the board so that you're able to better monitor how much money is going out the door. But again, it's kind of choose your own adventure here. That's how they put it forward, because we haven't been able, it's a very difficult decision. I mean, that's, it's a long held policy that management doesn't receive overtime. There was no policy in place. It's the same for municipalities, but it's different across every municipality. And it's unfortunate that the province didn't just set one standard. So we weren't in this position.
May I continue for a moment?
Of course.
I can understand and appreciate everything that you have said, and I totally agree. These are extraordinary situations that we're in. And when I look at this and I look at the general, and I'm asking if the general manager takes a look at that situation in that day and says, I need someone to work this much time. Is that how it happens? Or is it that each individual employee just says, okay, I'm going to continue working? Like, where's the check on this?
With a unionized staff member, they would have to have approval from their supervisor to be able to do overtime. In this case, because there was no approval mechanism, in many cases, and Heidi, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but certainly in the case of our medical officer of health, no, there was no approval of those hours. And Heidi, you might want to comment on the other employees, but to the best of my knowledge, there hasn't really been a checks and balance of a daily approval of whether or not it was just sort of what the individual managers decided to work.
So, Board Chair Chop, through you to the board, I think that there is certainly a balance that we need to have between, absolutely, there needs to be checks and balances in place for overtime and the amount of hours that people are working. Absolutely. We also want our leaders to feel that they can work independently within the full scope of their role and need to come to me specifically to check everything that they are doing. And so, if there is an emergency event on a Saturday or in the evening, and the manager needs to work 2 hours to be able to address that, I trust that they are monitoring themselves appropriately. If I see timesheets that have an extraordinary amount of overtime on them, of course I'm having conversations with those particular employees to see what's going on. I regularly attend the end of day operational meetings so that I'm aware of the number of COVID cases we have, the number of outbreaks that we have, the number of significant issues that are going on, the number of vaccine clinics that we're running, so that I have a sense of the operations and what pressure points are happening for the management team that might cause them to need to work extra hours. So I hope that helps answers the question.
Could someone tell me how do I get my little hand off of this?
If you right click on your screen and put your arrow, your pointer over your box where your face is and right click on it and you'll see lower hand. Councillor Martin, I think you were next, and then Councillor Columbus and Councillor Huffman.
Thanks, Mayor Chop. Sorry, Board Chair Chop, I'll keep it brief. I guess, firstly, I commend you, Councillor Board Member Vander Drieschie. I know this is a lot to take on, so you're asking the good questions and the important questions. It's a big decision to make. I think going back to Councillor Huffman's motion, like if we look at the one question that's kind of outstanding is what's an average salary? I know they all vary in that department. Well, what's an average baseline salary for our managers? Because if we take $95,000 and we take 20% of that at $15,000. If we look at 15% of $95,000, $13,500. For me, having a metric, a little bit of a breakdown like that is helpful. I don't know if Councillor Huffman has maybe a percentage or a cap in mind, but maybe just very briefly, Mr. Burgess, so we can keep it rolling. What is an average managerial salary for that department?
Through the chair, I'd have Heidi or Miss Anderson, since they're on the phone, confirm the numbers, but I would say they range between 90 and 110 as a range, and that does not include the general manager, who would also be part of that group, and that number would be higher for that number. When you look at the payment, and I don't know if Ms. LaPlante could pull it up from the last one, when we looked at the payment for the period of time from April to September 4th, the payment to the non-medical officer of health, once you took that number out, it was in the tens of thousands for the overtime for the remaining of the staff. To give you some perspective of where it would be that the medical officer of health payment significantly weighted towards that payout. But we can, I should have had that information, but I know it was made public in the finding when the report was provided. But I'll look to Heidi if that range makes sense to her.
So thank you to the board. I think that I can't say the exact numbers, but I think 95,000 to 105 for a program manager would be appropriate. A director would be slightly higher, and then the general manager, of course, would be above that. I also see that Ms. Anderson has her hand up.
Thanks, Heidi. And through the board chair, if you want exact numbers, I do have the salary schedule posted. So our program managers are anywhere between 87,000 and 109. And our directors are, sorry, let me just scroll down here, are between 102 and 127. And then our general managers are between 120 and 150.
So, okay, that's very helpful for me. If I'm breaking it down from a mental perspective, I don't know what Councillor Huffman has in mind. If we looked at 10% as a cap of, $127,000, then we can suggest that there's going to be a payout accordingly, $12,700. But I'll see what Councillor Huffman wants to go what direction here. Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, I just wanted to say that looking at I was quite confused earlier, Mayor, Board Chair Chalk, when you were talking about, you know, $60,000 and things like that, because I'm looking at this option and very clearly I'm not getting those figures. So thank you to Board Member Martin for bringing that forward, as I didn't get a chance to do that earlier. And I would propose that we look at 10%. So again, I'm going to try this, and I'd like to put this on the floor as a motion, and we can move forward. And if it's not seconded or we don't get traction with it, then we're back to square one. But we've already negated one motion, and now it's time for another motion to hit the floor. So this is my motion that I'm bringing forward.
Okay, I just want to be clear though, because before, when the figures had been presented, and Jason, you can jump in and correct if not, but you also have to add in the benefits were all paid out as well on top of those figures. So the 20% wasn't actually inclusive of everything else that went into it. Is that not correct, Jason?
Depends on the nature of the benefit. Ms. Anderson can correct, depending on what time of year it gets paid out. There'd be CPP and EI eligible, but for most of these people, they would already be at the max for it. And I don't believe there's any increase in the in medical benefits or anything else for cost. The only question I would have is, I can't remember if these payments are subject to pension, they're pensionable or not, but Ms. Anderson's the expert.
Thank you, Jason, through the chair. So these were put through the payroll system, so any deductions as income would have been deducted at that time. So we put it through as payment, as a lump sum payment, and any taxes and deductions that would normally take place through the payroll system took place. And overtime is not a pensionable benefit.
Okay. And that would be where the employer would have additional costs.
Okay, so Councillor Huffman's moving option 1 then from the previous report. And the seconder?
With the amendment of 10%.
Of 10%, okay?
Yes,
and
correct.
Seconded by Councillor Taylor. Councillor Columbus, I see your hands up.
Yes, I was looking at something different here. It's not speaking to the motion, though, that's on the floor. It's with respect to the public health unit compensation practices, that sheet that was handed out. And I was wondering if the Chatham-Kent Health Units, first 200 hours of overtime not paid, next 200 hours of overtime paid at 1/2 management hourly rate equivalent, and for 3 weeks, and anything overtime beyond that not paid. I just wondered how that would fit into the equation here with respect to our Haldeman Norfolk Health Unit situation, whether that's perhaps even a better way to look at it. If we could put our numbers into Chatham-Kent's scenario, just to see how that would fit, whether it's doable.
For the challenge in my head would be the remainder of the 2021 year, because we paid out a number of people at, based upon the previous decision for the time period up until September 4th. So then, then you'd be counting the 200 hours of overtime from September 4th to December, and anybody who had already reached their $15,000 max would not be eligible for that, which is fine. And then, the challenge now is it's June, and we'd have to go back to take a look at it. I do have the numbers here, so there were.
But Jason, Councillor Columbus is saying for next year, you've already said that what we did for 2021 is already, or 2020, I should say, is already completed. You already said that staff interpreted that as the year of completion. So wouldn't that be a new calendar year then for 2021?
No, and that's a good question. To be fair, the $15,000 was interpreted as the maximum for the overtime payment. But if you were someone who did not earn up to $15,000 and worked overtime between September 4th and December 31st, this policy would apply for that period. But the $15,000 maximum, we would have enforced that. We can then change it to the 10% or whatever. But if you had already earned out the $15,000, then there would be no more overtime. But if you were someone who got paid $1,000 of overtime.
The way
Yeah.
that council, and I believe Haldeman Council, interpreted what we decided last time was a maximum of 15 for the year. So, that policy would continue to apply for those that had not yet achieved the 15,000 up to September 4th, that they would still be eligible up until January. So this, what Councillor Columbus is proposing would be for 2021.
Okay, but just so I'm clear, just so that there is no confusion, if I was a staff member who received $2,000 of overtime for the period up to September 4th, and I continue to work, so the person who received $15,000 for overtime up in September 4th, they're no longer eligible for the remainder of the 2021 year. But if I received $2,000 of overtime up until September 4th, we were still looking for guidance on that from September 4th to December 31st of last year because they didn't max out. So there was no policy at this point in time for that period of time. Up
to the 15,000, I think, would be the policy. That was the policy that we decided for 2021.
So they would get paid straight time up to 15,000 for the whole 2021 year. Okay. And then for 2022, we can go back and take a look at the first 200 hours being free, and then you're really only paying then a halftime rate at that. So that would be a different proposal than what Councillor Huffman has on the floor. So I don't know what the rules are to address a proposal that's contrary to the existing one that's on the floor, but in the meantime, I can start to take a look at the numbers.
Right,
okay.
It is a different proposal, so perhaps we should deal with Councillor Martin and Huffman's motion.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Councillor Huffman moved that. Councillor Taylor had seconded that. And Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Board Chair Chop. I no longer, if I was a staff member, I would be genuinely concerned about some kind of policy being made right now. I no longer feel confident in either policy without crunching some numbers.
Councillor Huffman, as the mover of the motion, are you comfortable with Jason running Councillor Columbus's scenario? I mean, what I like about that plan is, and then you're at least you are putting not only a cap on the amount, like you're ensuring that it doesn't become.
Okay.
But that's up to you. You're the mover. I can still call the vote, and we can deal with the next option after if it doesn't pass.
You know what? Let's call to vote and then move forward, and we'll go from there. And let's just follow protocol that way.
All right. So all those in favor. Okay, I see 2 hands. So the motion fails. Jason, if you want to go ahead.
So if it was only 200, if the first 200 hours for the year was divided, it would mean that there would be no active employees that would be in the overtime range at this point in time. There would be 1 active employee that would be in the overtime range. So you'd have to wait really to the end of the year because that 200 hours was on an annual basis. But right now there would be no policy there would be only 1 employee that would receive it, and then you're looking at and I have to apologize, you'd be getting paid at half the rate up to a maximum of how many hours?
I had it a second ago. Councillor Columbus, do you have that number? But when you look at the 200 hours, I mean,
yes, it's
effectively what
200.
Yeah, and then they get paid half a rate for how long then? I thought there was then a second cap on it.
There was.
Next 200 hours of overtime paid at half management hourly rate,
equivalent
of 3 weeks pay.
And there was no accrual of lieu time either, and anything over, beyond the equivalent of 3 weeks pay was not paid out with no accrual time.
Yeah, so.
And the 200 hours is effectively your 44-hour week. It's just treating it different, so it's not on a weekly basis. I mean, 52
Yeah.
weeks of the year times 4 hours.
Yeah, and
I mean, it's just a better way of doing it then, because some weeks might be busier than other weeks.
well, yeah, it'd also be hard to potentially administer at that point in time, because then you're calculating your bonus then at the end of the year,
Right.
sometime next year. And,
Right.
you know, so then that would be, you know, we would have to track that. You know, we would have to track the unpaid overtime. I guess it could work.
But you're tracking total overtime hours anyway. So the first 200
Right.
you're not paying, and then you're paying up to a maximum of 3 weeks.
Yeah, and then you'd be making that payout
Half time.
sometime in 2020, sometime in 2022.
Councillor Columbus, did you want to move that?
No, I'm not sure we're gonna resolve things today, but I think we should put some numbers around that to figure out what the economic impact is for our Norfolk Health Unit. Maybe we should have first 100 hours of overtime is not paid. I don't know. Perhaps we can run some scenarios, because this is pretty important, you know, to the taxpayers and to our employees at the health unit.
Is the easiest, Jason, not to run if they're using 3 weeks pay, run with the 3 weeks pay? I mean, it's a pretty easy number to take based on the ranges that Aaron had just given. And then putting your CPP and pension, put a factor onto that.
I defer to Ms. Anderson.
Sorry, my apologies. I was distracted. So we're asking to pay out 3 weeks of OT. So we're tracking all the OT no pay currently, and then after that 200 hours or up to 3 weeks, we would pay out at straight time.
That's correct.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. So it shows
Well, if you're
on
doing
the,
like Chatham, it was half. That was
Yeah,
what he was asking.
at half the rate. So essentially, you know, if someone works 500 hours of unpaid overtime, they get paid a week. They would get paid for a week and a half. So they would get paid for 50 hours.
yeah, I mean, if that's the wishes of council, we can certainly do whatever we can to make that work in our system, whether that's reducing the hourly rate by half and paying it out, or we can make it work somehow in the payroll system if that's what council chooses.
Honestly, somebody shouldn't be working 500 hours of overtime though. When we've hired additional staff and we need to get people back to a healthy work-life balance, that shouldn't actually be happening. Just like people couldn't understand how it was possible how Shankar worked 1,000 hours of overtime over a 6-month period. I mean, it's 11 hours a week.
Yeah, it's an extra day a week.
Councilor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Board Chair Chop. Through you to my colleagues, I'd have to agree with Councillor Columbus here. I'm wondering, you know, if we can get an extra day on this. I'd like to see numbers. I'd like to see, you're gonna be kidding me. I'd like to see numbers. I'd like to see scenarios and information brought back. I wouldn't feel confident if I was a staff member right now that we're doing our due diligence on this, and to give specific direction. The 200 hours with 3 weeks with half pay, also 100 hours at half pay. I'd like to see those Chatham-Kent scenarios. I would like to see our former hours that we paid out, how many hours there were and at which rate, and put those scenarios on top of that lens. I think it's critical enough that we should pump the brakes and bring some actual scenarios in front of us again. That may be frustrating for staff, but I think it's important enough. Happy to move that as a motion.
Okay, seconder for Councilor Martin's motion. Heidi, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to ask the board for some clarification around the piece of the Chatham-Kent policy that states no accrual of lieu time, because right now the county does have a non-union policy that allows for flex time, and I would respectfully like to see the health unit leadership team maintain that the same as the rest of their county colleagues, if there could be consideration for that.
I think, Heidi, you just need to, when you do the comparison, you need to account though and show the counselors or the board of health members what that accrual time is worth. So it has $1. So Chatham Kent's not getting that. So they just have the formula that Councillor Columbus has read out here, right? So in our case, we have that formula plus we have the accrual time, which has $1 value associated to it. So when you have to be able to compare apples to apples. And the other, situation as well, some municipalities like Brant, did pay out for remaining vacation for the year. And I think if you're going to come back with more information, I know from Aaron, there were 16 individuals that were paid out for vacation. And if that's the policy again this year to pay out for vacation, there's also a financial impact to that as well.
That's a great point, Board Chair Chop. I'd like to maybe amend my motion to give staff flexibility to bring all of that information, whatever they deem appropriate.
Okay, Councilor Michelle, I see you still want to second that there?
Yes, I do, Board Chair Chop. Thank you.
Perfect. All those in favor? 1, 2. Councilor Taylor, what are you, in or out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, the motion passes. So with that, I'll need a confirming bylaw, 2021-14 BH, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Board of Health for the Halton Norfolk Health Unit, the Board of Health meeting held on the 8th day of June 2021. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? That is carried. And with that, I guess I know we're so behind starting council. Kevin, did Teresa give us the gears, or are we okay here?
Teresa has not given me the gears, no.
Okay.
So we're still in the clear on that one. We do need
if it's
one
okay,
more.
I think maybe just a quick 10-minute break and then we'll start. Is that all right?
Yeah. Could I quickly get a motion for adjournment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Van den Riche. All those in favor? That is carried. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Just a question for the clerk to clarify. It's more than 15 minutes from the starting time posted in the agenda. Are we still allowed to have that meeting?
If the ombudsman wants to file a complaint at this point, we've been in a meeting. Everybody's seen us here. So, you know, that's why I asked. Let's carry on. I'm comfortable with it.
Yeah. So we're taking 10 minutes?
It's not a public hearings committee.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, can council hear me? Look at that. Thank you.
How's everybody's weather right now? Pouring.
All right, can everybody hear me?
We had our big storm here in Waterford, but it looks like we're getting another one.
Okay, can all of council hear me now? All right, so with that, I will now call council and committee to order. I apologize for the delay with our delay in the Board of Health meeting today. So good afternoon, councillors, staff, and residents of Norfolk County. Before we convene our meeting today, on behalf of council, I would like to congratulate Linda Vanden Rishi, who was successfully elected as the Ward 2 councillor on June 3rd. Linda was sworn into office by the county clerk on Friday, June 4th. So we welcome you, Councillor Vanden Rishi, to our council team, and we certainly look forward to collaborating with you as you represent and provide a voice to the Ward 2 residents. So I do understand that here in council chambers today, you would like an opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to the Ward 2 residents and community by reaffirming your oath of office today at our council and committee meeting. And with that, I certainly will turn the floor over to you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I, Linda Vanden Rishi, do solemnly reaffirm that I will truly, faithfully, and impartially do to the best of my knowledge and ability, execute the office of councillor to which I have been elected in this municipality. That I have not received and will not receive any payment or reward or promise thereof for the exercise of any partiality or malversation or other undue execution of such office, and I will disclose any pecuniary interest, direct, indirect, or deemed as required by and in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and to protect the fiduciary responsibility and confidentiality of the corporation. And I make this solemn affirmation conscientiously believing it to be true, and I know that the oath I took is of the same force and effect as if made under oath. Having been elected to the office of councillor in the municipality of Norfolk County, I do swear I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Thank you.
So again, congratulations, Rishi, and welcome to the team. Before we move on with the council meeting, I did want to take a moment to acknowledge the tragedy that occurred this weekend in Turkey Point and express my deepest sympathies to the family of the young boy who lost his life. I also want to thank our incredibly dedicated EMS and fire personnel who had the difficult task of responding to this horrible occurrence and carrying out search and rescue operations in tandem with many other agencies, including Coast Guard and OPP Marine Unit. The broader community's response to this tragedy also demonstrated how our residents can come together in times of need, whatever the situation may be. Some residents of Turkey Point moved out of their cottages to give the boy's family somewhere to stay while the search continued, and others joined with their boats and others in the search. To everyone that responded or assisted in some way, Norfolk County Council thanks you. And with that, Councillor Rabbits, I will turn the floor over to you, sir.
Thank you. So with that, we have the approval of the agenda. before us. It's been circulated. I don't believe there are any amendments. Do I have a motion to approve our agenda? Councillor Taylor, is there a seconder? Councillor Martin? I'll let everyone get settled. All right, all those in favor? So carried. And Mayor Chop, I'm not seeing your monitor on. Is that just me?
I just got back to my office, Councillor Rabbits. I was in the other room.
Okay. I think the hand raise icon will work just fine. Oh, great. So with that, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. We have a number of consent items before us. There are 6 of them. But I do have notation here that I understand we have a brief update from Teresa Olson, the county clerk, regarding item 4C about council orientation dates. We will discuss this under the CAO section of the staff reports later on in this evening. But excluding item C, are there any other items from consent that council would like to pull? Councillor Huffman?
Sorry, thank you, Chair Rabbit. I would like to pull consent item E, please.
All right, item E has been pulled. Are there any items otherwise that council would like to pull for discussion? Okay, and again, this is a committee and council, so we would always be able to pull an item at council the next week already. It is, if someone did want to discuss it at that time. So with that, do I have a mover to pass the adoption of the rest of the consent items that remain? I see Councillor Taylor and Councillor Columbus. And is there a motion, Mr. Clerk, that we should be making, or should I just address the items and ask for the vote?
Through you, Chair Rabbits, what we can do is we can all, with one move and seconder, the balance of consent items can be approved all at once.
Very good. Does everyone understand the question? I will call it. All those in favor? That carries. So with that, we can move to item E. This is staff report CD 21-59. And we'll go to Councillor Huffman, who has pulled the item.
Thank you very much, Chair Rabbits. I just wanted to look at the third part of the recommendation. Sorry, the second part of the recommendation. And we just had this discussion regarding overtime and things like that. So I just wanted a little bit more clarification where it states, and further that council approves amending the approved 2021 operating budget and include up to a maximum of $20,000 for overtime costs to bill and collect fees and to conduct a third-party review of Norfolk County's building permitting payment and accounting processes and provide recommendations for enhanced controls and procedures. This funding will be provided by the Building Permit Stabilization Reserve Fund. So I guess my question is that there was a lack of process. There was something that was overlooked in terms of this issue where it wasn't brought to council, and now we're looking at incurring some fees for an oversight, an overview of this procedure. So I was just wondering if maybe Jason could speak to that.
Sure. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. I'll start, and then I can have Brandon also provide comment on it. So during COVID, with business offices being closed, You know, one of the staff members had thought, from a customer service point of view, to keep builders building and development going, they would make alternative arrangements for the payment of building fees and not necessarily collect at the time of the issuance of the building permit. That is a break in policy. And now we have recognized that break. We've, we now have to correct it. It wasn't like staff wasn't going to have these uncollected. They just weren't putting the, it just wasn't really captured by us until we started doing our year-end procedures. And what we want to do is immediately collect this and bill this money out. It shouldn't have happened in the first place without a bit more scrutiny on that issue. That being said, like I said, staff in this case, we're trying to do something from a customer service point of view to allow builders to continue to build, in an efficient manner. And it just didn't get corrected in time. So we are going to do that. We will incur some overtime costs. The one thing that it pointed out to me, though, is this should not have gotten this large. So we were missing an internal control. We should have been able to identify this earlier. There are usually some common internal control procedures that are done by municipalities. Clearly, we don't have them. And that's why part of that cost is, for us to bill it out, part of the cost is to bring in, we'll disclose this to our auditors. We'll look for methods to improve the internal control, and we'll have somebody else review those internal controls to make sure that it can't happen again. So that's what the cost is. There's no impact to the taxpayer. It's coming out of the building reserve fund, but it is a budget amendment that requires council approval. So I don't know if, that it is what it is. We wanted full disclosure to council. Staff here have a tradition of, good or bad, frankly, highlighting what we've done well and what we've not done well. This is one that we did not do well. If staff really wanted to, we could have just, frankly, not written a report, collected the fees, council would not have known, and life would have gone on. But that's not appropriate. So we're disclosing it, we're correcting it. And it won't cost the taxpayers any money, and we'll deal with it through the reserve, and we'll bring a report forward at the end of the year. And the auditor will also be notified of this, and the auditor may have some management point discussions at the end of the year on this matter.
Okay. Thank you, Jason, for that explanation. And I do appreciate it that it is, has been brought forth in a transparent way. It's just, obviously the figure is quite a large figure. And just wanting to make sure that everyone, so it's brought to the attention of the public that this has been notified. We've been notified of this. It will be rectified, and moving forward, we'll have a different process in place. And I certainly do appreciate the intent in which it started in order to continue to keep our builders, going and permits being issued and things like that. But again, the large amount did kind of set off a few alarm bells, but I'm pleased to see that we're dealing with it. Thank you.
Yeah, and sometimes the large amount's deceptive because, it's not like there's 2,000 files out there that haven't been collected. In some cases, a building permit could be, for one subdivision, you got multiple building permits. It's, it's as we noted, one guy dropped off $100,000 because that was one deal. So it is what it is, and we'll move forward. Staff have realized the issue, and on the plus side, we identified it, we notified it, and we're correcting it. Do we wish we didn't have to do that? Obviously, yes, but we'll learn from this and we'll move forward.
Mayor Schott.
Thanks, Councillor Roberts. Yeah, I agree with everything Jason said there. I'm just again want to thank staff for not bearing this, for bringing this forward. I think that you said we have a tradition here of bringing stuff to the forefront, and I actually don't think that has been the tradition of Norfolk County at all. That is a tradition really that started under yourself, and for that I thank you. And I hope that that is a tradition that carries on. Sometimes you make mistakes. You did it in, with good intentions and so on and so forth. And I'm always happy to back staff in that case. Now we can create, controls to make sure that doesn't happen again. The only thing I would disagree with you, though, I mean, yes, there is a nominal cost. It's not going to increase somebody's tax bill this year, but there is a cost to it. That reserve will have been diminished over, by that amount. So that's just something when we talk in the past of how, not raising taxes, don't worry about it, it's not costing you anything because we took it out of your reserve account. Well, it does cost the taxpayer in a different way. So, but again, a big thanks to staff for bringing that forward. It's just like all the drainage issues and everything else that we've done, which is why I get really, really frustrated when people say that this isn't a transparent council, because I don't know how much more transparent staff can actually be in bringing these items, like Jason said, when they could very easily be buried as they had in the past, but to the forefront and acknowledging the mistakes and figuring out a way that it doesn't happen again.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. With that, if there's nothing further from committee, would anyone like to move my speaking notes again? So I understand that we are moving on to deputations now. And do we have our deputation on the line, or are we going to?
Yes. Hi. How are you?
Good. And Jason, I will remind our deputation, Mr. Moose, you have 5 minutes, and I'll give you a 1 minute warning, and the time shall start when you're prepared. Is there any PowerPoint or any audio-visual you need to share?
No, I'll try to keep it simple.
Very good. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you kindly. Good afternoon, Mayor Chop and council members. Thank you for your time. I have to first say I've tried everything to avoid this deputation possible, dealing with countless county departments and county staff, and this issue has been absolutely daunting on me, and it's gone on for 3 years now. So basically, in summary of the issue, it involves a Nordell and a Bell box located on county property, partially impeding resident driveway access and the ability to hardscape the driveway. That being said, Nordell and Bell did come out back in 2018, and we started a discussion as to why these boxes were where they were, and they actually directed us back to Norfolk County. I spoke with Devin Hunter initially multiple times over a 1 year period, kind of 2018, 2019. We had a number of conversations. Devin was very kind, and ultimately what transpired from all these conversations was that there was a lot, and this lot was severed. And at the time of severance, the planning department did not impose a condition for severance to move these utility boxes to the property line or outside of a driveway, potential driveway access. And because that happened, there was really no resolution. It was a 1 in a million situation, and it slipped through the cracks, and we now have this problem that we have to deal with. Unfortunately, Devin didn't have the capacity to deal with it, so he referred me on to Jason Godby. I emailed Jason Godby a number of times over a 6-month period. Finally, 6 months later, I got a reply from Jason, and he basically directed me to council or Councillor Martin. I then reached out to Councillor Martin, who then got Devin basically involved once again. And I have to mention this is of great importance. In August 27th of 2020, that email from Devin Hunter said that unfortunately our records do not show what was submitted or what was commented on with respect to these boxes. Again, we don't know when these were installed or if they were shown on the original engineering plans. We don't know if Bell Nordell were circulated or if they made any comments. I apologize, but there are too many variables and unknowns that dictated how this played out. So meaning that we don't know why this happened, but this is very interesting because the staff report that I was privy to yesterday says that they did know about all this stuff. So the staff report is saying one thing, and Devin Hunter has said multiple times different things. Also, Mr. Hunter has stated not only to me, but others, including Councillor Martin, that this was missed. This was missed at time of severance. The planning department missed it. So then, again, trying to remedy this issue, I reached out to Jason Burgess multiple times over a 3-month period, and still to this day do not have a reply to those requests. I reached out to Nancy Patterson, and Nancy Patterson kindly replied to me on February 23rd of this year, stating Jason Burgess has been in contact with Devon. Devon is currently in discussion with Bell regarding relocating the cable. Finally, we thought, after years, we finally have resolution to this issue. Well, shockingly, about a month later, I get an email from Devon Hunter, who now is with the Roads Department, saying that Norfolk County is offering a contribution of $500 to assist you in having the pedestals moved. So again, we first have, that it was missed, it slipped through the cracks, and then we have a $500 contribution, and now we ironically have a staff report that's saying, we didn't conduct any error, this isn't our fault. Not only that, my deputation package that I submitted, it's also important to note, it was a 35-page deputation package. And it had great importance because it negates the staff report and provides the councillors with clarity as to how these events all transpired over this time period. And unfortunately, only 3 pages of those 35 pages ended up in the agenda. And I reached out to, when this was discovered yesterday, I reached out to Kevin Kleinberg, and I indicated to Kevin that, it's of paramount that these emails be shared with the council staff. So I do hope you now have those. And lastly, the staff report, and I think it's interesting to comment on, it suggests that this could cause a dangerous precedent. And if you review those emails between the county and myself, or the county staff, this is a very specific issue. This isn't a general issue. This is an issue, even as Devin said, that had multiple facets to it. And that's why we're kindly requesting on behalf of the tax-paying resident, this is of no fault of our own, to be able to have our driveway completed. We kindly ask for the council's support in having this resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, and right on time with your deputation, Jason. Very much appreciated. With that, we'll first go to Councillor Martin for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Moose, for your deputation. I think that was very succinct and to the point. I'm very well versed on your issue, though, so if you don't mind, I'll ask you a couple questions that may help with shedding some light for my colleagues. So in the report, I read that you had only just began this journey in 2020, but purchased the house much before then. Are you able to comment that this wasn't something you were waiting for a new council to come in and try your luck on again? Can you just share a bit more of your timeline of reaching out and requesting help?
Yeah, so again, the property was moved into or taken possession in November of 2017. And again, in 2018, as soon as the snow had departed, because again, this issue with these pedestals were impeding driveway access. Snow plowing, clearing companies were complaining about them. People coming over were complaining about almost hitting them. So this is kind of what led to reaching out to Bell and Nordell, and then ultimately Norfolk County. So again, no, this actually began in 2018 and still unfortunately continues to this day with, again, numerous gaps in time waiting on responses from the county.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, through you to the deputation, when you purchased the property, were you aware that the blocks and utilities were there?
No. What happens is the property, it was a vacant field, and a good description of that is actually in the staff report. It shows a picture of basically a giant field. I mean, there's no markings of, this is lot 1, this is lot 2. It was selected on a schematic. So for an example, when you go into a new, generally a new subdivision layout, and you go into the sales center, they have one of those, kind of boards on the wall, and the lots are all in green, and you see the red stickers on them, and it only shows you the lot dimensions. It doesn't show you, for example, where utilities are located, where hydro is, so on and so forth.
Okay, thank you. So how did you select that particular lot?
It was one of the ones, I guess, available, and there was a premium on the one next door, and there was no rhyme or reason behind it, really.
So if we were to just look at this from an outside perspective, could you just move your driveway and then make it easier for all parties?
No, and that's one thing that Jason Godby asked, and unfortunately, no. If you look at where these utility boxes are, they're relatively speaking right smack dab in the middle. So if you put the driveway on the right side, or on the left side and you take the required setbacks from the lot line, you have the utility boxes either on your left-hand side or your right-hand side, and either way, it's a substantial problem. And it's not just me that's identifying this problem. It's also we've had 4 driveway companies come out, again in opposition to the staff report, and the driveway companies are even saying this is a problem.
Okay, that was the next question for you. Was just have you? I'm not. That's okay. No, that's great. I'm not a planner. I'm not an engineer. I don't install driveways. So had you had some other advice outside of your own or from Norfolk County about placement of the driveway or the situation at large? But you have. So the only other thing I would just mention to you is that the clerk did send your correspondence, your emails to all council members today. I'm not sure if they've all had an opportunity to read it or not, and I will comment further to my colleagues when we get onto the staff report. So those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jason, is your utility box right smack in your driveway, or is it to one side of your driveway, or is it?
It's right on the. I'm sorry. Sorry. Say your last part again. I'm sorry.
Is it in the paved section or brick portion of your driveway?
No, it would be on the left, the immediate left side on county property between the county road, New Lakeshore Road, and the sidewalk. So yes.
How many feet would that be from your existing driveway to where these utility boxes are?
Well, the driveway right now is gravel, so you can't really get an accurate representation. And unfortunately, when you're looking even at a plan of survey or something like that, the reality is it's one of those situations where you can look at the lines on a piece of paper and they kind of make sense, and in reality, there's no way to modify it other than to move them or to have them moved.
Thank you.
Councillor Huffman, did I see your hand raised?
Yes, thank you, Chair Rabbits. I guess my question is to Jason, our deputation. Do you have an idea as to the approximate cost to remedy this situation?
Yeah, it's kind of been unfortunately a moving target over the years. Everything seems to keep at the right now. My best estimate is we're around $7,000 to move these.
7,000.
And
okay.
And that's what our concern is, obviously.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there isn't any further questions of committee for our deputation, I do see Councillor Van Indrishi.
Thank you. I'm trying to get on with this. If I may, is it the document or the diagram that is on page 56 of mine?
Yes, so that is a very interesting depiction I noticed that staff inserted on there.
Okay.
This is again very concerning. This picture is taken on an angle and it makes it look like this driveway will fit absolutely no problem. But if you look at that line, it's curving around the utility boxes. And again, the picture is taken on an angle. So this is a very inaccurate representation of the problem that we're actually facing, unfortunately.
Okay, and you are not, through the chair, asking the question, I apologize. If I may continue?
You may.
How many people are in the same situation that you are in?
And that's why I included photos of the immediately adjacent properties, and this is the only one with this issue. All the other utility boxes on the neighboring properties are on the property line where they are to be.
Oh, okay, so you just pulled the short straw.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And if there isn't anything further for our deputation, looking around, I suppose we should be hearing our staff report next. I do understand that Councillor Martin has a motion prepared. But I think it's in order to go to hear from our staff first. So let's go to the staff report. Unless there is anything pressing, council would like to direct to staff. I'm not seeing anything urgent. Mr. Sloan, will you be presenting this report?
Sure, through the chair, I can speak to it on behalf of some of the staff members, perhaps that have been involved in this, and I'll be brief. personally, I did want to get to the bottom and confirm some of the facts, and so that's where the information that the delegation may have had from past that staff were unsure of some items, I wanted to make sure that we had some clarity. It's not a severance. It was a new plan of subdivision when a new builder purchased the lots. Bell did comment on the original submission for that, in that the infrastructure was already in the ground and they didn't see the necessity to move it under the new lot fabric. The utilities were shown in the photos. It's pretty clear that they were there on that vacant lot for anyone looking, I guess, to purchase. The building permit for this lot, I guess, could have had a garage and driveway on the other side, but it had enough room in between, and it clearly shows the existing Bell utility and hydro utility. It looks like there's adequate room to pave the driveway. The photo was taken straight on. It's also not county infrastructure or utilities, so that's another factor in our consideration. We do want to be reasonable, of course, with our those that are moving into new lots, and so we did spend some extra time looking at this. It looks like the utility company does not think it's necessarily for them to move it, hence the added cost that they have for the landowner. And I think we can help answer any other questions beyond that, but it appears as if there's wide enough room to pave the driveway.
Can't see that.
Questions of committee at this time? Seeing Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, with the utmost respect, Mr. Sloan, I personally had countless conversations with staff who in fact told me that there was no documentation of Bell commenting that this was our error. And when I asked two staff members this separately, same reply, which was that it's a 1 in a million. It was a plan on top of a plan, and therefore I'm not the expert, the lots and the lines were there, and therefore utilities were put into the wrong spot. I further then said, how are we going to stop this in the future from this happening? And the response from both staff members was, it's such a 1 in a million thing. It is so rare that the plan would be put on top of a plan and there would be a transition between developers that we wouldn't catch it. And furthermore, that they just were seeking council direction to get permission from council and direction to pay for this, to remedy this one particular situation, and the county did accept ownership for this. So Mr. Moose and I have been working with staff trying to not do this in a public forum because it's not necessarily a great position for him to be in, nor Norfolk County councillors. But I have some contradicting information from staff as well. And I think if that reply or this report had to come out initially after inquiring, we would be in a very different spot today. I probably would have told Mr. Moose that I can't help him, and we wouldn't have dragged this on for, as long as we have. So just respectfully would like to share those comments. I have different information from staff.
Sure, if it's okay, through the chair, I'll briefly address that, and I see Mr. Burgess may want to supplement, and that's why I also wanted to get some confirmation as to what happened previously. So we did pull the original commentary that came on the subdivision. There has been and there are actually other instances of a registered plan of subdivision now with a new registered plan of subdivision. Another one coming out with Bluegrass Estates actually is in a similar situation, although the utilities may not all be in. In this case, we did find the original Bell comment, and we talked to the planner that was on the file, who is still with us today as our director of planning, and we did that additional research, confirmed. There is some concern, of course, about this not being municipal utilities and any other precedents that might set. We've taken a look at as well. I looked if this was my photo that I took that was straight on, and I looked a few lots down, and there is a fire hydrant with a hydro pole. So there is another unbuilt vacant lot that is going to have to do a building permit with a driveway in a good location. And I did see other lots in the neighborhood and around the corner that actually had fire hydrant with the driveway right up to it. So there are some other instances of other infrastructure close by. And I'll let Mr. Burgess may want to supplement some matters.
Thank you. Through the chair to committee. Yeah, when this issue became elevated to me, that's why, I chose to invest the staff time. This process is costly when you're looking at this, and some might say, well, why did you offer the $500? That the $500, frankly, was cheaper to offer than to investigate the staff time. But once it became a council issue, that's when I authorized the investment of staff time to go and thoroughly investigate the issue. And so, that's why I had somebody who was outside some of the original discussions to go through this process to investigate it. I am unsure, or I have never been presented with any emails from staff saying, I'm not saying that they weren't, but if there were, I did not see them. They were recognizing an error. I think the challenge with this is, the infrastructure was in the ground beforehand. The developer carved up their lots the way they wanted to carve them up and sold them as they sold them. And then if there was an issue with the design, from our point of view, this would be between the building, the owner and the developer. For the county to step in to pay for taxpayers' dollars to correct something that should have been corrected between the owner and the developer on a design basis, like we said in the report, can cause the county to be looked at as the easy pocket to go after. And, I can go through my subdivision. I have one where their driveway, which is paved, actually has infrastructure in the middle of their driveway. They're not making a claim against the county on that, but if this were to hold, that one would be there. I have other ones where the infrastructure is outside of the road allowance, but near the housing. So is that an issue then? Because the way that the developer developed that property, to say it's not going to be a precedent-setting issue, I would want staff, and council to get, more input on that from legal counsel, because I think once we start moving infrastructure that is not ours, after it's been signed off through the permit process, I think, though you might think this is a once in a million chance, I think there'll be lots of people who will come and say, well, we're not that dissimilar, or we're even worse. And I think that's the challenge. So if staff misled or had made statements prior to the homeowner, and I have not reviewed all the emails, that's on us. I would support the research that has been done by the planning group and someone who was not part of the process when they've gone through it to look at the comments. I did have some correspondence with Bell. Bell has, since the start, said, listen, infrastructure was in the ground, we're not doing anything. And I can understand the frustration, but it'll be up for council to decide. Anything more than that, it'll be a council decision, and which is fine. But then we need to then take a look at how do we handle the next issue, and what staff's guidance on how when the next issue comes up, how are we to handle that?
I believe I saw Councillor Van Passen had raised his hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question has been answered by staff in between.
And is there further questions, Councillor Martin? All right, then.
Sorry, I'm just having a glitch there. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay.
I guess I just struggle with offering up $500 as an arbitrary fee. We brought this individual along on information that both him and I have shared, and I've heard it firsthand from multiple staff members that this was, an oversight. So I understand, I hear what you're saying, but it's a little, at this point, it's a little bit too late. We've brought this individual all the way forward to this point in time and offered him a fee at dollar value that I can't quite understand how we necessarily got to. I find it to be a bit arbitrary, which in itself should be precedent setting. So those are just my final comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Councillor Martin. It begs a question for me. I've heard some dollar values thrown about this evening. We had 500 being offered first, an estimate for 7,000 to actually complete the work. And Councillor Martin, we will be driving towards resolution as you have a motion with sort of a fill in the blank for an option. If I may ask a question to staff, do we know what this may cost us if council were to decide to take on that precedent setting decision to move the utility? Is it $7,000?
We would have to verify the cost. I had received a lower cost estimate from Bell on their utility, but at the end of the day, you don't negotiate with the utilities. They move the utilities and they send you a bill. There's no 3-quote system. The cost is the cost of what they, what they incur. That they pass that on. So it would be something under $10,000 for this incident. Would be my comment. There is no way I can estimate or staff can estimate, how many other requests we may get on this type of, for this type of issue.
Mayor Chop.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, both yourself, Councillor Rabbits, and Councillor Martin, there seems to be some confusion with the 500. I think this is a point that sort of council overlooks sometimes. It's just how much our council meetings alone cost us and staff time. We have every single general manager here that's paid well over 6 figures. And I think Councillor Rabbits, you made the point following David Cribbs' comments in that first year budget deliberation. We thought of that for budget, but it actually applies to all council meetings because everybody is here for all the council meetings. So maybe Jason wants to clarify that again, but the 500 was what he was saying was if I go and I have staff members dig up all this old information, it's going to cost the county and the taxpayers money to go and do that research. So it was an offering of here's a contribution to the situation. But Jason, maybe you could just touch on that for a second, because I don't think it was understood where the 500 was coming from.
Yeah, the $500 amount, even though that I could have made the argument that we had no fault and that's what staff had believed. The $500 amount was an amount to be provided, so it didn't set a precedent and staff did not have to do any further work and the county wasn't exposed to further claims. So the $500 amount was offered by staff under staff authority to address the issue, so it did not have to come to this process and incur additional cost. But now that we're in a public forum with a potential decision on the fact the $500 offer is no longer valid because it was to avoid this and did not set a precedent. But now whatever you decide, it's going to be a motion of council authorized by a bylaw and binding at that point in time. So that now becomes a policy of council that staff will deal with going forward. So and the $500 was completely arbitrary. It was just, it was enough to be respectful to it, to contribute to the cost so that we could avoid, because I know for a fact, I've spent thousands of dollars now in staff time researching this. The report alone probably cost a couple of $1,000 and everything else. So, and that's the challenge.
That is the challenge, and those are sunk costs. Thank you, Jason. With that, is there any further questions of committee for staff, or can we now move to Councillor Martin to present her motion? Not seeing any hands raised. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Should we not receive the deputation and the report as information before we move on?
That sounds in order. With that, would you be willing to move?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We have a seconder. Seeing Councillor Michelli. Everyone understand? All those in favor? That carries. So then we'll next go to Councillor Martin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. As you all know, I put a notice of motion forward last week. And despite, the cost of operating meetings, and I actually recall Mayor Chop saying at budget that time, Councillor Rabbits, when you brought it up, we were X number of dollars an hour, that it didn't matter. That's the cost of business, and unfortunately, we weren't able to help Mr. Moose prior to elevating it to this level. And I can't recall the last time staff made a report based on a deputation. So that's the cost of business. That's the name of the game when we're here helping constituents and there are occurrences that happen on our level. I have a motion put forward here. I do have concerns of the level of precedent that would or could be set. I hear staff on that. I also do not believe that offering $500 would not have set a precedent. I believe that to be true. So I'm going to go ahead with my motion that we partially reimburse property owners Jason and Judith. And I say partially because Mr. Burgess has a different figure than what Jason had of $7,000. So I'll leave that to staff to find the lesser of the two figures, but I think that this should be handled and dealt with. Thank you.
All right. Does staff need any clarification regarding the motion? I think Councillor Martin's motion and notice of motion is going to supersede staff's recommendation in this instant, but we appreciate that there is one contained within the report. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Martin's motion? I'm not seeing any hands, and so the motion is defeated. With that, we can go back to staff's recommendation. Would someone like to move staff's recommendation or propose an alternative? And we can go back to Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I'd like to propose an alternative that staff look to up to $5,000 to make repairs.
Do we have a seconder for that alternative? Again, seeing no hands. I would like to see if a member of committee would like to move staff's recommendation or, yet again, propose another alternative. Councillor Van Passen.
I thought I already moved staff recommendation that we receive it as information, and thought that was moved, seconded, and voted on.
Oh, I thought you were with regards to the deputation.
Both of them I mentioned, so I will move the staff recommendation again that the report be received as information. So.
Through Chair Rabbits to Committee Member Van Passen. So the motion that was moved by Van Passen and seconded by Committee Member Michelli. It's a lot of M. Sorry. That it was at the news regarding utility boxes at 161A New Lakeshore Road, Port Dover be received as information, and that staff report CD 2150 regarding Bell Cable Utility at 161A New Lakeshore Road, Port Dover be received as information, and that carried.
Thank you.
I think the notice of motion has failed, so I think the answer is to move on.
I believe so. Okay, thank you for that clarification. So with that, we can move on in our agenda. We're now at our communications. And we have one item that has been pulled for discussion. Member Michelli has moved this. This is item D. Would anyone like to pull any items A through C for comment or discussion? Seeing none, can I have Councillor Huffman.
Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to, item number C, communications from Teresa Olson, just wanted to make a comment on that, and that was it. So, moving forward.
Okay, very good. Items A through B. Anyone like to pull any of those? Seeing none, can I have a mover to accept those items of communication? Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Martin. Anything further, Mayor Chop?
Sorry, Councillor Rabbits. I sent Sue Bugner an email. I don't even know if it's necessary at this point, but maybe Jason, she's probably not even on. We did just receive an email a little while at the beginning, just a couple hours ago, Councillor Columbus and I, from a resident in Delhi, and I didn't get that into it, but I sent it on to Sue. I just want to clarify with staff that when we brought this policy in, that council was pretty clear that if there was past arrears from before we introduced the new policy, that this wasn't retroactive on the landowners, and that we would still have to use the regular collection process to account for any past arrears.
That is correct. I just don't know if, like, when they have the notifications, I'm not as familiar with the billing system because it's a third-party billing system. How well they can segregate that. So I can take that under direction to get a response back, because it's not, again, we use a third party to bill this, right? So
Jason's. So that's the problem, is I guess Earth Solutions is saying that they can't just apply, the $50 payment for that first month that it starts when the individual, let's say, owes $500 in the past, which includes penalties and interest. So the landowner can't be responsible on his tax bill for the $500 for the past water arrears when he had no control or knowledge over that, let alone responsible for penalties and interest. And that certainly was not council's. I know that wasn't our direction at the time. So it sounds like there is an issue with Earth Solutions. Like I said, I did send the email on to Sue.
So we would probably just have to do a manual workaround when those issues come up to bill it. But let's respond back to it, because I agree, we weren't retroactively applying that issue to the landowners. I just think it's, when these things are automated, sometimes those exemptions or those exceptions don't get caught. So staff can report back on, it sounds like to me it would have to be a manual kind of override to the billing process for those that had pre-existing balances owing.
I don't, for the record, need a report back. I assume you guys will just take care of it. I just gathered that was the issue, that there was just something that we hadn't predicted with our solution. So it's all good. As long as, like I said, I did send the email to Sue Bugner.
Yeah, it might be good information for all council, because I'm sure there might be one or two of these that might pop up, and then you'll know how you'll deal with it.
Okay, well, I guess with that, we've had some discussion on item B. Do I have a mover to accept items A and B, those items of communication? Councillor Taylor and Mayor Chop. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? So carried. We're now on to item C of communication. And with that, I don't know if Teresa would like to start us off, and then we can go to Councillor Huffman.
Sure, through the chair. So the communications is, clerks is looking at streamlining our services. And so one of the things that has been a pain point for us is agenda preparation. And the delivery process that we have right now is a real time crunch for our department. We recognize that over the last year, especially, council has moved to a more virtual environment. And we'd like an opportunity over the next couple months to look at alternative ways to deliver the agenda, or different agenda processes that give us more or less time to prepare the agenda appropriately, put the time in that we need, and provide an option for council to receive the agendas either digitally or have a mechanism for them to still receive the hard copy agenda should they so wish, but in a different manner than we are doing it today.
Okay.
And Councillor Huffman?
Okay. Thank you, Chair Rabbits. I just wanted to state that from my position, I still would prefer to have a hard copy. I do understand the timelines, and I appreciate that, by Friday digitally is a lot quicker than getting out a hard copy by Friday afternoon by courier, especially when they arrive in the early afternoon. So I would like to propose that we go with option number 3, and certainly any councillor who is not interested in receiving a hard copy can opt out of that procedure. So that would be the one that I would like to move forward with.
And Councillor Martin, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with that. I also like a hard copy, but I am capable of driving in and picking it up. My question through you to Teresa is, are we eliminating the delivery positions, the courier positions? Are those staff, will those individuals be no longer required?
Through the chair, it will not remove the positions. It's a contract company that we use to do the courier services across the corporation. It would just change the contract a bit. And I just want to clarify that we would be looking to implement this in September at the earliest. We recognize we want to give council some time to get used to that and build what that process in. But we're happy to support council in any way possible to make sure that they can review the agenda appropriately.
Okay, I would be interested in hearing from my colleagues who are maybe a little bit more rural, as their internet's probably not as great and they'd have to make a farther trek in for an agenda, but I'm open to hear from them.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just going to add to Councillor Martin's comments. That would be the position that I am in, basically. And I also do prefer a hard copy. I think many of us do, it seems. But I would have no trouble picking up the hard copy wherever the location would be determined on Friday. So I have that hard copy for those 2 additional days. For me, that would be a better one. So I would prefer the staff recommendation of option 2 there. Thank you.
Next, Councillor Van Driesche, I saw your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. Through you, the chair, I too would like hard copy, and the reasoning for myself is our internet service that we have glitches. And so when you're in the process of printing out the information, because I do like hard copy, it gets kind of messy. So I would still prefer that.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question to Teresa. If the option is 3 were there, that is it possible that copies would be available for pickup on Friday, and by default, like if I didn't have a chance to run in and grab a copy myself on Friday, that it would automatically come to my home by courier on the Monday?
Through the chair, we can build that process in, absolutely.
Because I think that again, I have enough trouble reading the paper copies, let alone a computer screen. So I'll stick with the paper as long as I can.
Yeah.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, it sounds like most of us are in favor of a hard copy. I like to do a lot of scribbling on my notes when I'm reading through it. And I like Councillor Van Passen's suggestion. I think that works. Personally, I have worn eyeglasses since I was 7 years old. I was the only one in the grade of 40 students who had eyeglasses. So it's been a long time, and my eyes get really tired when I watch these visual screens forever. So hard copy for me, for sure. Councillor Van Passen's made a good suggestion.
All right. Well, if there isn't anything further, I think we've given adequate direction. With that, do I have a mover for accepting item C as a communication item? Seeing Councillor Michelle and Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? Carried. We're on to item D. That was pulled by Councillor Michelle. And I guess we'll go to you, sir, first, and then to staff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This correspondence that we've received from a resident, I think, brings to bear a topic that we have wrestled with at various times, particularly during this pandemic. The issue of the short-term rental rules in some of our resort areas. As I think everybody would be aware, we have had a tremendous influx of additional visitors to all of our beach and resort areas, and they have increased the demand for these short-term rentals. And I think that this allows us, I hope, to have a little bit of a general discussion about this whole topic. This is certainly a multifaceted issue. There are all kinds of variables that are associated with it, and I do understand, and it has been brought to my attention that this particular item is a concern for several municipalities that have resort or vacation areas, and I think it would just generally be helpful if we had some idea about what other municipalities do with regard to these short-term rentals in their resort areas and vacation areas. And I think, again, there are so many variables involved with this that it is difficult, I believe, to have a standard uniform policy right now. But I do think that for all the parties involved, some very simple and perhaps more importantly enforceable rules will be valuable for everyone to have. And I'm just maybe at this point, I'm hoping that maybe I could just check in with our bylaw supervisor, Mr. Milson, if he's on with us, to make a little bit of a comment about this particular topic. I don't know if he's with us.
I'm not sure either. Did staff wish to provide a response to Councillor Michelle? And I do see Mayor Chomp will be next in the speaking order.
No, I was just going to suggest Jason, because he did provide an email in response to council about, the availability of staff time and so on. And clearly, to do this right, you're going to need some time to do it. And I know Mr. Gardner would like to think that this can happen tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll provide a brief comment, and Ms. Olson, who bylaw reports up to, can also provide a comment, and she's had some firsthand experience with creating these bylaws. This is a controversial issue in many communities, and from a staff point of view, we don't want to rush in to make a bylaw that is just going to be challenged at LPAT. Because a number of these bylaws have been challenged at LPAT, and it becomes costly for the municipality. So from staff's point of view, I think it would be appropriate for staff to undertake some broader consultation so that council would obtain information with regards to short-term rentals. There is a fraction of the population that want short-term rentals because that's how they are able to afford a house or afford a cottage, because they bank on that money to be able to make housing more affordable. And there's a lot of people who they appreciate when their values rise when they have that, but there's also the, I'll call it the broader nuisance complaints. You bought a nice place and your next door neighbor is renting it out, and it's a cottage, it's a college frat party every weekend, and that's not acceptable to those, neighbors. So it's a complex issue. Staff would like to do some, some broader consultation with the community, do a search of other communities' bylaws, do a search of the LPAT rulings, and then provide council with, a more stable piece of information to make a bylaw that hopefully doesn't get challenged. This is not a 2-week project. This would be a multi-week project, and Ms. Olson can provide a comment. In our previous municipality in the GTA, I believe it was a multi-year process by the time they actually went all the way through with legal challenges and legal comments and that kind of stuff. We can learn a lot from what's already gone on, frankly, in other municipalities to do it quicker, but I would just caution council that it might not be lightning quick. So Ms. Olson might provide a comment.
Ms. Olson?
Through the chair, yes. So just for council's interest, we do have a report later on in the agenda that will be talking about a study that we're doing with respect to the growth management, and we will be touching on that matter within that report. My understanding is planning has been looking at this matter for about a year now. And I can speak from experience that I just came off a very large project on short-term rentals in my last municipality that still has not passed. I watched the planning meeting last night, actually. It was 2 years of back and forth looking at the different impacts of this type of licensing, consultations. There's different ways you can attack this matter. There's different components to who you're going to license, how you're going to license. And I just want to make sure that if we're going to do it, that we look at all of the factors to make sure that we do our due diligence and put something in place that will be correct for our municipality as well as meet the legal requirements needed for it.
Thank you, Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, again, and thank you, Jason and Teresa, for those comments. That's pretty much what I was going to ask, if I could direct staff to do all of that, so I'm glad that you prefigured that. I would just like to add one thing, if we can, to that process. If we can ensure that there is some kind of community engagement on behalf of several people, because there are several different viewpoints about how these rules should be implemented, and then how they should be enforced, and those types of things. So if we can, and I don't think unless I need to direct staff or ask to direct staff, that they do focus on an investigation of what other municipalities are doing, and to go and look at some of the LPAT matters as you've suggested. And if we could just add to that we will include some kind of a broad community engagement opportunity, so that we definitely have all the information that we have.
Mr. Sloan has some additional information.
Thank you, through the chair. In response to that, and for further supplemental, I would suggest that if or when council decides on the growth management study kickoff, launch report that's later in the agenda, then you would be endorsing doing just that. So the broader land use consideration and impact the housing market as it relates to short-term rentals is going to be considered as part of that study. That study does include community engagement. The communication individual, Mr. Gardner, is already on our contact list for that. And so you'll hear a little bit more from the planning group later in the agenda about how that component fits into looking at the broader engagement, which is that broader consultation that Mr. Burgess said. There are still, of course, enforcement bylaw behavioral matters, and that's this can get pretty big. So we need to kind of focus in on this matter, but we will be doing that background review, which is already underway.
Thank you, Brandon.
Very good. If there are no further questions of committee for staff.
I believe Mr. Burgess has something.
Yeah, sorry, Chair Rabbits. I just was, if it's okay, I was just going to relay how staff's going to take this direction and make sure it's satisfactory to council.
Please.
Staff will do a high-level overview of existing bylaws on this matter from other communities. and provide a summary of that. And then the consultation process with regards to short-term rentals would be wrapped into, if approved, the growth management plan going forward. That would be how I would take the staff recommendation. I think it accomplishes the review and the consultation that you're looking for. But I just wanted to make sure that was okay.
Is there any objection on behalf of committee? Seeing no hands raised, in objection to that direction, Jason, I think you understand quite well.
Sure. I got the nod from the shadow. Councillor Michelle is the shadow, so I saw the shadow nod, so I figure that's okay.
There you go.
Yes, you are correct, Mr. Burgess.
Okay. Well, with that, we still need to accept the communication item as information. Do I have a mover? Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Michelle. All those in favor? And so concludes our items of communication. Don't believe I'm missing any there. With that, we're on to staff reports. 8 in our agenda. Looks like up first we have staff report EIS 21-29. I think I'd like to just recommend before we jump into that, we'll give staff an opportunity to prepare, and how about we just have a short break? How about 6 minutes? We'll be back for 5:10. And we'll see how many reports we can go through, and we'll see when we get hungry. How does that sound? Okay, thank you. If deputants or members of the public wish to communicate prior to next week about this report, they may send written submissions to the clerk, who will forward them on to council and into our package for consideration. We're first looking at staff report EIS 21-29, the interurban water supply short-term recommendation requiring a budget amendment. First, we'll be going to our CAO, Jason Burgess, who wishes to start off our discussion this evening.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. I'll start the discussion, and Mr. Godby will put in any loose parts that I've missed. The purpose of the report is to gain approval for the direction of a long-term water solution for Norfolk County. This has been a long time coming. And unfortunately for this term of council, it was compressed in a very short period of time, quite frankly, because it wasn't too long after this council took, got their seats warm, that you were stuck with a very high-risk situation in Port Dover requiring a building moratorium. I want to stress that this report does not address all the questions that are out there. There will be further information. We are gathering information as we speak. We have two engineering firms out there confirming data, and we will be bringing additional information to this council in the fall. But what's important about this report is that it sets the direction strategically for Norfolk County to move forward. The option that council is putting forward is option or alternative 2.4 from the original WSP study that was circulated to council and council discussed a few months ago. Staff are recommending this policy because this option because it reduces our overall risk to the water situation. We acknowledge that this may be the more expensive solution or is likely to be the more expensive solution, but it allows us to bring water to the county earliest and at the lowest risk. And when I talk about risk, I'm talking about the risk of delay for construction, the risk of delay for regulatory approvals. Option 2.4 really means that we're going to move forward with expansion of our Port Dover water plant and a solution for Simcoe. Currently, the solution that is on the books and fully budgeted is the Northeast Well solution, and we'll continue on with that until we get further confirmation that there might be a better solution from Haldeman to connect to Simcoe. The reason that it's very important to have these options where there's engineering certainty and there's financing in place is because we want to be able to not have a building freeze. We want to continue to grow the county and allow developers to move forward with what's called an H or a holding provision on development, which means they can continue to move developments forward through the planning stage and even to construct some of this. But when the moment, is there to connect to the water has to be there. We believe that as we construct the water plant, builders could also take the timeline and also construct so that when the plant is online, they can get the water and, growth can be, accelerated, but in a smooth and orderly fashion. So, so that is, that's the basis of the recommendations here. Staff need to come back and gather more information to see whether we will switch from the Northeast Well in Simcoe to connect early to Haldeman for excess water capacity. And staff also need to come back with very well written rules as to how we will provide allocation of water and provide holding provisions and how that would move through the process. And that's something that staff needs a little bit more time on. What we didn't want to do, though, is wait further. We don't think that we are confident in this position going forward to continue to move forward with Port Dover. And we think it is the best solution going forward. But we think if we get council approval for the budget amendment, we can start to do the construction of the Dover. That takes Dover, that will provide Dover water for the next couple of decades. And we can move forward with that. So You know, staff could wait several more months, frankly, to collect all the data. It might not change the conclusion, and that's why we want to move forward with it. We believe we're at the point now where we have enough information that we can set the strategic direction, and some of the other details can be finalized later this fall as we move forward, but we can move forward with the major project. The report details a number of options that we're going to look at, and you know, with regards to some of the short-term or interim steps that we can take, and some of the planning implications on that. And like I said, Mr. Godby or Mr. Sloan can provide further information, but I just wanted to draw the attention to, you know, this has been a long time coming for the county. As the report starts off, it has an excerpt from a 2007 report. You know, this council during its term has really invested a lot of money to get the engineering up to this point in time, and we'd like to continue moving forward with a water solution. So with that, I'll pass that over to Mr. Godby to provide any other further technical details, and then we'd be more than happy as a staff to answer any questions from council.
Mr. Godby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jason. I think you did a great job kind of summarizing the overall intent of the report. As you indicated, there is quite a bit of information contained within this, and I guess the intent of that was to try and keep council informed of all the different work that is going on and all the things that are being looked at as this project proceeds. Really, as Mr. Burgess indicated, one of the key drivers of this being the budget amendment is that we're looking for council's support, I guess financially at this point, in order to keep the project moving in Port Dover for the ultimate water treatment capacity expansion that is proposed there and is highlighted in alternative 2.4 of the IUWS. Essentially, with the recommendations of this report, what we're looking at would be that as if council supports this process, that we would keep WSP, our engineer of record on that treatment facility, engaged in completing the work that was initially started a few years back relating to high lift pumping and UV disinfection and some filter upgrades. That engineering work would be continuing while the clarifier replacement is happening, the installation of those DAF units that this council had previously supported us with. What that will allow us to do is get that engineering finalized and the tenders issued, and basically once the clarifier replacement project is completed, we would be in a position where we will then be right away starting on the capacity expansion, the UV upgrades, the pumping upgrades, and the filter conversions, with the intention that in late 2022, early 2023, at our projected timeline, that we would have that facility brought back up to full capacity and able to meet the current needs of Port Dover, address the current deficit situation that we're dealing with, and have excess capacity to deal with future growth based on our 2041 capacity or our population projections. So that's the ultimate goal of that, of this report. In conjunction with that, we're going to continue to work with Haldeman in negotiation and finalization of that long-term purchase and sale agreement, and as well continue to refine some of our information surrounding our concerns with water supply in Simcoe, with the ultimate goal that staging of the Nanticoke connection will be brought forward to council in a manner that will provide us the most amount of water in the shortest amount of time, at least as options for your consideration, so that the ultimate end goal being that we don't want to be in a position where any of our communities in Norfolk are being hampered on the development front because of lack of servicing. Ultimately, it is my belief, at least, that the connection and supply from one of the mega plants of Lake Erie, being the Nanticoke Treatment Facility, will provide us good long-term stability of water supply across our urban centers, and will allow us to proceed with further growth and development in Norfolk County. That being said, I don't know if Mr. Sloan has anything he wants to add at this point, or whether we might just want to open up the floor for questions of council, and we can go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Sloan?
Sure, thanks. And through the chair, I'll just be brief to supplement and available for questions with the team. I think the important part is that we need to make sure we're maintaining a certain supply of service land for growth and development. There's provincial and our county direction for that. The staging of infrastructure and development is going to be quite important into the future. We do need some clarity for the development industry. A lot of it starts with having an approved solution. With an approved solution, we can then get the rules for proceeding and for how and when capacity is allocated to different developments, as Mr. Burgess referred to. And we're investigating the mechanics and the tools for how we do that, whether it's through certain holding provisions, development agreements, and how the potential for even if development in some areas could proceed while the water infrastructure is proceeding. These are some of the principles that we're all looking at. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. First on my speaker list, I have Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I totally agree that we got to get the Port Dover situation straightened out as quickly as possible. We're probably all getting calls from those developers for quite some time. And the question I have is the northeast well, the Bloomsburg well, the report indicates 5,800 cubic meters per day. How many dollars do we have invested in that whole project to date, Jason?
I'm going to assume you mean Jason Godby. So I'm going to play coy on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's fair. There's been a number of Jasons on this call today. I would have to verify that number exactly, Councillor Columbus. However, I'm not sure if our finance team would be able to quickly pull up to the FMW report. I believe it's been in and about $1 million over the past, I'm going to say, decade that has been put onto that project.
So with the $1 million, I would think we don't really want to hold back on not utilizing that well and moving forward with it, I would think, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, in order to see that development with all the engineering and hydrogeological study that's gone into the background of it, we're still looking at a multi-million-dollar investment to bring that online. By the time you actually build the pump house, we need to complete the acquisition of land. Right now it's on a leased piece of old rail line between Simcoe and Waterford. So by the time we do that and then actually run the pipeline to pump raw water to the Northwest treatment facility, we're still looking at multiple millions of dollars in order to do that. Whereas if a comparable volume of water might be able to be more quickly achieved from a connection down to Townsend, that could actually ultimately be a better bang for our buck and get us that immediate surplus water into the community.
Thank you. And my second question Your report
if I may,
indicates.
Mr. Burgess did have an interjection with some supplement to your question.
Yeah, thank you, and through to Councillor Columbus. It's a good question. At the end of the day, Councillor Columbus, the Northeast well is still our authorized solution. It has been engineered to a certain point, and we've received key Ministry of Environment approvals. So staff is moving forward with that project. But if we find out in September that Holdeman, if there is a cheaper and quicker solution from Holdeman, we will come back and notify council that we are going to cancel that project and move to a cheaper and quicker solution with Holdeman. So the only way we'd get off the Northeast water project, well project, is if there is if there's an identified solution that is fully funded going forward. So you know, just to be clear, we're moving ahead until we have something that's convincing otherwise.
Thank you. And
Councillor
my second
Columbus.
question, your report indicates that Holloman can supply us with water for $1.75 a cubic meter, Jason Godby. And I sent you an email this morning. What does it cost Norfolk County to produce a cubic meter of water in comparison to that $1.75 per cubic meter number?
So I'll take this one, the other Jason. So currently, so the $1.75 would be the early estimate for a bulk water contract for their excess capacity. Currently, when you look at our full in cost, it's closer to $1.60. Now the $1.60 number, we have a benefit from an accounting point of view that we are running older plants that need repairs, so our costs have been lower. But when you look at what we're going to have to spend over the next few years, as this council has approved 6% rate increases over the number of years, that $1.60 is going to rapidly increase beyond that amount. So we would pay in the short term a little bit more, but in the longer term, we'd pay less. But gives you a bit of perspective as far as the pricing.
Right, that does that job. Thanks.
Yeah.
Next, we'll hear questions from Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Jason or Jason. I spoke with Mr. Godby already, so probably easier to bounce some of these off him. But for public record and just clarity, we're talking about 2.4, you just confirm this for me, 2.4 standalone expansion in Port Dover, as well as Nanticoke, sending water to Simcoe through Townsend, correct? Question mark, is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin, yes, that's the essential gist of it.
Thank you. With an estimated fall/winter 2022 water supply in Port Dover compared to the 2026 figure that we earlier discussed.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Martin, just for clarity, when we talk about the 2026, that is ultimately the projections that we have on file right now for the ultimate build out and full capacity expansion at Nanticoke. And maybe I'll just kind of preface this, since you asked the question earlier, that there's others that I'm sure would like to hear it as well, that when we originally started talking about current excess capacity values from Nanticoke and just looking at a pipeline, the immediate pipeline to Port Dover, the issue that we ran into there is we could not necessarily get enough water to actually have a real positive impact on Port Dover for the money spent. What I mean by that is 2,800 cubic meters in Port Dover is not sufficient enough to address current or future building needs. It basically gets us to a kind of a break-even-ish point, a little bit better than breaking even right now, but the issue being that in order to pipe to Port Dover right away, we need that capacity expansion of the Nanticoke plant, which is going to still take multiple more years. that is part of the real reason as to why we're suggesting, and why WSP has suggested through the interurban study, the idea of investing in the Port Dover plant locally and doing the other work and feeding the other communities and making sure that they're all good and stable while Port Dover is currently standing on its own 2 feet.
Because
in the meantime, what?
Water everywhere.
Yes. So the intention being that Port Dover now becomes, instead of the first place to bring water to, it becomes the last place from a timing standpoint of the Nanacoke connection.
Understood. Okay, thank you. So when we talk about servicing Port Dover specifically, how much water, and I'm not going to hold you to exact figures here, and the development community is probably listening, so we're not going to hold you to that, but give me an estimate so I can wrap my head around what type of capacity we're bringing online in Port Dover through option 2.4.
We'll go to Jason Burgess first, and then to Jason Godby.
Sure. So to answer the question directly, and I apologize, I was going to make a further comment, but to answer the question on the floor, the expansion would target the 2041 growth data. It would be sufficient to deal with the previous growth plan data up to 2041. That being said, it's likely that we are on a quicker pace for growth in Port Dover than that. So, the way I look at it is it probably buys you 10, 12 years worth of growth expansion in Port Dover. I did just want to raise a comment. I know dates get thrown out, and sometimes the public will hear a date and pick on it. Building a water plant today with ministerial approval, the timeline is really dictated by the ministry. And, we can in theory say we should be able to get this done by 2026. But anyone who's familiar with dealing with ministerial approval, timelines can stretch for 2 or 3 years. And especially when you're looking at water and wastewater projects, they're notoriously longer than anticipated, which was one of the leading factors. When you look at the WSP study, section 9 of that study was with regards to risks. And one of the things we wanted to look at was we are 90% engineered for the Dover expansion, and the amount of ministerial approval that's required is far less to expand the Dover plant. And same with the well in Simcoe, we're farther along from a regulatory, so our risks for timeline delays are a lot less on those two, where the Haldeman expansion isn't even preliminarily engineered at this point in time. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that this isn't about being 1 or 2 years quicker. We could be, because of risk of delay, multiple years quicker by doing this approach. And that's why, staff fully recognize what we're asking here for is a more expensive solution, but we think in the long run it might be cheaper because the risks are a lot lower. So I apologize for the long answer, but hopefully that addressed both your questions, Councillor Martin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a few more, if I may, through you back to Mr. Godby. So the actual additional capacity on top of our current use and on top of our deficit that we need to make up, how much extra water and capacity are we bringing on under 2.4 for the Port Dover location?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For you too, Councillor Martin. Right now, our current firm capacity of the Port Dover water treatment plant is about 2.5 megaliters per day, which is also called 2,500 cubic meters per day, or and for those who like to do the math, 1 cubic meter equals 1,000 liters. So the expansion that we're proposing here will bring us up to 7.3 megaliters per day, a firm capacity of 7.3 megaliters per day.
So I think
that's an increase from essentially of 4.8.
Roughly an extra 2,000 cubic meters above and beyond what we have, right?
Now, not through the chair, not to be quoted on this number. However, our last time I looked at the data, we were in at about 44.8 as our peaking factor. So that's, 4,800 cubic meters per day is what the current needs are ish in that ballpark. It fluctuates obviously annually by a certain amount. But that's about where we are. So we're looking at, yes, in that sense, approximately 2.5 more.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, my final question. Mr. Burgess touched on environmental assessments regulatory authorities, and because we have a footprint, because we have a building, that's going to be a little bit easier for us. So I'll cross that one off the list. Final question would be water rates negotiated. In our report, we talk about the $1.40, $1.50. We've just mentioned $1.75. What is the, I'm not advocating for this, but what is the logic and reasoning that we're going to then go and tell our users who are paying from water directly out of the lake in Dover versus the Haldeman plant with a different rate? I know that we put those all together. I know that we subsidize users. What comments do we have that we can share right now with the community to throw out, essentially, that we're not looking at different rates for different communities because of different plants?
Sure, I'll start. So the framework of negotiation that we're working with Haldeman is that as the water that leaves, because we will be paying to expand the Haldeman plant, but when the water leaves the Haldeman plant, whether it's going to a Haldeman customer or a Norfolk County customer, when the inch it leaves the plant, it all gets charged the same. Norfolk County customers will then have to pay for the distribution cost to then distribute it to Norfolk County residents and the costs that are associated with it. But the cost of production, the framework that we're proposing with Haldeman is that they get charged the same amount. And then once everyone's interconnected, it won't matter. Everyone's paying the same. In the interim, when some people are on well water and some people are not on well water, what you will end up doing is blending the rate. So every customer, it doesn't matter where you get your water from in Norfolk County, all the customers are in the same pot, and you would then do that. The long-term advantage of moving to a joint solution is water is becoming increasingly expensive because of increased regulatory requirements and increased equipment costs. So by combining with Haldeman, you'll have longer term rate stability, because now you'll have, instead of us only having approximately 15,000 customers on the system and they having about 14,000 customers on the system, you'll have 30,000 customers on the system. So when you then do an upgrade, the next upgrade or the next requirement that the province puts in that costs us money, you're going to spread that cost over, over 30,000 people versus, our smaller systems. So that is the intent. The $1.75 is just frankly, is just the short-term rent or rate that we would pay if we have to buy water from them. Because we're not paying for any infrastructure. There's a whole bunch of things that they're paying for on their end that we don't have to pay for. But long-term, the intent is everyone will pay the same. We're all in it together in that case. And the benefits will be shared by everyone. When they have a major repair, when there's a major repair required at Nanticoke, all the customers are paying for it at the same time.
Thank you,
so
staff.
Hopefully that addresses the question.
Thank you. Next, my speaker list, I have Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I've brought this up a few times, or maybe I'm just too simple-minded, but we're doing some upgrades at the Dover plant that I understand that would sort of get us back to what we need for existing customers we have there now. And there's a 30-inch water line coming from Haldeman that is 6.1 kilometers away from a water line in Dover. And Haldeman currently has some excess capacity. They can calculate it different ways, but it is there. So if the overall goal is an interurban water supply where all our urban areas, or the majority of them, are interconnected, and if the money is all going to be borrowed money, So there's no point in delaying one project to another because we're going to borrow it all with the interest rates where they are. We might as well just start on all of it. Why wouldn't we run a pipeline from, well, in simplified terms, run it from Haldeman, put a big toilet float on top of the water tower in Dover, keep it full from Haldeman water. That gives us surplus capacity. Probably a great opportunity for a public-private partnership to have developers help put that in, and that would free up our engineering staff to do some other work. We get the Northeast well in Simcoe hooked up, but at the same time as we are engineering that, run the pipeline both ways, one into Simcoe from Bloomsburg, the other one into Waterford. It adds capacity and redundancy for both. At the same time, run the water line from Simcoe to Delhi, which would add capacity and redundancy for both. And if the overall big scheme of things is to, whether it's one big plant in Dover or the big plant in Haldeman, they're all going to be connected at some point anyway. So any work that you put where you put in pipelines now, they're going to be needed later. So why not just start on them all now? And in the future, okay, maybe we can run from Haldeman up, connect to Waterford from Townsend, but you're still going to need that line from Waterford back to Simcoe. You're still going to need the line from Simcoe to Waterford. So why not just start on it and do it?
Mr. Burgess?
Yeah, I'll start. All good questions, Councillor Van Passen. The original plan was to connect to Dover first. That was one of the original plans. However, as Mr. Godby says, that the 2,400 cubic meters really would not allow for future growth in Dover. So that the value of that water, because we're essentially at break even in Simcoe, is actually worth more to Simcoe. We can build the plant in Simcoe, in Dover, within a year, and then we can take care of Dover for the next 10 or 12 years. If we connect, the first priority connection would be in Simcoe, so that way there is no delay in development in Simcoe. I agree with you, the rest will have to be all interconnected, and we would use that. We can start with, we can start on that project, and we are intending to. This council gave us authority last time to hire some temporary procurement individuals. Unfortunately, we'll bring another report back. Unfortunately, we were unable to hire any additional procurement resources because the competitiveness of the marketplace, so we'll bring something back to council to address that issue because we need to be able to procure it. And we are looking to expand our bench strength to try to bring a dedicated engineer in for this process to lead it, because to do the pipelines, we have to do the specs and get that out to the marketplace to bring it online, and we're just having difficulty frankly getting enough additional staff because of the competitive nature of wages right now in the engineering and procurement space. So we're going to bring a different strategy to council for that.
And if I could, Mr. Chairman, I forgot to mention, our West End, we can't forget about Port Rowan. Everybody said for years, the problem there is we need to source the water from the lake, not the bay, because if you can't get water out of the bay when we have record high water levels, how do you get it in 10 years when it's low? And, that was always the complaint. The mistake was made when they first did it. So let's get the intake out into the lake water instead of bay water. And again, that can go on at the same time. We don't have to wait for that. Let's just get started on it and commit to it and get the water out there as well. Thank you.
Mr. Godby, and I do want to make sure staff have had an opportunity to respond. We do have many staff members on the line before we move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've scribbled a few notes here, so hopefully I don't bugger them all up. Just with respect to Port Rowan, I guess my initial comment with on that would be staff are currently looking at a couple different options there. One of the key evaluations that we're doing there is on that existing intake and recognizing the age and the shallow water of it all, what modifications we might be able to make to that to ensure that we can continue to draw enough raw water from that inner bay. And at the same time, looking at what potential upgrades could be done to the existing facility in order to pump more water out. If we can confirm what we're able to actually suck in from that lake and then be able to treat it and pump it out, that could definitely change the whole tune, at least in the short term, of Port Rowan. That being said, we have had some projects on the go. With one of the current active projects that we're working on is related specifically to Port Rowan. And if this council recalls, it was about a year and a half ago or so, we had an approval for it was in the area of $1 million of basic maintenance work of that Port Rowan water treatment plant. The overall budget that has been approved is around the $5 million mark. The intention of that extra money was that as soon as we wrap this up, we're now rolling into this kind of second phase of it to see what we can do at the actual facility itself in order to push more water out. Prior to really executing on that, we're taking a hard look at that intake to make sure that that intake is still a viable solution for us. So there is work that is going on there. We've got more meetings set up with the engineers in the coming weeks to come with that. That is another item that we will be bringing back to this council come this fall, and hopefully be able to have a good firm plan of what we're going to do in order to deal with Port Rowan, because you are correct, it sometimes becomes a bit of the forgotten one out there because it is so geographically separate from our other urban municipal water systems. As we talk about the idea of doing concurrent of transmission mains to all these communities, it is something that we are looking at, and if it can be done, we will continue to look at it, especially as we know what is happening in Simcoe with our existing groundwater wells and some of the operational concerns we have there with diminishing capacities. Yes, we are doing a great deal of water optimization there, and we're trying to squeeze every drop out that we can. That does not relax the point that from a long-term viability standpoint, we understand and we know we need to get some water there. When you talk about Waterford and the potential for growth that is there, we've already identified that right now we don't have a significant concern with water in Waterford. However, we also do know there is a lot of interest for growth there. And the proximity on the north end of Norfolk County lends itself nicely to growth when you look at neighboring communities in adjacent municipalities that are experiencing significant growth booms. The transmission main from Townsend to Simcoe poises us and puts us in a spot where if Waterford takes off, we're not going to be scrambling to look to be putting in a new well or anything of that nature, which we in our recent experiences have taken an excessively long amount of time. Once that Nanticoke plant expansion is done, and then we have interest in an urban boundary expansion for Waterford and significant growth in Waterford that requires water, we're going to be able to relatively quickly run that pipeline up and supplement that supply so that we're not in this same position that we're talking about right now with Port Rowan and Simcoe and Port Dover. The only other final point I wanted to make, and this isn't just applicable to these projects, but I guess all of our reconstruction projects in general, is right now we are currently seeing some negative effects of the whole COVID global pandemic as it relates to supplies for these types of projects. Many of the fittings and some of the pipe extrusions, that are required for us here are very reliant on other overseas markets, and a massive slowdown of some of those markets has put us in some positions where we are looking at delays on delivery or extra costs over and above. So there are not to say that it will happen, 2 years from down the road, but that is something at least to remain cognizant of biting off all this work with the resources that we have, with the potential for increased costs, and with the potential for delays of getting some of the materials required to do this. I think I covered my scratch pad, so I think I'm done for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Godby. We'll let you flip to the next page. Not seeing any more hands raised from staff in response to Councillor Van Passen. So we'll now move. Is there nothing further, Councillor Van Passen?
Just one other quick question.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I'm having trouble converting cubic meters to gallons, but if I got my math right, 1 million gallons of imperial gallons of water is 4,500 cubic meters. Is that right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I apologize. I got to get out my calculator then to do it because I missed the whole boat on the gallons thing. I've been raised from day one as a liters guy, but I can do that math.
Because it leads to my question really is, like, what size of pipe are we looking at to hook? Like, is that a 12-inch pipe, an 18-inch pipe, the 30-inch pipe? Like, what would you need to hook between Dover and Nanticoke or Waterford and Dover? What size of pipe are you looking at? Because, like, we got a permit to take water at home for irrigation, and I can pump 1 million gallons a day, and I do that with a little 6-cylinder Chrysler pump and a 6-inch line. So what are we looking at to move that volume of water, if municipal water? So
through the chair, Councillor Van Passen, I'm not even going to hazard a guess. I can pull it up here on my computer while we're doing this, and I can get you that size.
All right,
thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Abbottson. Through you, don't want to take too much time up with this one, but I just want to make sure that staff is considering what that combined internal policy mechanism with Haldeman is going to have to look like to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again. I want to make sure that no future council, no future staff have to deal with a similar problem where we're running out of water. When I'm 90, sitting there and reading in the Reformer that, oh, yeah, we're out of water again. Just want to make sure that that is being kept in mind. So.
Through Chair Rabbits to the councillor, that would be something that would have to come back to council. The governance structure of how that would work, the length of the contract we'd be looking into. These deals are generally kind of 25, 30, 40-year deals, but yes, no, I agree. The requirement for expansion and the requirement to meet needs on a timely basis would be something that's required in the governance structure.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Chop.
Thanks, Councillor Roberts. I guess I have a couple concerns. One, I already spoke with Jason Burgess earlier today in terms of the lack of some numbers being in there. But, Jason, when you talk about that 2,800 cubic meters not being sufficient to go to Port Dover, and I agree, better directed to Simcoe to a point, how is it that you intend then to blend Nanticoke's water and the well water in Simcoe? What's going to be the solution for that? And I guess I ask that because, to me, I see where Councillor Van Passen is going, and I think I don't like the idea of us waiting anymore either. And it's not just about Dover, it's about Dover and Simcoe at this point. And I'm glad finally Waterford has entered the conversation again. Because Waterford actually a year ago was deemed more of a high risk than Simcoe or Port Rowan because of the fact that the two wells are in the same aquifer and the risk that poses. Somehow that's now fallen off the radar. So why would we not start the pipeline between Delhi and Simcoe, given that we know there's excess capacity, and then once that line is run from Nanticoke to Simcoe, it will be easy to, tie that all in at that point. But for a very simple, part of the problem is there's so many problems with water all at once, and while I agree we can't forget about Port Rowan, council also and staff has to start prioritizing, how we're going to tackle this. And they can't address all 5 plants here all at once. And Port Rowan, I think, is probably, one of our to me, it's lower on the scale than the others. And so, why would we not move and just start? Although it's hard for me to say that because, again, there's no figures put in here about what the capacity is in Delhi and, what the requirements are in Delhi over the next, 2 years to determine how much excess would be able to go to Simcoe. But we know that you can blend those 2 water sources easily, and that will be one of the more, one of the more quick solutions that we can advance starting right now.
So I through the chair, I can start, and then Mr. Godby.
I just wanted to know, Jason, I know you didn't know the figures today. I was just wondering if Jason Godby might be able to tell me the figures from Delhi. What are we rated at in Delhi, and what are we using currently, and what do we need over the next couple year horizon?
Through the chair, I don't have those numbers right with me today, but I will continue to look them up here. Just in general, I can say that was also a thought that had occurred to staff, is this Delhi to Simcoe connection. It's not out of the realm of possibility. We haven't pursued it extensively at this point, mainly due to focusing on the numerous other priorities that we have. And you are correct from a blending standpoint. The fact of those two water sources both being groundwater, both being fluoridated, does lend it to quickly being able to connect. Part of the concern there being the continued increased interest for growth that is occurring in Delhi, being that if we then connect that and pipe the excess from Delhi to Simcoe in order to address concerns in Simcoe, is will we possibly be shorting Delhi? I don't know that to be correct, but those are the kind of conversations that we are continuing to have between engineering and community development and development engineering.
I get that, but the problem is we have to start moving on something right now. So to me, we should have numbers of what the current usage is in Delhi, what we need at peak demand. We should have easy projections of development that's on the books and what we can anticipate for development in the next 2 years. And if we are able to start with the pipeline now to Delhi and get that online by the fall, as opposed to what this is saying is we're going to still wait until the fall and make a decision. If we can get that online by the fall, then you've got, if Delhi is going to run out of water with sharing water with Simcoe in, 2 years, then you've got 2 years, which, given the way that we move on things, to be able to run the line from Nanticoke to Simcoe, and that will also be connected into to Delhi.
No, I just want to stress that the option is not changing. We are going to build the northeast well to add capacity to Simcoe. The only time we would come off of that plan is if there was a fully knowledge plan that the Holdeman solution is better. By moving a pipeline we can build a pipeline in between Delhi and Simcoe, and that's not a problem. But at the end of the day, we need the additional capacity within our whole system. So this isn't a choice about whether we should put a pipeline into Delhi is going to solve the Simcoe problem. We have a known solution that we've budgeted for, that we've got engineering for, that we've got preliminary and ministry approval for. We want to continue on with the creation of the well to put 5,000 plus cubic meters of supply into Simcoe, which can also be piped to Holden or to Waterford. You know, and that is the solution at this point in time. So we're moving forward with that, and unless there is some other solution that comes up that is better than what we have now. We believe that the well thing can be created in 2.5 years with a pipeline. And unless something else comes up with better information to do that, we can evaluate that, but we're not moving off the well situation.
Well, we can if council decides to move off the well, but you know, we're spending money in Dover that ultimately we know we're literally going to flush down the drain at a certain point because we need to expedite things. I've accepted that. You know, we can't go on all these years with not doing that. So I agree with your position to rebuild Dover. What I don't agree with is putting money down the drain in the year 2021 to keep on a well that's been worked on for the last 10 years and we've spent how much money on to keep putting more money down, when if we could go and just right now as council move that we're going to at least bring the connection from Delhi. So within a matter of months, we can keep Simcoe going, and that at least gives staff time to be able to not only start the upgrades at Nanticoke right away, but to also bring that pipeline from Nanticoke. I don't understand why we would go, what it is we're waiting for. And the only thing that would make me change my mind is if you tell me a number that Delhi is, you know, we've only got additional 6 months or something there, but I'm not seeing any numbers, so it's hard for me to say. But based when the consultants did the report, it seemed like, you know, they were even talking about that as a solution. So there had to be enough capacity in Delhi. But to me, that's an easy number that should be in the report to make that decision. And we could just at least then make a decision and move forward with one component, which I understand procurement is busy, but then these things aren't all going to happen at the same time in September. In fact, in Port Dover, you know, one of the developers offered to build, and I also understand why we're not, which is why we had to look at the system as a whole, because it was no longer just about Port Dover. So I am glad that we waited in that context. But one of the developers there, you know, offered to build the pipeline to Port Dover. So when we talk about procurement staff and so on, I would have almost rather go that route, the private route, let them apply their development charges against building the pipeline and have them go and take care of it. You know, whether or not there's developers in Simcoe that are interested in doing that in the Delhi situation, I don't know. But of all the things that we are doing, from the expansion of Port Dover, from the well, from, you know, building the pipeline from Nanticoke across to Simcoe, the thing that is going to require the least amount of procurement work is building the pipeline that runs from Delhi to Simcoe.
It just will provide the least amount of additional capacity.
I get it.
That's the challenge. Like the Simcoe well is rated at, you know, more than 5,000 cubic meters. I think when we had the initial budget, or sorry, the initial well options, it was around Delhi could potentially do 2,000 cubic meters. The challenge that staff have is to be very transparent, is that, and staff have acknowledged this to council, we've had to go back and calibrate all our models, and we're recalibrating Simcoe first and Dover, and those are the ones. So the 2,000 cubic meters, we can, you know, investigate that further, but it would require further. But the 2,000 cubic meters, if we did that, if we stole all of Delhi's excess capacity and put the 2,000 cubic meters into Simcoe, yes, it might buy you a year or two, but if that Haldeman solution isn't there in a year or two, then what? We didn't advance with the well, which could have added a 5,000 5,000 cubic meters that can be sent to Waterford, could be sent back to Delhi because it's well to well. You know, if council wants to make the assumption that the Haldeman deal is a done deal, even though it will, there's nothing signed, there's more engineering that's been required, you know, that's not. You know, we can't move forward with that from a hold position, because I don't think there's enough there for us to justify a hold position. That's why when we're looking at telling developers that they can move ahead with construction, we need to be confident that our solutions are budgeted for, that our solutions have completed a certain learning to be able to move to that process. And yes, it is more expensive. And I agree, there could be a cheaper way, but that was the premise that we were moving forward with the application on. If we want to engineer out the 2,000 cubic meters and get more certainty on that, again, it takes time, and that's why we want to continue on with we'll continue on with the Simcoe solution until something else has come up that it can be proven to be better than what we have currently on the books.
Okay, Jason Godby, just one more question, sorry, Councillor Rabbits. So what is the difficulty? We know how many homes there are in Delhi. We know how many businesses there are in Delhi. We know the capacity that we're producing at the plant, and we can assume a certain amount of water loss through our transmission lines. Why is it so difficult? I just don't understand. Why can't we get a number in a report that says this is the current demand, and then we take what lands are within the urban boundary and who's put applications forward to easily figure out what the next step is? Like, I just feel like this is a day's project, not. I don't understand what the challenge is with this.
Through the chair to the mayor, we can produce those values. They're not contained within this report. That was not the focus. The primary focus of this report was to get the wheels moving. You recognize that we need to start making decisions, and one of the primary decisions to be made was to move forward with Port Dover. Currently, the whole Simcoe concern. We are still evaluating things. We are still looking at what is the ultimate volume we can immediately get from Haldeman, assuming that we have a negotiated agreement with them that is satisfactory to both parties. And that at that point, we won't have those answers until the fall. If you want, I can easily pull our 2020 drinking water inspection report, which is a public document, which clearly shows the volume of water that we do have available in Delhi. And as for the calculation on the remaining lands within the urban boundaries and what impact that could have on planning or future development, I'm not the expert in that, nor will I pretend to be. I see Mr. Sloan's thrown his hand up, which is good. At the end of the day, this all still boils back to some of the original concerns that we had with this council and why we got authorization to engage some external engineering resources to do reviews of some of our development allocations and to make sure that we are confident with those numbers, because staff had concerns based on some of the things we are seeing. That is currently in progress, and all of this other information can be brought forward to council. I have no issue with doing so.
The Haldeman deal fails. What's the plan? The plan is to build a mega plant in Port Dover. We're in the year 2021. We're not going to have Norfolk County remain on a well-based system when the Great Lakes are right next door to us. We've already proven that we can't keep drilling wells. Eventually the wells are starting to dry up. The wells have water quality issues. We know we're getting off. We have to move this county 15 years too late off a well-based system. So the answer would be that if the Haldeman deal fails, we're going to have to build out Port Dover. So again, that line from Delhi to Simcoe would not be a waste. And if Dover, we did get up to an additional 2,800 cubic meters, there might be enough that you would be able to supplement from the other direction in a pipeline now up to Simcoe. But again, I do respect the fact that without seeing the numbers, and if Delhi is this close as opposed to this far, then maybe that isn't a solution. But as the mayor, I can't say to go and keep putting more money down in a well in Simcoe that's been going on for 10 years.
Mr. Burgess.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, what we have the facts on today, and is the Dover situation. As we investigate the Simcoe situation more, if there's a better solution that arises, then we'll bring that to council. The intent is not, this is not, you know, this is the first phase of the overall strategy. And really what we're talking about here is, you know, what are we going to do for the 1 or 2 intervening years to deal with Simcoe? And the most critical fact that we have put in here is we want to be able to maintain for the planning department and for building that we have a solution that is well advanced from an engineering point of view, that is funded, because those are 2 of the key critical things that we need so that we can use holding provisions for development. And the best one that we have that can meet those requirements to keep development going in Simcoe is our current plan. If we can get another solution up to that stage, which is further advanced, which will solve the solution, we can come back and substitute that solution in at that point in time. But if the intent is to avoid a building moratorium because we do not have a known solution that is budgeted, this is staff's recommendation is to continue forward with the one that is further advanced. I understand if council says, listen, I don't want to keep on pouring money into the well, and let's go explore a different solution. I just need council to understand that that will have an implication on how building permits are progressed here in Simcoe. And that's, so like Dover, if we approve the budget amendment, we can tell the development community, okay, it's approved, it's engineered, we're going forward. In Simcoe, we can say, we have a well that's approved, it's budgeted, and it's engineered, we're going forward.
You just said at the beginning today that the well it still needs a pipeline, it needs a pumping station, that it was still going to cost millions of dollars. Again, we'll come back to it at the next council meeting. I think we just need to know, and maybe it'll shut me out completely, is how much excess capacity there is in Delhi, and then we can make that decision.
But the key thing with Simcoe, and Mr. Godby can expand on that, is the quantum has been proven by the ministry, and the pump house and that kind of stuff is far more routine engineering than actually finding the well source and determining the quantity of it. So the biggest hurdles in that development, it has been, and it has taken too long, but it has been obtained. Now it's design work for a pump house and design work for a pipeline, which is far more closer to quick engineering reality than anything else. Now, if we can confirm a different solution to Delhi that would add that kind of capacity, then that's fine. But at this point in time, it was 2,000 cubic meters was our understanding, and that would be 2,000 cubic meters split between Delhi and Simcoe growth at that point in time.
Well, that's the first number I've heard. Thanks.
Mr. Sloan, if you could supplement.
Yes, thanks. I just wanted to add some supplementing there because, to be honest, we have asked those same questions that the mayor was getting at in our planning, engineering, and water discussions. And so we have talked about that possibility of Delhi to Simcoe, and we have looked at what kind of development is on the books and could occur in Delhi, and then how much surplus might be left. And Mr. Godby and the group can help confirm, but from our understanding right now, it's looking like it's less than half, less than a third of what the amount of capacity that's in the recommended solution for Simcoe in the report. It's getting closer into the 1,000 meters per cube per day. There's not as much as there would be with the other solutions.
Thanks, Brandon. Again, I mean, that may very well be. It's just really hard for us to make a decision when there's just no numbers presented. Like, I just don't know how, this is how the county got into this position in the first place. So for me, I need to see what the actual figures are in order to make that decision.
And Mr. Godby, I do see your hands raised.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the only other points I wanted to make at this point is staff had previously acknowledged that we know all these interconnection water mains will be utilized in the ultimate solution, whether that is an anacoke-based solution, whether that is distinctly separate water systems within each Norfolk County urban area, or whether that is a mega plant in and around the Port Dover area, which is one of the reasons why when we looked at this whole process, that those were all immediately included within the capital forecast. In the event that the Haldeman agreement cannot be reached, you are correct. We would be looking to an ultimate Port Dover single solution. However, there is an extensive timeline that will be done with that. I will not try and sugarcoat that to anyone. It will be a multi-year process in order to get the approvals for a new lake intake of size that we would be required to have, and the associated permit to take water in order to have Norfolk County stand on it. The only other comment I was going to make is that proceeding with the northeast well at that point would be required if we were going to go to Port Dover. That still may not be enough to address all of our development needs. Even if we connected all of our systems, just from the sheer timeline, it is, as Mr. Burgess indicated right off the hop, is a risk. The only advantage of that is that pipeline would be to Bloomsburg, which is partially towards Waterford, and therefore that pipeline could be sized appropriately to be extended in the future to tie Simcoe and Waterford together through that means. I'll quickly go back to Councillor Van Passen's previous inquiry. The engineering for the pipeline from Townsend to Simcoe is being sized out as a 500 millimeter, which is 20 inches. And the one to Port Dover would be 400, which is 16 inches.
Thank you, Jason Godby. Mr. Burgess, I saw your hand was raised. I see it's lowered now. Are we good? Is there anything further, Mayor Chop, with regards to questions for staff?
No, I think we'll have to come back to this next week once we see some numbers. Thank you, Councillor Rabbits. I guess the only thing that I know so far that we're definitely not going to throw money away on is a pipeline to Delhi, even if we still do the well solution down the road. So to me, I don't want to wait to September to start that one. Either way, that's going to be in there, and no matter what option we look at. So, but we'll touch on that next week when we get some more numbers.
And Mr. Burgess.
Yeah, just to be clear, in this report that's before council today, there's nothing about the Simcoe solution in the recommendations. And staff are looking at, staff here loud and clear, we can start the pipeline projects. It's just that's not an issue. So we're not looking to not start interconnectivity of pipeline projects. We are, looking to move forward on that. What's before you today, and I just want to be clear, is that we're not changing our path forward on Simcoe. There is no decision on that at this point in time. We'll try to move forward with pipeline projects. I'll bring another report to council on, some different strategies to accelerate that program, because the first strategy did not work from what, that was council's direction before. Staff heard it. Staff had recommendations to it. We were unable to fill the directions. So I'll bring, because the direction was to hire a temporary 2-year contract procurement person. We are unable to do that. So I have to bring another report to council to address that issue, to start moving forward on pipelines. Staff is not arguing about pipelines. We understand that we need to start on that process. We understand that they need to be interconnected, and that's moving forward. And there is no recommendation currently in this report on the Simcoe situation, because staff are currently still evaluating that. But today we're going forward with what is most furthest advanced. And if we find a better solution when we get more data, we'll bring that to council. So there's no decision on Simcoe, and we'll bring something back to provide some potential options for council to advance the development of pipeline strategy further. Because I do agree with you, it's not wasted. We understand that.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Next on my speakers list, I would like to go to Councillor Michelle, who has not had an opportunity to ask a question. And then I do see Councillor Columbus has an additional question to ask.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. I was going to ask the same question that Councillor Van Passen had asked earlier about the Port Rowan plant, and the intake there has been an issue in a variety of ways for a variety of reasons for some time. I see in the report that you are planning to have a proposed path forward with the various options, some of them that include the intake and some that don't. With what you've just already described with these other water issues, is that a realistic time frame to have that report with a path going forward for the fall of this year? And I'm sorry, that's to Mr. Godbey, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Michelle. Port Rowan has been advancing on its own over the past number of years. One of the intricacies of the interurban water supply study, which actually was born out of the ISMP, was the initial fact that basically due to geography, Port Rowan was always being contemplated to be standing on its own. So when that kind of initial guidance was put forward for Port Rowan, that is why we've been doing the independent work related to Port Rowan this entire time. So as I had mentioned, we'd done some of the required extensive capital maintenance upgrades to that, and staff have been actively working on the other things related to the existing intake, relating to investigation of an existing treatment plant expansion. As we bring those details forward, staff have been relatively confident that by the fall we'll be able to present those options to you, which will include perhaps us telling you that the intake is not going to be sufficient and we're going to have to go looking elsewhere, or perhaps the intake is sufficient and we just need to do some in-plant treatment upgrades, or perhaps though one of the other things that will be presented is the costs associated with a pipeline connection. We have had those preliminary numbers pulled together that if we were to at least run that a pipeline to Port over and abandon that facility altogether, depending on what the results of that intake inspection actually are. It's those types of options, they're all being looked at and they will all be brought to council for consideration.
Thank you very much, Jason. That sounds very encouraging.
Thank you, Councillor Michelle. Next, we'll hear from Councillor Columbus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we all know that water supply is a costly venture for any municipality. My question, when are we engaging talks with the Ontario government to help us out with these expensive plants that we're dealing with? Has there been any communication with Ministry of Environment? Mr. Burgess, I guess that's for you.
Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, since I've been here, both at AMO and Roma, our delegation on the water solution has not been accepted by the Ministry of Infrastructure. That's who we'd go for funding on that. We have had some discussions. I did engage a government relations firm on this matter to map out a plan for it. Once we have the solution going forward, we will engage in an active effort with the provincial government. It'd be multi-ministerial. It'd also be federal. We're also waiting. There was previously an announcement prior to COVID of the Green Fund initiative, which originally was targeting things like water and wastewater projects specifically, when COVID happened. And it is our understanding that it's to come back post-COVID with maybe a lower budget amount, but we want to be in good position at that point in time with our engineering completed and with our package together to apply for that funding. And that's a federal and provincial funding source.
Thank you, Jason.
Are there any further questions of committee? Seeing no hands raised, is there a mover for staff's recommendation, or would someone like to propose an alternative? Councillor Martin, is this staff's recommendation? As printed in our agenda, do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Columbus is the seconder. Is there any discussion? Councillor Taylor.
This is with knowing we'll get the information that we requested, Mayor Chop requested for next week.
That understood, Mr. Burgess?
I could say yes, but it's got to be doing the work, so I'd rather have him say yes.
I'll take it as a yes.
Is that doable, Mr. Godby?
Here's hoping. Staff are keenly in tune with this project and have already been messaging me about it. So they're on it.
We'll provide best information possible on Tuesday.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call a question. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, our next staff report, bear with me here, is item B. This is under our Community and Development Division, Staff Report CD 21-47, Growth Management Study KIC, and Terms of Reference. Is this Mr. Sloan presenting?
Thanks through the chair. We have Ms. Givens and one of our senior planners that we'd like to introduce to the group as well, Jennifer, who will be doing a brief presentation on this item. And we just like to use this opportunity to welcome Jennifer actually back to Norfolk County, a former professional that has returned here as a senior planner, and she is working on a number of these projects and is here to help us kick off this growth management study. So we'll turn over a brief presentation to this hopefully quick item.
Welcome back, and whenever you're ready, Jennifer.
Oh, thank you, Chair. One moment.
We're just trying to get this screen shared here.
Is it okay now?
Through you, Chair Rabbits, this is to Ms. Caterino. This is good, yeah.
Okay, so everyone can see the presentation?
Yeah, it's on the live stream. You're all set.
Awesome. Okay, so thank you, Chair Rabbits. Here's our presentation regarding the launch of the growth management study. So community planning is beginning the process of completing a growth management study, study that will help with the efficient planning for development in Norfolk County for the long term, and to accommodate the population and economic growth forecasted until 2051. The growth management study will examine historic and forecasted population growth in relation to the existing land supply and our current policy framework. It will provide guidance on where to direct development and where to accommodate the projected population and economic growth forecasted until 2051, which is our planning horizon for the study. The study would also meet the definition of a comprehensive review as described by the provincial policy statement, and the findings of the study will feed into our next official plan review exercise, which will be undertaken by planning staff. So the growth management study will be completed in 5 phases. I have 4 phases listed in the image, but we've sort of separated phase 2 into 2 processes. So phase 1 is the project initiation, which is essentially this presentation and terms of reference included in the package tonight. Phase 2 will 2A, excuse me, will include a policy review and a number of technical reports. Phase 2B is the actual growth projections study that's being completed by Watson and Associates. Oh, excuse me, there's a typo in the presentation. And phase 4 will be the outcome of all of the studies combined, and planning staff will present our preferred direction through a series of reports. So it's important to note that public engagement and consultation will occur throughout the process, so specifically phases 2 through 4. It is expected that the entire study will be completed by the spring of 2022, and that most of the work will be completed in-house by planning staff, with the exception of phase 2B, which I noted was being worked on by Watson and Associates. So just generally to go through the phases with you. So like I noted, this is essentially phase 1. So we're kicking off the project, we're launching it. We've included the terms of reference, which gets into a bit more detail with the direction we're going with the study. And included will also be an engagement strategy where planning staff will work collaboratively with communication staff and our IT department to ensure that there's adequate engagement opportunities for the public, and also that we're engaging with our stakeholders as appropriate per the study topic. Phase 2A, which is our policy review and technical reports, is expected to be completed between June of this year and December. The phase will include a policy review, the Planning Act and PPS, or Provincial Policy Statement 2020 conformity exercise, will be a part of this phase. And in that exercise, we'll actually include a review of the short-term rentals, which we spoke about earlier this evening. So we'll work with staff on that whole process. And also what we will review as part of this is the accessory residential dwelling unit policies that are currently in force and effect, and sort of review their how effective they are and how staff are working with them. So a major component of phase 2A is the land evaluation study. So the land evaluation study will examine agricultural land within the county, and it will also include the Lakeshore Special Policy Area. So phase 2B, which I quickly noted, encompasses the growth projection exercises. So with that, Watson and Associates is looking at our historical growth rate and forecasting our growth projections for population and economic growth until 2051, as noted previously. So phase 3 is our opportunities and options. So planning staff will bring forward a report that includes recommendations from the Planning Act and PPS conformity exercise. The options report and the results of the land evaluation study will be included in this phase as well. Phase 3 is expected to commence in January of 2022, and hopefully will be completed by March of 2022. And phase 4, the final phase, will be our preferred direction reports. So staff will consolidate all of the technical information and options accumulated through the previous work through the study, and will analyze which approach is sufficient to move forward and provide recommendations for council to comment on. And staff will also complete the necessary official plans and zoning bylaw amendments if required, if determined to be necessary through our work. And so this phase is expected to be completed by the spring of 2022. And as noted previously, public engagement, participation, and consultation is a major component of the entire study. It will be incorporated throughout the project through phases 2 and 4, and staff will design and facilitate engagement events in accordance with our engagement strategy. Norfolk County, our website will be updated and used to receive community feedback in addition to the broader engagement events that are being planned. Committees of council and stakeholder groups will also be consulted as appropriate per study topic. And essentially that concludes the presentation. Our next steps will be to complete the engagement strategy and start researching and preparing information for the technical reports as outlined in the terms of reference. So staff are available for any feedback or questions regarding this study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our first question will come from Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Through you to the presenter. Just looking at this in terms of, I think it's a great idea, and obviously it's long overdue, and we need to have this and know where we're headed as a county. I guess I've had a couple of people bring forward some concern that with most of it being done in-house, that there's not as much engagement from stakeholders such as developers or consulting firms. Is there any appetite moving forward for a little bit more involvement with that?
Through the chair, each phase of the project is anticipated to include a number of opportunities for the public and various stakeholders to participate. So our goal is to highly utilize the website and also have virtual meetings and events, and also engage with our committees of council and the stakeholder groups that have been identified as required. So as we move forward, for example, if we even take, let's say, the short-term rental piece, as spoken about today, there definitely will be a number of engagement events in the community, and they'll be targeted, and we'll be working with, the public, and there would definitely be opportunities to comment in that regard. So I'm not sure if that really answers your question, but we definitely anticipate involving a number of engagement opportunities, so people can definitely reach out, and there's always an opportunity for people to contact me directly via email.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sloan, to supplement.
Yeah, if it's okay, just to briefly supplement that, because I've been through a comprehensive review or reviews before similar to this. And the development industry and, of course, the public will have multiple opportunities. And at the end of the day, with an official plan amendment and other things, there's statutory process. They have the official ability to write in comments and have their certain rights through that process. However, what Councillor Huffman has raised is really critical from our standpoint. The sooner we can have landowners, development interest engaged and get their comments early in the process, that is going to be key for us. Ourselves, council, or others, we don't necessarily want to hear from them at the 11th hour at the end of the day when the official amendment comes forward. We need to know through this body of work, and that's partly why we're doing this body of work, so that we can study that and know that ahead of time, because we have been receiving a number of requests that are related to this topic about our land supply.
And further, Tricia?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I'm not going to turn my camera on because I've been having some connection issues, but I also, to supplement, there will be a report coming forward for council consideration, actually outlining the engagement strategy. So it'll be completely transparent. We will put it to council to outline what we're planning to do throughout the course of this project, so we can also gather additional feedback from council, take further direction, and also hear from the community about what they want to see in that engagement process. So that will be coming forward to the next meeting for consideration.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The report indicates that the funding for this will come through the General Government Development Charges Reserve Fund. Years ago, I recall where the Ontario government actually provided dollars towards engaging some services from outside to perform this type of work. Is there any opportunity that there could be government dollars from the province or something of this nature?
Through the chair, maybe I'll take a crack at that one. Two parts to it. One, of course, we would always love and would pursue any possible funding. In the past, there were some different programs that the province, under the previous regime, had towards I don't think currently for this specific body of work there is anything available. The other, but we'll keep looking. The other aspect of it is that the way that we structured this through the past budget review is that we were looking at how we could, we would actually be able to save money by doing this approach with the staff resource and creating the staff resource and just supplement with a little bit of consultant work. So in fact, the budget is about half of what was originally contemplated from past years by using this approach. So we are looking at some savings, and we'll continue to look at those opportunities. If folks are aware of some, please feel free to pass it along to us, and we can continue to apply. On the one aspect of engagement, we are waiting, if it's okay for me to say, we are waiting to hear back on if we're successful on a grant funding that will help us with the engagement component of this aspect. So our fingers are still crossed on that one.
Is there anything further from staff? I saw Jason Burgess had his hand raised and lowered.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
Back to Councillor Columbus. Satisfactory?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Councillor Vanden Driesche.
Yes, thank you. Through your chair to Ms. Caterino, what is your estimate of the population growth projection that you see from 2014 to 2051? The reason I ask that question is when we look back in history to what we projected years ago that this county would end up, it never came to fruition. So I'm curious about your numbers. Did you hear me? Or?
Oh, yep. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So through Chair,
Ms. Caterino.
through Chair Rabbits, that's actually part of the study and part of the piece of work that Watson and Associates is currently doing. So they're actually analyzing the historic growth and taking into consideration the local factors impacting growth in this area. And as part of their study, they will determine a low, medium, and high scenario of growth. So we will have updated numbers and we will have a better understanding of how we've sort of met our previous forecasts, if you will. But it is part of the study. But at this moment, I don't have concrete numbers to give you because they're still collecting and working on that data.
Do you know the projection? Well, what was or what happened from 2000 when it was established of Norfolk County to today? What was the growth? I think it was around 61,000 in 2000, and what are we now?
Ms. Caterino and then Mr. Sloan.
Off the top of my head, I don't have those numbers in front of me, so I don't want to misquote the numbers. So if I can look them up quickly, I guess.
Sure.
And get back to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sloan.
Yep, thanks through the chair. Just a couple key points on that as to what was raised. So one, there's the historical growth and whether or not you achieved it or not, and then there's the future growth. The key aspect is, do we have a framework in place so that no matter how much we grow and exactly when we grow, we're growing in the right places, we're using our infrastructure efficiently, and we're doing it in a fiscally responsible manner. And that's kind of the key principles of doing a growth study like this. Having said that, the early work from Watson is indicating that our area is poised for some growth, and we are likely to see higher growth rates than we have from the 2000 until 2016 for sure. We're starting to see it in the last couple of years. That information will be provided, and it's pretty key piece and why we had this report following the infrastructure, because the growth and development is intrinsically linked with our infrastructure and our capacity. And so there is a little bit of what is our ultimate infrastructure and how much can that allow versus how much we might be able to grow. And so with a preferred solution and with action on our water supply and what that means also with our wastewater, I can tell you we're likely poised for a lot more growth into the future.
Councillor Vanden Driesche, further?
Yes, thank you. I do hope so. I do hope finding a solution to our water problems will encourage growth. It hadn't happened when we thought about it from 2000 onward. It did not happen, but I'm hoping that you have cause to believe that that will happen. And another thing, I'd like to just commend you that finding some savings by using in-house is very important to me, and I commend you on doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councillor Van Passen, followed by Mayor Chop.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if it's a question or a comment, but historically, we'll take some data on what used to be, we extrapolate it, and then we make sure that there's enough room around the urban boundaries to fit what our projections are 10 years from now. And I want to look at this a little bit differently. And, I look at what's coming down because of COVID. People want to get out of the big urban centers. They're looking for the rustic countryside of Norfolk. And how do we direct the growth rather than follow it? And, one of the options, if you go into Elgin County even, you look at the expansion of the hamlets. And I think that's something that we keep overlooking in Norfolk County, that, why not expand the hamlet areas rather than just making the major urban areas larger and larger, and and also not by just expanding them so they go farther up the road and farther down the road, that you fill it in as a square rather than the cross that they usually are. And I'm hoping a bit more emphasis is put on the hamlets. The West End is full of small ones that are just ripe for expansion, and then you cross in the border to Elgin County, and all you see at the outside edges of every hamlet is rows and rows of new housing. So I think we have great potential, and I want to hope that they would put a bit more emphasis on that rather than focusing solely on the large urban areas.
I think through the chair, we'll take in those comments, and we can point out that when we get to that option stage, those are the type of matters that we'd be looking at. Obviously, there's a number of advantages for growth in some of the urban centers, but we would be looking at all of the options and possibilities.
Ms. Caterino?
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Just to supplement what Mr. Sloan said, part of the study is actually including a land evaluation study. And with the land evaluation study, a major focus will be reviewing the agricultural land and the hamlet areas. So to Councillor Van Passen's point, we are taking that approach as well, where we are evaluating our agricultural area, and we are going to take those into consideration, like Mr. Sloan mentioned, when we provide options and the preferred direction moving forward. So I just wanted to add that point, that we are kind of taking everything into consideration, and it is the main goal of the study is to see what is the best approach for Norfolk moving forward to accommodate our growth, because we don't want to keep chasing our growth. We do want to sort of have a solid plan moving forward to efficiently plan for it.
And just to jump back in, because now that Jennifer's mentioned the agricultural land review, I know Councillor Van Passen and others have been looking at this topic, but this body of work does involve looking at the agricultural lands and whether or not then there would be any possibility for rural lands. And that would be the study that's needed to address some of the past lot swap or severance situation. And so that's where staff are folding this into the study as well, because I know that's been a topic that's been of interest.
Thank you. Mayor Chop?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Robbins. I think just from some of these questions, Brandon, can you just maybe touch on the legislated component of this and sort of why we're doing this?
Yep, through the chair, and those are good points and good questions. There's a number of things. One, the provincial policy statement has been updated, and so there is an obligation that municipalities must conform, and so we need to do this review. Part of it in the changes that occurred is that we're required to look out to a longer planning horizon than what was previously done and what previously exists in our official plan. So we need to look at that from a longer time frame, and we need to make sure we have a certain amount of land that's available. There's a number of other policy changes that occurred from the province or the Planning Act that we need to have an obligation to look at, which gets as far as the additional dwelling units as well. So there's a number of those obligations that we're looking at, in addition to, of course, the Planning Act and other reasons why we need to be managing our growth and looking at our infrastructure and our finances and having healthy complete communities.
Thanks. Thanks, Brendan, for that.
I'm sorry, Mayor Chop, you seem to have been muted.
Sorry, I hit that accidentally. Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was, clarified here, that this isn't that we're just choosing to go about and do this at a time with a lot of other things going on, that part of this is actually to meet our legislative responsibilities here, that this has to be done. And I guess, it's interesting hearing staff talk about water and that planning component. I mean, here we are, the county has been building up 5 different water and wastewater treatment plants here. They expand and they have to expand the plant, and then they grow the town some more and they have to expand the plant again. And here we are in this, awful situation that we're seeing. And it's interesting because back in the report that staff had quoted from 2007, in fact, I was in engineering at the time, and I remember when they were talking about the city of Waterloo looking at bringing water from Lake Erie and the city of Guelph, and who could have ever, I would have never really realized at the time that this is the position I would end up being in. But I remember that story, and that was all those municipalities had a joint meeting. Norfolk was one with Haldeman. A memorandum of understanding was reached. And it's really funny that in the report back then, it said that if they moved forward with that joint solution for interconnectivity of water, I think it was going to be somewhere around $1 billion project, but again, was going to connect city of Guelph, I believe, city of Waterloo, Norfolk, Haldeman, possibly I think up into Brantford. That if they had started it back in 2007, guess what the magical number is in that report of the year that Norfolk County was going to have a full water supply across Norfolk County. That was going to solve the problems into the future. If you can't guess, 2021.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor Chop. If there isn't anything further in terms of questions of committee, I do see that Ms. Katarina would like to respond. And sorry, you're on mute.
Sorry, through Chair Rabbits, just to follow up on the population projection question. I can follow up by saying our current population is in and around 64,000 people, and our official plan forecasted Norfolk County population of 70,900 for 2036. So we're only about 6,000 or 7,000 people away from our forecasted growth to 2036.
Councillor Van den Driesche?
Yes, but the point is, in the year 2000, 2001, we were at around 60,000. So we haven't grown much in the number of those years to now, was my point. So what we think we're going to do and what really comes to fruition is 2 different things. But we have to do the study, I totally agree. But I'm just saying that the reason is we looked at it years and years ago, was if we would have had a 400 series running closer to us, we would be in a different situation than we are today. Thank you.
All right, and again, if there's nothing further from committee in terms of questions for staff, I'll ask if there's a mover of staff's recommendation or if someone would like to propose an alternative. Seeing Councillor Columbus, staff's recommendation. And Councillor Taylor is seconding that motion. Is there any discussion? Just pausing for a moment. I see that the mayor is not in her seat.
Oh, well. Oh, well. Where is she? Crystal.
And well, we've got quorum, and it can always be pulled at a later time.
I was gonna say, Councillor Roberts, I don't want to disclose too much, but she will not be here for the vote. She's taking a personal break, is what I would say.
Ah, okay. Well, with that, I'll call the question then. All those in favor of moving staff's recommendation? It is so carried. And with that, I could probably use a break as well. Maybe we can use this small moment in time to discuss if we did want to make some dinner plans. We have quite a bit of business before we reach closed to get through. I'm not too sure what everyone is thinking in terms of a dinner break, whether we want a short 20-minute or a full half hour. What are some thoughts from my colleagues? Dinner plans. Keep going. Councillor Van Andree?
Half hour.
No, definitely a break time.
Back at 7:30.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. We're back at 7:30, and we'll be on item C, recreation facilities review process roadmap. All right, I'll see everyone at 7:30. Thanks, team. Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. I'll just make sure that the audio is working there. Kevin, are we good?
Through you, Chair Rabbits, we are ready to go.
Right on. We are on C, Staff Report CD 21-41. This is the Recreation Facilities Review Process Roadmap requiring a budget amendment. It's to be presented by Brandon Sloan with his team. Brandon?
Thank you. Through the chair, good evening. So on behalf of the Recreation Department and Nikki Sloat, who sends her regrets, I'll have a brief outline, and then Mr. Burgess might provide some additional comments and statements. So as you know, a lot has changed since 2015 when the Parks, Recreation and Facilities Master Plan was completed. At this point in time, we really do need to revisit our direction for aquatics, multi-use facilities, arenas, and other rec facilities, and also to potentially capitalize on some opportunities. So what we're looking at is we're not intending to do a whole-scale update or a whole new master plan. We all are well aware of the volume of work and other topics, but really to just focus on the rec facility side as part of a scoped update. And so this might include looking at our needs for our existing facilities, potential combinations with other community uses or partners. This involves doing some updated analysis specific to multi-use facility and aquatic strategy. And ideally, these would be prepared this year. And that would help inform budget and opportunities, and then feed into a recreation facility review in 2022 that would pull everything together. So there's a number of things that have changed in Norfolk as it relates, number of trends, things that have been updated. We've got some, still have some budgeted items and costs that are upcoming and options to look at as it relates to these items. So given that there's a number of important rec facility upgrades planned and there's more to come, we're also recommending that we bring some focus to it. So a temporary position is recommended to be created to focus on delivering these projects to the community. Ideally, these strategies in the review would be a combination of this internal staff resource, and we would need some consultant input on some of the recommendations moving forward. This kind of proposed approach represents a little bit more of an agile way of doing it, but we did want to provide this roadmap to council and have that out there as to where we are going into the future, because there have been and continue to be a number of questions of what are we doing next? We still have some of these aging facilities and we still have a lot of needs. And so what are we going to be looking at as we redevelop and plan into the future? Part of this whole package includes, of course, stakeholder engagement, and we are close to having that new Recreation Advisory Committee formally established and up and running, which I believe the clerk is working on soon. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Burgess to provide any additional commentary.
Yeah, I'll just make my comments brief. And this file is not that much different than the water file. The facts are well known out there. We have aging facilities. We have facilities that are requiring increasing repairs. And unlike the water file, where we engage WSP to do a comprehensive study with expertise to, chart options forward, we haven't done that part. And part of this is to, as Mr. Sloan says, use agile planning or agile project management, where we can take the highest needs issues and start getting solid facts and start to get solid options on the table. These are expensive assets. I'm going to give council three fairly current examples. Kitchener was just approved for a $24 million aquatic facility. That's an 8-lane, 25-meter pool and a warm water leisure pool and some multi-purpose rooms. Cambridge, $66 million recreation center. It's a 10-lane, 25-meter pool, gymnasium, running track, and some multi-purpose rooms. It was co-located with a library on a campus with two schools. It's a great, hub type of project. but that's closing in on $70 million. Aurelia just finished and opened up last year a $56 million facility that had 8-lane, 25-meter pool, therapeutic pool, and 2 FIBA-sized basketball courts and a fitness center. So these are expensive projects, take a long time, and take a lot of expertise to undertake. I think Norfolk County needs to move forward to get solid facts under their foot to make the decisions, and I think we can move quickly. We have the potential for a recreation center. I know there's lots of people out there say it's too old, it's too this, it's too that. The intent here is to go get engineers and architects to give us unbiased feedback on what is the real condition of that, and is that really an option going forward for a 20 or 25-year solution. If it's not, then we can pivot and move forward. But we might be for $15 million be able to create a multi-use facility that in every other community is costing $30 or $40 million. And can we have a 25 or a 40-year life facility out that? I'm not sure. I'm not an engineer. I'm not an architect. But let's go get the facts and bring that back to council. We have a great potential situation in Delhi for the West End. For a multi-use facility with 3 great potential partners to develop a multi-use facility there with Delhi. That would impact what we do in Simcoe. Let's go and explore that. And let's make sure we're spending the money to get the facts so that council can make good decisions going forward on this file. To be blunt, we need to get the expertise, because I think, my blunt assessment of the last approach was it wasn't critically analyzed very well. When you start talking about a 50-meter pool, and you look at the operational cost for a 50-meter pool and the fact that no other community is actually building a 50-meter pool, when that funding application comes to the province and the depth of analysis isn't that great, we had to take a solid look in the mirror to say, how we did the last application, we can't do it that way again. That's not how you do a feasibility study. That's not how you make a compelling case to government, because the province can see all these other projects and see what goes into it. So we need to get back to a solid methodology on a feasibility study. That costs some money and it costs some staff time, but that's the only way you're going to move forward and move forward. And I think you can develop a plan with or without upper tier government funding. Because frankly, if the whole plan revolves around hoping that the federal and provincial government would give us money to build something, I think we're doing a disservice to the residents of Norfolk County. I think there are plans that can be put in place that even without that, we can improve our recreational facilities and give a broader level within an affordable framework for the county. I think we need to go down and explore that. So that's why this report is coming to council now. It's to ask for the money, or not to notify council of staff's direction to redeploy some of the money for the study, and to ask for that 3-year position for someone to lead it. The other thing I want to stress that's highlighted in the report is we have a high degree of confidence that we are receiving funding for multi-million-dollar recreational projects that have been applied to. That includes the change rooms at the at each of the arenas, along with some other projects. And we don't have we don't have the project management depth at this point in time to manage those, plus look to these options going forward. So that's why that 3-year position is important. We're doing it in a manner where we're accounting for that 3-year funding all in 1 year, this year, because that's the most transparent, because we're treating it like a project like any other project. So that's the overview of why we are here today and why staff have put this path forward. It's to accelerate our redevelopment of the projects in a manner that will hopefully be far more successful than our previous attempts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. We'll hear from Councillor Martin first.
Sorry for the delay on the unmuting there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Burgess. So to hire an engineer and look at a plan for retrofitting the rec center, what roughly are we looking at spending on doing something like that? And comparatively, what is the price on revisiting a master rec plan, which is what RFAB asked us to do initially. And when we pulled it from the minutes and discussed it, this council essentially, I believe Mayor Chop said that you would be able to be a consultant on the file for us and bring forward some other plans. So we didn't actually engage an outsider.
Yeah, so the master plan is still part of the update. That is part of this study. And then the aquatics and multi-use facility strategy would be fed into the master plan. The master plan would be scheduled for 2022. But what we're saying is let's start two components. When you look at a recreational master plan, when you go through them, they have the aquatic section, and then they have the trail section, and then they have the park section. So what we're really saying is, listen, we're going to start two of those sections early, and we're not just going to do the typical master plan type of analysis, because I don't need to pay a lot of money to know that we need an indoor pool because it's lined up. We're at overcapacity. It's not a use issue. It's for that debate, it's more about what do we need? Is it a 25 meters, an 8 lane? Is it 10 lane? Is it a therapeutic pool? What's the square footage? Can you actually fit it in there? So what this will give you is harder options to say, yes, you know what, there is a potential, or here's 3 potentials for you at the recreation center. And also, what are we going to do with the Delphi pool situation? We know that asset is also coming to, near end of life. And, what are some of the options for that? So it's aquatics across the county, but more specifically, some options with that. With the multi-use facility, to be quite frank, staff were already moving down a path for the multi-use facility inside the rec center to be a hard-courted floor for multi-use. So that could, we could have basketball, badminton, pickleball, all those items there. But with the school board and the Y looking at specifically making a hardcourt facility in Delhi, we may still end up in that situation, or we may have a rubberized floor because we'll have more older individuals using it and it's lesser on their joints, or we may look at an AstroTurf situation to cover off indoor soccer, lacrosse, and do a whole bunch of different things. So that opportunity in Delhi actually kind of paused staff a little bit on what they were looking at for their original analysis, to say, okay, well, if Delhi goes, we can move volleyball and we can move some other stuff into Delhi, and then do we then open this up for another one? And that's where the experts, frankly, there are a number of firms that do this all across the province, all across the country that can tell you where the demands are and what are some of the options for that. So the first $150,000, which is outlined on page 98 for 2021, is to get what I would say are preliminary option analysis with some detail around what to do with the rec center and with the Delhi pool and with the potential partnership option with the school board. And then the remaining part of the master plan would start in 2022, and that's estimated at 150.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Mr.
And, sorry, Mr. Sloan did have his hand raised. He may have some additional.
Yep, that's okay, Mr. Chair. I was Mr. Burgess just addressed it at the end there. I was going to point out to page 98 and what those preliminary cost estimates were, and if the aquatics and multi-use facility strategy work is done well, I mean, there is a chance that then that's less of a cost for the master plan update, but these are kind of making sure we've got the full envelope here just in case. As we do the detailed RFP, then we'll have more specific numbers, of course.
Councillor Martin, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much to staff. I'll just be honest, and I'm not being critical because we've had so many irons in the fire. I've been sitting fairly silent on recreation at large for the last few months because and this is the part I don't mean to be critical on, I feel as though our community from east to west we're lacking in leadership on this aspect, and we're lacking in long-term planning on this aspect. And that's because we've been busy, and that's because of a failed attempt with the Community Hub initiative. And was that project unsuccessful? Yes, it was. But is the concept of efficient facilities that are, cost saving and energy saving and optimal use for all community members dead in the water? It's not for me in a centralized location that all community members can use. I do think, and I do recognize as a major hub proponent, that I even need to pivot. I even need to lower the bar and change my expectations. And we need to be more inclusive. We need to change the makeup of what was in that. But I feel very strongly that this recommendation is very narrow. Again, I'm not being critical. I want to commend staff for the partnerships and these discussions, because they have been going on in the community for a while, and now they're coming forward in a recommendation. A couple years ago, heck, if you had told me we were going to look to hire a staff member for this, I would have been thrilled. But I fear that it's very, very narrow. The scope is narrow. And I also have a lot of hesitancy that we haven't brought our community committee back together. And that's been a long time coming. We changed the terms of reference, and we had considerable interest even from constituents in the West End, which I think that, that was lacking on our committee. And so I have immense fears about taking one of our oldest inadequate facilities and looking at upgrades on the pool or outside of what we've already committed to. I get it. I've moved forward from that. But I really, really don't feel comfortable with this narrow scope of those specific partners only being named, and the specific use of the aquatics at the Simcoe Rec Center. I don't like that we're pinned down to just looking at repairs at the Simcoe Rec Center for that. I am in support of moving forward. I am thankful this report's here. I am in support of a master plan, but I can't support this recommendation. And so I would respectfully ask for a deferral until we could bring our community citizen committee back together and get some input and advice on this. We're not doing our due diligence if we have them chime in after we narrow the scope down. So I would move for a deferral until the committee could meet.
Okay, we have a deferral on the floor, but let's have staff at least respond to the councillors' concerns. And then I guess we'll go and look for a seconder. We did have some speakers that wish to ask a question, but I think we should go to staff to get us grounded before we move forward.
Yeah, and just to be clear, it's not a narrow scope. It's an aquatic and multi-use strategy for the county. What's unique about it is we have a pool that is scheduled for major repairs. And I'm going to be blunt. I don't care what plan you're going to do. You're going to either, you're not going to create a pool in the next 2 or 3 years if we have to acquire land and we have to do design and we have to do all that stuff. So what this is really saying is, let's go get some professional advice today to either cross off the Simcoe thing and to look at it, because otherwise we're going to be into millions of dollars into a pool that, I agree with you, is old. It was first done in 1973 with major upgrades in 2010 through 2013, and another round of major upgrades coming in now. So this is an all Norfolk aquatic strategy. How many pools should we have? What's the number of lanes, therapeutic pool, all that. The only difference here is, we do have an existing facility that is starting to make multiple components on one site. A seniors facility with a community center, a multi-use facility, and then there's a pool right in the middle between the two. Is it possible for, at a lower cost, to create something there that can cover off that at a lower cost and at a quicker rate than trying to go to a major hub complex? And my concern is, it's great to want to do, even if you look at an Aurelia project, which is $60 million, all that did was one pool, 2 basketball courts. You know, when we start talking about double ice rinks and a 50-meter pool, not a 25-meter pool, when we start putting that through, you know, it becomes quite big. And one of the things I think this council needs to, you know, from a feasibility point of view, you need to go get solid facts first. Hire the professionals. They will have consultation with the community throughout the process, you know, and that needs to be built in. But, you know, we tend to go backwards sometimes. We tend to go with, you know, we don't get the solid facts and we don't put a framework in place that say, this is the economic reality that we have both from a capital point of view and from an operational point of view. And then if you go and I'm going to be blunt, if you go too far down the road with community input, you end up with a 70-meter pool, a double rink, and you end up with something that is, you know, can't be built. So we can either continue a path to say, what's the best way to get something, you know, what's the best way to meet the needs and actually meet them in an earlier time, and something that is actually going to be executable. You know, and that includes community consultation. I'm not saying, I'm not diminishing it, but we need someone to spearhead this, and we need experts at the table who understand these implications and who understand what the best practices are going across the province. And, you know, if my blunt assessment is there was a reason why the last hub project failed, and I don't think we should go down that path again if we want to actually deliver something to the community, because we've proven that method didn't work.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that, Mr. Burgess, and respectfully, I don't want to debate it with you. I understand your position because I see the report and we've had these conversations, but I do feel it's narrow. I have admitted that I recognize a master plan. Heck, I was the one who pulled the minutes from our RFAB meeting months ago to have a master plan revisited. I'm in agreement with you. I'm on the same page as that. And furthermore, I've just said that I myself even recognize we need to reel in the scope of what was the community hub or where it might be. So why can't we undertake a master plan period? Why does it need to be specific in scope to working with the Grand Erie District School Board, the YMCA? Why does it need to be specific in scope that we would develop preliminary options for the Simcoe Rec Center specifically, and the 3-year position, and so on? And when we talk about community input, you know, you're not wrong. It certainly can get carried away fairly easily. The buck stops with council. Council doesn't need to endorse what the community members put up and put forward, but at least we can say that we engaged them in it, we listened to them, we've expanded the terms of reference for this committee, and then we've done nothing. We haven't recruited new people, we haven't put them together, we haven't said, what's your vision for a plan B? We haven't sat down with them and said, that's not realistic. We've done none of those things, to no fault of anyone's. I very easily could have brought that up and re-engaged. I'm just as much to blame. That is my preference. I still think that widening the scope, having a master plan is great, and re-engaging the community members, you may be right. It may be something at the rec center, or it may not be. I just don't like the specific language in this recommendation, and I would rather consult with the community members than not.
All right, well, thank you, Councillor Martin. I think your position and our staff's position is well articulated. I do have to ask if your preference is for me to seek a seconder for your deferral, which would in effect end the debate on the topic, or if I may ask your peers to ask their questions of committee and go right back to you for your motion.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to stop community questions. I will leave it with you if debate starts to occur that would hinder a deferral.
All right, let's finish it. It's difficult to finish with question period when we start, you know, tabling motions. So I thank you for your respect for your peers to ask a few more questions. Next speaker that I did have to ask a question of staff was Councillor Vanden Drieschie.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Burgess. This discussion with the YMCA, do we have a YMCA?
Through the chair to the councillor, This was and it's a public record. With the school board has entered into a memorandum of understanding to develop a community center at the Delhi Secondary School. They've asked us to participate in further discussions to develop an expansion of that site for the community. So the memorandum of understanding currently is between the school board and the YMCA. The purpose of this report is I'm providing you essentially with as much information as I have today. There is some public information on the table, but is to gather information and to enter in discussions with the Y and the school board about what exactly we could obtain from a partnership and what would be the cost and what would be the benefit to the community.
A couple more questions then. I know we in Norfolk don't have a YMCA, so you're obviously looking at it's probably in partnership with Brantford. You've got here the aquatic and multi-use facility strategy at 150,000, and then in 22 the master plan update for 150,000. And also in your recommendation, you're looking for a temporary 3-year position. My question is, what if we were to go for everything? If we were to go, is there no way that there could be used with some assistance, but in-house? We seem to have done it quite well with water. We seem to have done it quite well with other departments. I just don't understand why we don't have the expertise here that we could move forward with our own staff.
Through the chair to the councillor, we don't have the capacity staff. Also, we don't necessarily have the same technical skills as what it is. So with water, we spend a lot of money on engineering. Quite frankly, the WSP studies hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. With a master plan, the benefit you get from bringing in some, like what we're proposing is a mix, councillor. We're proposing bringing in some additional resources and staff to reduce the cost of the outside experts. But what you get with an outside expert, and I made my living being a consultant, is when you work for a county, what you really know is what's in the county. When you work for 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 municipalities, you get to see a much broader range of options. So when you're able to merge the two, you have some of that outside expertise and some of that inside staff really driving it forward. You get a really good result. So we as staff couldn't carry this project forward all on our own. And then when you're looking at technical, architectural, or engineering assessments for the building, again, we don't have that internal capability. If someone's going to tell me, listen, the rec center is a disaster, don't go there, that's going to need to come from someone with expertise that we don't have in this. Or if we have some outside expertise that says, listen, there's a possibility, here's the 2 or 3 things you need to do to get further information, to get on solid footing, they'd be the ones to be able to advise us on that. We don't have an architect on staff, we don't have structural engineers on staff. It's just not what we possess. So that's why we'd have to go outside.
But what you're looking at is a combo effect here, though. You're using 150 for, and this, I would take that to have a consultant to do a strategy.
Yep.
Am I correct or not?
Yeah,
Pardon?
the strategy plus some assessments, plus some engineering or architectural assessments. And
some
then
assessments.
Yeah, and the 360,
right.
That's correct. And the 360s for staff for a 3-year program.
And Mr. Sloan, if I may, you had a point to make?
Yes, thanks through the chair. Just a couple supplement. Further to what Mr. Burgess said, to be honest, we've got a very lean organization. So in the recreation department, there isn't a staff member that could work on this. We're talking about the director then, and the director has a number of priorities and options. And so we want to make sure that this has some dedicated resource to it to move forward and get it done. The other positive thing too is with the realignment, and part of what Jason had previously talked about with the realignment is having recreation with our community development. Then we can have some of those synergies, and so there might be some possibilities when looking at the strategies and what we just heard from Jennifer about using those growth projections are going to be part of this analysis. And so there might be the ability to pull a little bit of that information and resource to help drive that cost down for consultants, so they don't have to go and create all new projections to feed into the demand and whatnot. So we are cognizant of that, of trying to drive that consultant work down. But there are certain times when you hire them, either if you don't have the time or you don't have the full expertise in-house. And there's a bit of a combination of all that.
Thank you. And all I'd like to say is that please be cognizant of the fact this is a large area, Norfolk County, and it doesn't matter where you live, you should have equal opportunity for facilities. And if we start to forget that, you will again get people's backs up, as you did the last time with the hub situation. And I totally agree that the committee should be restruck for recreation so that you can get some ideas from the entire county, not just a certain district of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Councillor Huffman, questions as it relates to the staff report.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. I'm in a bit of a quandary about this because I see some positives to this, but I also feel that there's something that's being kind of pushed upon us. My understanding is that from prior to this council being elected, there were engineer reports done on the facilities. So my question would be, I would expect that the facilities would be in worse shape now than they were when those engineering reports are done. And why would those reports be good enough to work off of? I also feel that there's a sense that, and I agree with Councillor Martin in saying in terms of pivoting and what Mr. Burgess has said. But I also have a sense that there's a direct connection to the community involvement. We had a committee established, and there were not tenders, but there was an outreach to all of Norfolk County to participate in the RFAB committee. No one area was neglected. It was a matter of whether people chose to participate in it or not. And we did have a lot of expertise, and we did have an engineer on that committee. And I just think that there was a lot of great groundwork that was done. So there may have been a mistake in terms of, as Mr. Burgess mentioned, with a pool. But those are things that we can look at. Also, there's been some feedback that our actual application wasn't done to the best quality that was possible to be done for a project of this magnitude. I just feel that there's just a component missing, and that there's things that are a little bit rushed with this. And again, I'm looking, when I see the contingency reserve, so the funding for the 360 will be coming out of the contingency reserve, is that correct?
That's correct, yep.
So again, so this is that. So just to make sure that I'm clear on this is the council initiative reserve fund, which is now the contingency reserve?
No, that's not. No,
okay.
That's what would happen is we had budgeted some improvements and some other things to undergo at the rec center. We moved those funds back to the contingency reserve and fund this as a new project from that. The council strategic reserve is not being touched.
Okay.
And just on your earlier point with regards to the engineering, and yeah, the previous engineering studies would be looked at, but you have to remember, we're talking about a $13 million type of construction project in there. So, yes, are there faults with that building? But once you start going in with a major renovation like that, is that cheaper than buying new land and, building new construction? Because, if you take the pool out of the rec center currently, and there's no pool functionality there, then are you then going to have a standalone senior center in 55,000 square feet? And then is having a multi-use facility next to a pool not there? It's all these recreational facilities get created by putting multiple things together into one facility. So, you're
I'm
you're
aware
gonna
of
have
that.
to move it. Yeah, and so the intent is, can we get some assessment and get some real facts there to say, does that building make sense? Because there's already the senior center there. It's already a high-use facility. Could we, in theory, create something cheaper than a new build? And I don't know that, and that's why, it's not being rushed in my head. It's being, can we address some of these basic questions before we go back? Can we use that as part? That's why we call it agile planning. And this is a concept of project management where you continue to move the project forward while you're getting more information. You can go back to the traditional waterfall approach to say, let's do nothing, let's go get the master plan, then let's go do the next step and the next step and the next step. But what will happen with that is then we'll tell the school board and the YMCA and that partnership, listen, we can't talk to you for 2 years. So that project's going to be on hold for 2 years because we got to go complete a master plan. And then, once you do the master plan, then you're going to say, okay, well, let's do site location. Well, Simcoe is going to be a logical site location no matter what. And then you're going to have to say, well, where can we site the property? What are the options? So, you can go back to the traditional waterfall approach, and that's up to council, and that's what the only thing is I'm going to say is that's, you're going to be 2-3 years down the road, potentially with not great answers on that. All I'm saying is, can you spend some money now, put someone in charge of it now, answer some questions to say whether that's in or out, answer some questions on the Delhi. Can we move forward with the Delhi project? Is that a viable project with the school board? Because once you answer that question, once you answer the Delhi question and answer that one quickly, that's going to impact the rest of your master plan. But if you say, well, we got to not do anything until we get a master plan, well, then I tell the school board and I tell the YMCA, you know what, come back to us in 2 years' time. And that's the challenge when you go with a waterfall approach. And so is it being forced? Is it being rushed? Sure. But the force and the rush is to do with the fact that there's a good opportunity that should be explored. And, the facilities aren't getting any younger. And we're going to be pouring millions of dollars into these facilities, quite frankly, over the next couple of years. So how do we best plan that going forward? And can we make, are we going to upgrade the HVAC system, at the rec center if we're going to abandon it in 3 or 4 years' time? Do we just pull that out and say, okay, well, it's out the door? Because I have engineering and we have people that say that's that. And that's the problem. It's, as you move forward, as you get more information, you need to change your decision-making process. Or, like I said, you go back to the traditional waterfall approach, which is do the master study, master plan study, then you do site location, then you do option analysis, then you do site location, then you try to get a piece of land, then you go into tender and it moves forward. And that's a viable approach. I just think if that was the approach, no different than the water file, this county should have done that 10 years ago. And that's the problem.
Further, Councillor Huffman, any questions? Answered. Councillor Taylor, questions?
Thank you, Chair Appleton, through you. See, I don't see this as rushed. I look at the process we went through for the RFAB application. That's what I call rushed. I look at this as this is telling the county we still have hope for a solution. Every word of this, I got more and more excited that, yeah, we might be able to have a solution that we can put in front of folks. I don't look at the idea of going through with this and getting answers and getting community input as mutually exclusive. They can happen in conjunction. And with that, I'd like to ask clerks if when we know when the new countywide recreation committee will be up and running, if we've got an idea on that.
Kevin?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Rabbits, to committee member Taylor. So we did put it on pause. I have spoken with Bill Cridlin, the general manager of operations, in the past about when to reinitiate this, and we felt it to be most prudent to wait until the Ward 2 election was over so that they had a voice in appointing members. Now that Councillor Van den Driesch is with us, we are looking to continue this over the summer and hopefully have something up by September.
Further, Councillor Taylor?
Yes, because see, that's perfect, because this is, we can get some of these preliminary answers and give this committee something to dig their teeth into and help us at that point. I think we need to know if there is hope for a facility like this in the community at this point, and a facility like the one we're looking at potentially with that partnership with the YMCA. What a better group to help push this along as we're getting these answers in front of us. So no, I read this as, yeah, we've got hope. Like this is an exciting piece.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Columbus, questions as it relates to the staff report? Apologies, you're on mute, sir.
Sorry about that. I was about to move the recommendation as printed, and I think it's Mr. Burgess has put a lot of thought into this. We've tried the other option previously. It failed. And I think we have to look at this as being perhaps, once the studies are done, a more cost-effective and efficient way to go. So I'll leave it at that. And I would remove. I would move the recommendation as printed.
Understood. We were indulging a round of questioning before going back to a deferral that has been tabled. There is no debate on a deferral. And I think it'd be within Councillor Martin's point of privilege to ask that I seek that seconder. So with that, I do want to go to Councillor Martin just for some more specifics as to when we are deferring it to, and if there is any specific information she would be looking for at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, if you'll allow, I would like to just provide one comment in response that may further elaborate on my intention for the deferral, if you'll permit me to do so. Mr. Burgess mentioned the waterfall method and mentioned you could take the opportunity where we would not do something and maybe not find a viable approach. And I just want to be very clear that I don't intend to not do something. Again, I commend staff for bringing this forward, and I am keen to pivot and move forward with the plan B. And that, I don't know what that is. So I do want to do something. The deferral is strictly to get our committee back together. There was a considerable amount of West End constituents interested who had applied. I would like to see a balanced committee, a renewed committee. We gave them new terms of reference. And instead of sitting them down around the table and saying, here, decide on what we do with this study, the Simcoe Rec Center, the pool, this 3-year position, and the YMCA with the school board, I'd like for them to have a bit of a broader discussion. I'd like for them to be included before we pass the motion, essentially. And Councillor Taylor, you said, it's hope for a solution. I do agree with that, but God help us when we don't involve the committee or the community members of the West End and we start to patch up something in Simcoe. That's all I'm saying. I just want the committee back together for a fulsome discussion. So that's my intent in the deferral. I do not want to stall this issue. I do want to advance the issue, if that is suitable. So actually, sorry, to your direct question, Mr. Chair, I was going to say July, August, if that's too much of a burden for clerks to get a committee back in. I'm sure we could have a special council meeting and approve the individuals. Otherwise, if Mr. Burgess thinks it won't hold the process up too much and we could bring the committee back in September and then have them look at this, that's fine as well. But I would say sooner rather than later if we want to advance the intent of the motion.
Can I ask for a staff response on those timelines?
Yeah, I think it's realistic to, I won't, clerks can comment. I think it's realistic to bring the names forward in September. I just don't see how it's mutually exclusive. You can approve this, we can start trying to hire a key point person who will be the key point person for the new committee. We can start putting an RFP out to get professionals to look at this stuff. Like there's, you know, the biggest issue is going to be allowing staff to go and talk to the Grand District School Board. So to me, you know, I'm not sure what decisions being deferred. You can add a second motion or another recommendation to say to have the committee for nomination purposes be ready for September and still approve everything else. And I think you're in the exact same position.
May I ask a question pertaining to that then, Mr. Chair?
You may, and I do see Kevin has his hand raised, so he may either have something procedurally to assist or he may have some information.
I'll defer to Kevin and then speak.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Through you to the rest of committee, I would suggest that September is good for Clerk's Department because we have to prepare a report for July for Council to appoint committee members and then review the applications that we've received. And then from there is no August meeting. And we're on summer break for that period, so we could get up and running full steam in September.
Okay, well, with that, I think the intention is clear. I do see Mayor Chop. Your hand is raised.
Councillor Van Passen, I'm sure can answer this. Can we get a division of the question and the deferral in terms of the components with the master plan and so on, and the component that deals with Delhi, and if Councillor Martin wants to move both of them? I don't see why. We have an opportunity that the YMCA is actually interested in doing something in Norfolk County, and the fact that they want to do it in Delhi is also pretty amazing. So I don't really want to lose out on an opportunity for what would be, and again, that would be the YMCA running the facility, even not Norfolk County. So the challenges we've had with operating costs and so on, that's also a bonus to the community, and certainly gets a facility in the West End. So
I guess if we were to have our committee together, they would probably tell all of us that YMCA has been interested in operating a facility in Norfolk County since about 2016. So I don't want to lose that opportunity either. I think that's a great idea, but I want to defer on all of this because I think RFAB should be included in all of this. RFAB should be engaged in the discussion with the school board and the YMCA. RFAB should be engaged in the RFP and the terms of which the broadly of which we hire a consultant for the master plan. And again, this language is very narrow for me when it says specific to the Simcoe Recreation Center specifically. Why aren't we having a master plan that reviews all of the facilities and it comes back to us and it actually maybe says, I'm making this up, but Talbot is more a suitable building for this than the others? Are we not going to get the same information without needing to pass such a narrow focused recommendation, language in the recommendation? So my answer would be I would like to defer on all of it and bring the committee in.
That's great. I've asked for a division of the question on the deferral.
I asked for a deferral, 10 minutes.
If I may, please, order. We will look for a seconder for the deferral. We'll deal with that business, and we'll have to see if it carries. If not, we'll be able to ask for divisions of the question or revisit staff's recommendations. So with that, Councillor Martin has tabled a deferral of the staff report, and we've heard those timelines and confirmed that with staff. Is there a seconder for the deferral? Councillor Vanden Driesche. There is no debate on a referral. We have a deferral. Sorry, we have a mover and a seconder. I will call the question.
I'd like
to. Mayor Chop, you invoking a point of privilege. You are muted. You may speak.
Well, I just asked whether or not it was a point to the clerk, whether or not a division of the question is possible with the deferral. So she can move the deferral on both options.
Let's have the clerk respond.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, I'm hoping that Teresa is tuned in on this as well. So in terms of what you would like deferred, Committee Member Martin, that I think we would like. Sorry, could I get Teresa to comment? Sorry.
Sure,
I'm
and
not
what
sure
I'm
of the,
looking for
parameters.
specifically, they can defer the entire report. I just don't want to eliminate the discussion about Delhi and the YMCA. So the deferral can be on the rec plan and the master plan and the hiring of the other 3 staff, that's fine. But in terms of the Delhi component of that it would still give our staff, I don't want to eliminate our staff from being able to have discussions with the school board and with the YMCA. And I'm afraid if the deferral passes to September, that will prohibit our staff from engaging in those conversations.
So I guess my point of order, Mr. Chair, would be I think that would contradict reason for my deferral. I would like the committee to be engaged in the discussion. So it's undermining if we separate it and we do what Mayor Chop is requesting. I understand her point. It is then undermining my process. So which I would say, could we please advance the committee, call a special council meeting, get the.
Can I get a ruling from the clerk, please?
And then move forward on.
Yeah. Thank you. And if it does assist in my role as chair, I think I'd like to re-articulate the question to our clerk. So the question is regarding a division of the question. Is it the chair that ultimately is ruling on whether that is accepted or not? Or as I have done, I've gone back to the mover to see if the division of the question is accepted. Which point of order should carry the day?
So through the chair, the deferral was on the table first. We should have actually technically dealt with that deferral at that time. And as the chair, you allowed further discussions. So in my opinion, the deferral should be the first motion that we deal with. If the deferral doesn't pass, then we can look at splitting the decision.
Thank you. So with that, we have a mover and a seconder for the deferral, and I will call the question. All those in favor of the deferral? I'm seeing 3 hands. All those opposed? And the opposition carries. With that, I would like to go back to Mayor Chop to see if you would like to pursue dividing a question, moving staff's recommendation, or proposing an alternative.
Yeah, I don't want to lose the opportunity. It's not, well, the YMCA may have articulated 5 years ago that they were interested in doing something in Norfolk County. This hub project has been going on for years. And at the end of the day, nothing after all these years prior to me even moving to Norfolk County has come to fruition. And here's an opportunity to do something with the school board, with the YMCA, and I just don't want to see putting this off till September and not allowing our staff to go and still have those and this would have eliminated the ability, in my view, that motion being deferred for our staff to even go and have those conversations. So Jason, I'm just wondering, is that still possible, even if council doesn't want to support now that we'll divide the question? So even if they don't want to support moving forward with a much needed master or a rec plan for Norfolk County, that at least we can look at still having conversations in Delhi.
Yep, we can have the conversations and bring back more information to council.
So do you need any additional resources for that component? I'm assuming that was kind of.
No, for the initial conversations and that senior staff can handle that, and it would delay. The only thing is we would continue to pause on some of our other projects that we have underway currently.
So it's I'll put it to council. I think there's certainly merit in the plan. I'm a little bit concerned with the hiring of a staff member for 3 years, and I am that sort of turning into another full-time position in Norfolk County. But I do agree that we need a rec plan and we need to move forward. But in the first case, I would just like to put it, Councillor Rabbits, that the first part of my motion then would be to give staff the authority to continue discussions with the school board and with the YMCA to look at the gym expansion in Delhi. You're on mute. You're still on mute.
Thank you. Hey, it happens to all of us, doesn't it? So with that, we have an amended motion to move part of staff's recommendation. Mayor Chop has articulated that as the mover. Do we have a seconder? I see some hands raised, but they were raised previously. Do we have a seconder for the mayor's motion? We do. It's Councillor Van Passen.
No, I have
would
a
you like
question.
to speak to it, sir?
No, I have a question. Councillor Columbus moved the staff recommendation and you did not accept that. Don't you think that that should be the first one up? Because I would second Councillor Columbus' motion of accepting the staff recommendation.
I would agree, and I think I'd like to go to Councillor Columbus, as the mayor had perhaps an amendment to, or was that purely dividing the question?
No, I was just trying to appease the two groups so that one could still vote on the one, but if Councillor Columbus wants to move the whole staff recommendation, by all means. So it was just trying to balance. It was just trying to get to a workable solution here, but
appreciate that.
By all means.
Mr. Chair, I would move that recommendation at this time. And if
very good, and I'm hearing that Councillor Van Passen would second staff's recommendation. We have a mover, we have a seconder. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would then ask the mover for an amendment. I would ask if he would be open to including the former RFAB group, which we actually extended their mandate to be included in the discussions with the county and YMCA. Unfortunately, there is less representation from the West End if you were to bring that committee back together. But I would greatly appreciate including some committee level on the discussion so that it's documented through the RFAB process and the new members can pick up, review the findings, and move forward. I would also respectfully ask if the mover would be open to an amendment that really, I don't even know the language. I would maybe call on Teresa, but I really want to broaden the remainder portion of this. I am okay with the master plan. I'm okay with looking at the pool, multi-use indoor options. I just don't want a report to come back that specifically talks about repairing the Simcoe Rec Center only. That's what I'm trying to avoid as well. So I ask you that, Mr. Councillor Columbus, if you would be open to amendments to move forward with the process with staff's timeline, include the former RFAB committee.
We have Kevin who would like to interject. Perhaps the amendments are contrary to the motion, but we'll allow the clerk to speak. And then I do see Jason Burgess' hand raised as well.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, to committee member Martin, RFAB is no more. There isn't a committee for RFAB. It's now Recreation Advisory Committee. So it wouldn't be able, your amendment wouldn't be possible.
Sorry, why is that? Just because it's expired? Like the memberships have expired? Is that what you mean?
No, it doesn't exist. RFAB does not exist. Is the
because we changed it from a board to a committee?
It's now a Recreation Advisory Committee, and it has a different terms of reference. For all intents and purposes, RFAB is dead.
Harsh but true. Thank you, Kevin. You know, with that, I'm not too sure if there was much to salvage from your friendly amendment. We'll go to Councillor Columbus to see if he'd like to proceed or make any changes.
Mr. Chair, I think it's too far removed from the recommendation that's printed. And the other thing I'd like to see, before we get this RFAB committee, I think somebody has to draw up the new terms of reference for that committee. And it should not be focusing with membership all in support of a hub, for example, before the committee's even struck. It should be looking at the common folk right across the county who want input into this and make sure that recreational facilities are available throughout the county, not just in one spot. Thanks.
You did that, sir.
Mr. Burgess.
Kevin can correct me, but I believe the terms of reference for the new committee has been approved by council. And I think council, when they go to select their members, can ensure that there's that broad range of perspective. for the new committee. And council always has the opportunity, I think, to make changes to the terms of reference, during the normal process of notice of motion and that kind of stuff. So just to remind council, there is a terms of reference approved for the new committee. And I agree with you, Councillor Columbus. That was one of the reasons why we moved to that, is to, have it's a different role for this committee now, so there needs to be different perspectives on it. And this council will be the one selecting who sits on that committee.
Thanks for that correction, Mr. Burgess.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing no hands raised, I will call the question. All those in favor of approving staff's recommendation? I'm Councillor Huffman. I'm seeing no hand. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and those opposed?
Through you, Chair Rabbits, with you voting in favor, the motion carries.
Motion carries. Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. I know that's a very important issue to our community, and it did warrant a significant discussion. So thank you for indulging me and perhaps skirting Robert's rules to allow for a few more questions to be asked at risk of debating a deferral. So with that, we're on to the office of the CAO. We're on item D, staff report CAO 21-30. This is cannabis enforcement. May I ask, is it Mr. Burgess that will be starting us off?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Olson to start us off. I don't believe Mr. Milson is on it, but I'll start very quickly. This report was a direction from council, and I believe it was Councillor Huffman specifically who asked for a report back because there was a 5-point plan that was presented to the Police Services Board, and there was some concern that, or some thought that maybe the 5-point plan was a more effective way of dealing with the cannabis situation. How we deal with the cannabis situation is very similar to the 5-point plan. We don't have as catchy of a name for it, but we take the same type of procedures. And to be not to toot our own horns, but I think it's good to do it. We're one of the few communities that actually received a judgment, a successful judgment in it. Our approach has been recognized by a number of other municipalities, and they've called us to copy it. So so our process has worked, has been effective, has been looked at by other municipalities going forward. And really the recommendations here for council to consider is, one is to receive the report as information. That was what was requested. And two, if council wanted to provide more resources for this issue, that be made a motion that goes into the budget process and gets debated during the 2022 budget process. This is something that we're trying to do so that we don't make in-year budget adjustments unless they're really necessary, or unless council deems it that way, that we make a formal motion and that gets put into the budget process in the fall, and then that can get debated amongst all the other options there. And as I spoke, I noticed that Mr. Milson was online, so if I missed anything, Mr. Milson can fill me in. So sorry for.
I feel so ignored.
Yeah,
thanks very much, Jason. Appreciate that. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to also extend a welcome to Councillor Van den Driesche and to council. Just to let you know, I am here if there's questions. It's a fairly lengthy report for sure, and perhaps rather than going through everything, I think Jason's done a really good job in sort of covering the basics of it. And perhaps I could just be open for questions unless my boss wants to have any input prior to that.
Well, I think we're ready for questions. Thank you, Mr. Milson. I do have a list of speakers. I did see Mayor Chop had her hand raised.
Yes, I guess I was hoping that we might, it doesn't matter at this point, in terms of discussing this next week, because the actual report is, I was told from Teresa earlier today, is coming forward on sort of establishing bylaw priorities as well. And I think this report actually ties into that. And the reason I had contacted Teresa, I was surprised that they were both there, but she said it was deferred to next week. So I think that there is merit to having sort of the conversation as a whole, but it's done, so it's okay.
That's not a motion for deferral?
At this time, just carry on, Councillor Rabbits, and if I look.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And to Mr. Milson, the question I'm getting is, with these distant separations from residential areas to a grow-op location, I'm getting a lot of heat from neighbors who are waiting for the charges to be acted out in the courtroom. So when is that actually going to start taking place? That seems to be where the hang-up is with all these 100-plus grow-ups that we're facing.
Well, it's hard to speak for the courts, Councillor. It's really up to them when they decide they have enough time to start proceeding with these. I know that we are actively involved in some discussions with the prosecutor and defense counsel in a couple of these situations to try to resolve them. We have resolved a couple already, one with a significant fine. And so they are moving through the process very slowly, but as with provincial offenses elsewhere, everything is just delayed because of COVID. So there is just to update you, I think it's important to, if I could just have a minute, when I had written this report initially, it just shows you how quickly things change. I had initially advised there was 109 locations since we started 3 years ago. We're now up to 113, but of those, we've closed 16 files as being unfounded. They were either not growing or were in compliance with zoning, or the matter was criminal in nature and referred to the OPP. Just as a reminder, we have laid charges at 20 different production sites. We've charged 39 producers with 75 different offenses. At this time, we're aware of 77 production sites that remain under investigation, and I think it's really important to note that not all of these sites should be deemed criminal and causing criminal issues. The majority of what we're dealing with in our line of work here with bylaw is nuisance, and not following the zoning provisions that we've asked producers to follow, and they indicate through Health Canada they're going to follow these things, but of course we know now a lot of them don't. So our job really is investigating nuisance more than it is and zoning, so regulatory things rather than criminal. We don't investigate criminal matters. That's up to the OPP. So from a bylaw perspective, out of 113, we're dealing with 77 right now, and most of that has taken place, Councillor Columbus, in the last 8 months. And for various operational reasons, we didn't have full staff up until about last September.
Thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Through you to Mr. Milson. Thank you very much, Jim, for a great report. It's very detailed and has lots of great information. And it's nice to kind of get that, the summary of where we're at, where we were, where we're at, and kind of where we're going. I do have a couple questions, if you could humor me. And first question is, has the bylaw or either building or fire department established an operational procedure so that all the employees kind of know what their role is in addressing the illegal cannabis cultivation?
Well, the short answer is no, not all. We started that process before this all really became an issue, or I guess about the same time, last September, October.
Right.
And included our municipal partners, so fire and bylaw and building department, attended a number of scenes in the fall. And throughout the winter, I've been I guess lobbying with directors and staff at different levels in the different departments to get a working group, a cannabis working group going. Now it wouldn't be the same size. Initially it was a very large one involved when it was all first set up in the county. And this would be a small in-house one, very similar to what York Region is doing on a formal basis. And targeting, I guess, the major ones of concern, the ones that draw most of the attention, and working on a plan with our different departments to attend these places and investigate them. So it's being done. It's just more on an ad hoc basis right now, to be honest with you.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is, has Norfolk County, have we kind of looked at, not a hotline, but in terms of residents becoming more involved in reporting possible illegal cannabis sites? Or is that just where we leave things with them contacting their local councillor and the council member contacting bylaw?
Well, the complaints come in a number of ways.
Okay.
And we have a complaint form on the norfolkcounty.ca website under the bylaw tab. And I do receive a number of complaints through there. We also get a number of phone calls directly through Service Norfolk and through councillors. A number of you have contacted me over the last year and advised me of certain areas, within your ward that have caused issues or continue to cause issues, and all those have been categorized in a running spreadsheet of files that our 2 investigators or 1.5 investigators are working on, and then they transition from there either to unfounded or into the court category. So
there's no shortage. There's no shortage of complaints coming your way then.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, Councillor, there's not. I'm a very busy person with the cannabis file, as are my investigators, and there's no shortage of work for sure. And what I would like to say too is that that work isn't just local. That work involves a lot of liaising with interdepartmental here, but also with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. We're an active participant in that. We have, and also with Health Canada, we've produced a couple of reports or submissions to both entities this year. One with Director Givens did a great job with some proposals to Health Canada during part of their evaluation process of how they do business. And as Mr. Burgess reported, we've been the example for AMO, who mentioned the job that we're doing here. So I think we can stand with anybody, to be honest with you, in our success.
Okay, and with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, I have just one more question. Now I noticed that obviously the recommendation in the report looks at an increase in bylaw, not bylaw, in building staff. Has there been any thought into whether Norfolk County, not that there has to be a cost affiliated with it, but if there had to be a permit involved for when anybody constructed a hoop greenhouse, would that kind of be the trigger for, okay, you're putting up a hoop greenhouse, what are you growing? Oh, I'm growing tomatoes and or we'll be cultivating cannabis, etc. And then, then you start to go down the checklist with things. Is that something that you would see helpful going down the line?
Well, The short answer to that, Councillor, is you would be very helpful. I was at a site not too long ago with one of our building inspectors, and it was very valuable to have that input, and led to other charges because he was able to point out some things at the scene that I wasn't aware of. And it just plays into what York Region is doing, and a lot of other agencies are, this interdepartmental, cooperative approach. So my thought after that meeting, in speaking with building, was that it would benefit both sides, building and bylaw, to have a building without permit inspector, or just a building inspector who is primarily engaged in BWAP, or building without permit investigations, because it could benefit both sides. And there's certainly enough work in building for that. And I don't mean to speak for my friend Fritz Enslin, but we've talked enough that I think there's enough work there for a dedicated inspector who could also work with bylaw. And I think the Building Reserve Fund, from my own observations, could be a source of that funding. So.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just want to say, I think even though we don't have a fancy name, I think we have a pretty good plan. So I'm good.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Vanden Driesche.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I have questions, whoever can answer them. I'm just hearing that there isn't a permit system for cannabis growing, and I wonder why. What kind of cost recovery is here? This is something that's getting more and more costly to the township. Is there a method or a way that we can get some cost recovery here?
If I may, Mr. Chair, through you. Yes, Councillor, there is, through the courts, in that some of these fines that could be levied will be potentially very high. We are looking at a nuisance bylaw under the Municipal Act that could generate even higher fines, and that would be for odor and light control issues. So it is something that's very clearly on our radar, has been for a while, to get this bylaw in place. It would help the county out with other nuisance issues as well. But having the ability to get higher fines levied in court could help with that. As far as the permitting process, really there already are requirements for producers to follow municipal rules, and that's one of the first things they have to do to get licensed, is to say that they will follow municipal bylaws. And clearly a lot of them are not, and that's why we're taking them to task. So it's not just that if they get a permit they can grow. They have to go through a process in order to be able to grow already. So but certainly I'm not an expert at that permitting process, but I guess that's another avenue as well.
Thank you.
Brandon Sloan to supplement.
Yep, just to supplement that, yes, we do have specific zoning requirements. There are also, Norfolk is kind of ahead of the pack, and we've been successful at defending that there actually is a site plan process for these facilities that must be followed, and that we can then get into some of these specifics and how they're going to manage odor, etc. And of course, a building permit would be needed. And we found a lot of these ones that our staff are working with Jim's group that haven't followed that, and that's the action that we need to take and need some more dedicated efforts on. But there has been an occurrence where we were successful in defending that they did their operations in contravention, and we were able to get costs for that.
And that's good, but I really feel that there should be some sort of a levy permit through the municipality for those who want to grow that particular crop. I have a question though, and I've heard from some constituents out there that tell me that, and I read your report, but it's very lengthy and intense. Are they allowed to grow cannabis in the field, in an open field?
Well, they would have to be licensed for outdoor grow, but no, most of them are choosing, well, some of them are choosing to grow outdoors against the license, and that's where the criminality comes in. Again, that's a policing matter, not a bylaw matter for zoning.
Well, it's going to get to be a really big matter, and I'll tell you why. There was a few farmers, not in Norfolk County, but in another county, close by that grew hemp. And of course, people from the cities understand that hemp is not marijuana. And they decided that they were going to come and raid the fields of the farmer. And at the end of the day, what happened was all of a sudden the RCMP got involved, there was OPP here, there was all kinds of things in that adjacent municipality, and it got quite guns blazing sort of thing. And I'm hoping that we can keep a handle on what's going on here with cannabis production, just because we just don't want to let it get out of hand. Thank you.
Staff are choosing not to respond and taking that as a comment. We can move on. I'm not seeing any hands raised. We'll hear next from Councillor Michelli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just was going to comment on the same thing I think that Mayor Chop mentioned at the very outset of this discussion, that I did understand that there was going to be a report on bylaw priorities that was going to come before us today. And I did agree at the time with Mayor Chop that maybe this item and that item could be discussed jointly. No pun intended there, I don't think. But that I think now that we've gone this far with this, that I thank you, Mayor Chop, that we can probably just proceed. So thank you very much.
Next, we'll hear from Councillor Taylor, and maybe I should get ahead of us here, and perhaps we should get a motion to go on beyond the hour of 9 p.m.
That's actually what I put my hand up for, so I'll put that forward. Something like that.
Councillor Columbus, all those in favor? He's unanimous. With that, next I had Councillor Martin to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Milson, I would like to just elaborate and build a little bit on Councillor Huffman's final question to you regarding the hoop houses. I'm fully in support of your program and your work. I think you're doing an excellent job. I just don't want to further burden agriculture in the current climate we're in. Do you have any suggestions, Mr. Milson, on how we could activate a hoop house permitting process that isn't a burden on our resources, but we're also not burdening agriculture? The only way I can see it through would be some type of inspection and then reimbursement of a portion of fees or something along those lines if it was truly used for agriculture. But I think that's probably very resource heavy on your team. So do you have any thoughts on that or comment?
Well, again, thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. It's already in place. It's just that they're not following it. And to Brandon Sloan's point, the zoning is in place and the site plan approval process is in place. And when they go through that, as they're supposed to, as Health Canada demands, then we capture those things because we have building involved, and building can check the actual structure. We have fire involved, so they can check the wiring and get TSSA involved in those types of things. So it would get captured if they do things properly. But what we're finding is that a lot of places still are choosing not to. And I'll give you one example is that about 2 months ago, when this building inspector and I visited this particular location, they had erected 32 hoop houses over the wintertime. And at the back of the property, 3 of them had been caved right in due to snow load. And if someone had been working inside there, that could have been problematic for sure. And this is an example, and it's not important where they came from other than they weren't manufactured in Canada and they weren't inspected. And if they were, I think that those materials and that workmanship probably would have been identified early on. So I'm not sure. I just want to make sure I'm capturing what you're saying about a burden to agriculture, because I want to make sure that I give an accurate response to that.
Yeah, you've kind of already touched on it, and formulated more thoughts for me here. I think that the agriculture sector would come in. They would apply for the permits. They would want to be in compliance. They would pay the fees if they were looking to set up a hoop house, whereas cannabis operators would not. I'm just thinking, what's to differentiate the agriculture industry, as in crops, vegetable crops, tomatoes, peppers, whatever it may be, for a hoop house. All of a sudden, we've just added a new fee for them and more paperwork for them to set up the hoop houses, when really we're doing it to try and regulate cannabis, but the cannabis growers aren't playing by the rules. So it's neither here nor there.
Mr. Burgess, and we can hear from him again.
I just want to be clear. Cannabis is considered an agricultural crop. So that's how the provincial framework is. You're not going to be able to do anything with two-tiered things. The other thing is, you know, we're talking about people who are doing things outside the normal boundaries of the law. And we're not going to permit or regulate them to catch them because they don't care about it. So if I want to set up an illegal greenhouse, I'll put the hoop houses out, put some tomato plants in and say, look, I'm growing tomatoes. And as soon as the bylaw officer comes and checks it off, the tomatoes go out the door and a different type of agricultural crop goes in. The issue here is, as you know, Mr. Milson says, is there's people doing things outside the permanent rules. So this doesn't impact agriculture as much. And I would be, you know, we would have to take some very serious looks if we start saying this crop is different than this crop under OMAFRA's rules to set two different standards. And why would you be punishing people who, frankly, are producing an agricultural crop within the rules, the licensed producers who are actually abiding by the rules, to the expense of people who are doing illegal activity? Those are all the questions that, you know, you would have to address, you know, if you're trying to do staged or differential you know, cost for the different businesses. But, you know, we can take that back and look at it, but I just want to make sure it's clear that OMAFRA has ruled on that. It's a provincial issue, and, you know, we need to work within those boundaries.
Anything further, Mr. Milson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just unusual that you're mentioning that, because we lately had a couple of applications that came in that turned out to be, well, they stated that they were for vegetables, and it turned out that they were actually growing cannabis inside. So just to speak to the CEO's point. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. I think we can hear now from Mayor Chop. I saw a hand raised.
Thanks, Councillor Rabbits. Not a big deal. I mean, I think we did have this exact same conversation, and the points Jason made, I don't know that he was actually at the county at the time this came up before, but, you know, one of the big pushes, of course, to add the permitting, you know, again, for all the reasons to the marijuana piece, how is that going to change anything other than burden the farmers that are actually doing the right thing? So I don't support adding additional permitting process as the solution to the cannabis challenges we face.
All right. Well, thank you. We've had a round of questions that relates to the staff report. Do we have a member of committee that would like to move staff's recommendation or propose an alternative? Seeing Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move the staff recommendation.
Do we have a mover? Do we have a seconder for staff's recommendation? Councillor Huffman? Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I was just wondering if the mover would be amenable to a friendly amendment. just a little amendment. Was just wondering about having a quarterly report. So just every quarter, every 3 months, on the agenda, an update on what our stats are with the similar to not a lengthy report like this, but just a very brief stats report on where we are with our cannabis.
Let's have staff respond with either providing an information memo or in what format they think they could assist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As council will know, since I got here, I've provided a monthly statistical report on what bylaw has been doing. And in the last month, I have developed a spreadsheet, a little more accurate spreadsheet as to what our investigations are with cannabis as well. And I have updated that. That's how I provided the stats for this report. And I'll be doing that monthly from our cannabis investigator. So I'd be happy to put those numbers in with the regular report that I do, if that's satisfactory. If you want something more, just please let me know.
No, that's perfect. That's monthly would be great. I just didn't want to burden anybody with an additional job to do. So yeah, that would be great if it's easy to do and you've got the spreadsheet there. That would be good. It just kind of, to me, just kind of closes this whole report and just allows us to keep on top of things and be able to answer things, have those numbers available to constituents when they inquire.
Thank you, Councillor. I can advise that I just this morning got stats for the last month, and I have current stats for cannabis, so I'll be sending those along shortly to all of you.
Very good. Thank you, Jim, for your hard work. And thank your team as well. With that, we have a mover and a seconder of staff's recommendation. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no hands raised.
Chair Rabbits, could I confirm that committee member Huffman has seconded that as the staff recommendation without the amendment? Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank you for that. Understood. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is passed unanimously. We'll now move on to item E under the Office of the CAO. This is staff report CAO 21-44, Friday the 13th, business licensing. And which staff member will be starting us off?
It's Miss Olson.
Miss Olson.
Whether she wants to or not.
Thank you, through the chair. So this report is before council today because we were looking for an opportunity to review how we were going to manage business licenses during Thursday, August 12th and Friday the 13th in 2021. So when we look at the business licensing, currently the schedule that most applies to that event is Schedule 11, which allows for special licenses to be issued for businesses to do mobile licensing, mobile food establishments, as well as merchandising. We also have two other schedules in our bylaw that could be applicable to sales such as that, which is our Schedule 5 mobile food premises, which allows for mobile food premises throughout the year in the county, as well as our Schedule 1, which is peddlers who can sell wares and goods throughout the county. So in looking at how we can manage the safety of attendees at the gathering for Friday the 13th, staff has recommended that there's two options we can consider. The first option would be allowing the license issuer the discretion to issue, refuse, or revoke licenses, which is the license issuer's ability in the licensing bylaw. A license issuer can refuse or revoke licenses for the health and safety of the public, as well as to amend any issues where business may not be being able to carry on their business in compliance with other laws, so such as the provincial health orders. That provides the license issuer a little more discretion to be able to allow the licenses to be issued if need be. The second option is for council to pass an amending bylaw to suspend certain licenses to be issued in Port Dover on the Thursday the 12th and Friday the 13th. And staff recommend that this is the best option because it provides a stronger mechanism, I guess, to suspend those licenses, as well as offers, I guess, more along the lines of what council was looking for to provide some flexibility for the existing businesses to remain open. We are recommending bylaw B. I do want to make a mention that we do have a request that if that is the bylaw that council would like us to bring forward at the council meeting next week, we have a couple clerical matters to amend in that bylaw. So if that is the chosen bylaw, in clause 4, we just need to add in that the licenses for Schedule 1 and Schedule 5 in Port Dover would be suspended. And we'd also like to add in a clause 5 that appeal rights under clauses 4.6 and 4.7 in our licensing bylaw be suspended in relation to the suspensions and refusals of those schedules in Port Dover. Technically, we don't necessarily need that clause, but we just felt in an abundance of caution, we'd like to put that in case there was some concerns of businesses outside of the area that wanted to try to come in for those 2 days. So I'm happy to field any questions if council has any.
Questions of committee? Councillor Van Passen.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
We have a mover of staff's recommendation. Is there a seconder? Seeing Councillor Huffman. Is there any discussion? Mayor Chop.
I just had a question, and maybe I'm missing it, Teresa, but I had talked about it at the last meeting. Was fixing this change where, vendors that are always a vendor in Port Dover, the other 364 days of the year, rainy days or sunny days, or whether they're seasonal, that they didn't have to go through this special licensing process? Or did I just miss that in this?
Ms. Olson?
So through the chair to Mayor Chop, just to confirm what you're asking me then is for businesses that are existing in Port Dover now, can they operate during that period?
Yeah, and not only for this year, but this became an issue when this council was campaigning that summer. There was a Friday the 13th, and as an example, it was a chip wagon in Port Dover who pays for his license, all summer long. And then Friday the 13th came around and he didn't buy the special permit for Friday the 13th, but it's the exact same location that he's been parked at all summer, every summer for the last, I don't know how many years. And of course, bylaw was at the chip wagon and it became quite a thing. I mean, to me, the people that are in there that have, a chip wagon or the pierogi kid or, any of the other, even mobile type units that are there that are in Port Dover all summer long, to me, they shouldn't need a special permit because there happens to be a Friday the 13th. They're there rain or shine. If it's a good weather summer or a bad weather summer, that's where they've chosen to locate their business. So to me, that was an error from the past, and I didn't realize I actually thought that we had changed it in the previous bylaw, only to learn that actually hadn't, and that's my mistake. So we did bring it up at council. I thought 100% sure actually, and I thought we were going to look to adding that change and correcting it moving forward.
So
Mr. Burgess. If you could respond.
I'll start and then Ms. Olson can correct me. For this year, for the bylaw, if you're present on June 8th in Port Dover, there is no requirement for an additional license. The clerk's department wants to do a revamp on the whole Friday the 13th bylaw, and they'll bring that back in the fall. But for this year, if you're present as of today in Port Dover, you're good to go for Friday the 13th.
No, I understood that, Jason. It was just, I don't know if you remember or not, but I did add that piece on, was how do we correct that moving forward? But if we're going to do a full revamp, then Teresa, right, that's something that I would like to see coming forward when we look to do a revamp. I mean, if that's where your home base is, that's where your home base is. You shouldn't need an additional permit. The county knows that they're there.
So they'll come back in the fall, the full revamp.
Okay, seeing nothing further from staff, Councillor Van Passen, did you wish to speak to your motion? I do see your hand is still raised.
Oh, that is there, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Is there any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing no further hands raised, what I would like to do is just have the clerk please read the motion, and then we'll call a question.
The staff recommendation is as follows for the, and it's moved by Committee Member Van Passen and seconded by Committee Member Huffman, that staff report CAO 21-44 regarding Friday the 13th business licensing be received as information, and that Council adopt the draft bylaw as attached in Attachment B.
Very good, thank you. All those in favor? That looks to be carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now moved on to item F. Under the Office of the CAO, this is an information memo from Teresa Olson, the County Clerk, re the appointment of a member to the Bylaw Appeals Committee. Teresa?
Thank you, through the chair. The report, the memo speaks for itself. We have a quasi-judicial committee, which is the Bylaw Appeals Committee, which hears appeals on a number of county bylaws. And with the resignation of Councillor Geisen in January, there became a vacancy on this appeals committee. And so we're just looking to fill that vacancy at this time because we do have some appeals coming up. We do recognize that there are some other committees that there are vacancies on, and at our May 11th meeting, I believe it was Councillor Van Passen who suggested that we look at our committees again and provide an opportunity to ensure that the new Ward 2 councillor had an opportunity to perhaps sit on some of those committees, as well as the current council to reevaluate some of the committees they're on. So our intent is to bring that report back in July to do a more fulsome look at that. But just in the essence of time and expediency for this committee and the importance, we need to appoint a member today, would be my request. Thank you.
Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would love to sit on some of the committees. I was under the impression that when a councillor resigns, that the new councillor who's of the same ward would take over the responsibilities, but apparently that is not so. I was talking to Teresa, but I would put my name forward if that would be okay with everyone.
Councillor Michelle? Would you like to accept this nomination or promote it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would very much like to accept this nomination. I was going to nominate Councillor Van Andrieschie for that position because I think that it would be very helpful for her to get some very quick firsthand experience on one of our committees. And as Ms. Olson, our clerk, mentioned, there will be some hearings coming up soon, so she will be able to hit the ground running. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I can't recollect if we just need a single nomination or if we do need a seconder. Can I get confirmation from clerks?
Through you, Chair Rabbits, if it assists, I have Committee Member Van Andrieschie moving the motion and Committee Member Michelle seconding it, that Council appoint Councillor Van Andrieschie to the Norfolk County Bylaws Appeal Committee to the remainder of the 2018 to 2022 term of Council.
Sounds good to me. Let's call the question. All those in favor? So carried. Thank you. Well, we've made it through our staff reports. Let me just double check my speaker's notes here. I don't believe we have any notices of motion. Are there any that I'm unaware of?
Chair Rabbits, there is a consent item that was moved to the bottom from Teresa's memo.
Right.
Item 4C in the agenda.
Thank you for that. Council orientation workshop dates at staff report CAO 21-43. We'll go to Ms. Olson.
Thank you, through the chair. So I needed to pull this off of consent because as council is aware, at May 11th council meeting or council and committee meeting, council was open to staff putting on a onboarding for the new councillor, kind of council refresher orientation sessions, and council had requested that we try to schedule them for dates that council would already be in meetings. So we looked at the July calendar and have proposed July 6th and July 13th for the orientations. Originally, when we reached out to the consultant to do the governance training that was requested last fall, the consultant we had been dealing with was unavailable. However, Kevin and I had an opportunity to meet with the consultant on Friday, and we explained how we were doing these orientation sessions, how the governance training would fit really well into that component. You know, explaining that our current CAO is leaving, and you know, maybe if the consultant would allow the councillors an opportunity to have one-on-one conversations with the consultant in advance. The consultant would also have conversations with the CAO and the clerk and deputy clerk related to council staff relations in meetings and decision making, and then all that would be culminated into the training day on the 20th, where council would have training on meeting protocols, parliamentary procedure, and tools and methods for dealing with conflict and disputes at meetings. So if council is amenable to that, I would just ask that the motion that I've asked for, just add that third date in for July 20th.
Questions, comments of committee? Mayor Chop?
I just wanted to move staff recommendation.
We have a mover of staff's recommendation. Is there a seconder?
With the amendment, as Teresa said, obviously.
Understood. With the amendment, Councillor Michelle is seconding. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't use my icon. Are these, I apologize because I know that people are starting to meet in person, and we're in regards to the CAO interviews, we're looking at doing the final ones in person. Will these, the 6th, 13th, and 20th of July, will these be virtual or will they be in person?
Through the chair to Councillor Huffman. At this point, we are proposing that they're virtual.
Okay.
We're still kind of working through what our return to council chambers will look like. If there's an opportunity and we get to that, we can reach out to council on that. But I think at this point, they're looking like they're going to be virtual.
Virtual. Okay. Thank you very much.
Further discussion? Seeing no hands raised, we have a mover and a seconder for an amended motion. Can I have the clerks please read that out? With the dates, I think would just be helpful for staff and for council.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, the second part of the motion after receiving information reads as follows. Moved by Mayor Chop, seconded by Committee Member Michelle, and that council approve scheduling special council meetings for the purpose of council orientation workshops on the following dates. July 6, 2021, commencing at 9:30 a.m. July 13, 2021, commencing at 9:30 a.m. And now July 20, 2021, commencing at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, Kevin. All those in favor? So carried. So now with that, we have gotten through all of our staff reports. And I do want to ask if there are any notices of motion. There weren't any included in our agenda. Mayor Top?
Thank you, Councillor Rabbits. Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a, I should have brought it forward. Teresa did bring forward the memo with the low-speed vehicles, so I just wanted to follow up on that. So the notice of motion would read as follows. Whereas the province of Ontario launched a pilot project to permit low-speed vehicles on Ontario roads, and whereas a person who holds a valid Class A, B, C, D, E, F, or G driver's license may drive a low-speed vehicle on a highway for which the maximum permitted rate of speed is 50 kilometers per hour or lower. And whereas Norfolk County residents wish to be provided a balance of road safety and environmental transportation modes, therefore be it resolved that a bylaw regarding low-speed vehicles in Norfolk County be prepared.
Thank you. And I imagine that's going to be coming back to next council?
Yes.
Very good. Well, with that, we've reached general announcements, unless there are any other notices of motion. Seeing none. Are there any general announcements I think we'll go first through council, and then we can see if staff have any general announcements for us. Mr. Burgess is raising his hand. General announcements?
No, sorry. I just want to confirm for staff notes. Councillor Rabbits, you said the notice of motion would come back to the next council. Did you mean the next council or the next CIC?
No, we
I believe
changed the
it's
rules, council.
next week, correct?
Next week? Okay, thank you. I just want to confirm that.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yep. So if there aren't any general announcements, I think I'll open it up just for anyone to raise their hand. I'm seeing none. It's getting late into the evening here for us, and we have some closed session. Jason Godby actually has some general announcements for us. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize to everyone for dragging this out a little bit longer. I just want to draw everyone's attention to the information package, page number 78, just with regards to household hazardous waste days in Norfolk County. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we had to cancel the first two that were scheduled within Norfolk at this time. I just want to point out that we are still working towards keeping those programs running for 2021. The first one being booked at Saturday, July 24th at Simcoe at our facilities operations building at 591 Norfolk Street North. The second one being Saturday, August 21st at the Delhi Roads Yard at 340 Argyle Street. And we have been able to negotiate with our staff who are, or the contractor to defer those other two that have been canceled into the fall, being Saturday, September 18th at the facilities operations building in Simcoe, and Saturday, October 9th at the Langton's Roads Yard. And that's highlighted on page 78, 79 of the information pack. I just wanted to draw everyone's attention to that because I know this is a program that the community is very much interested in, and we're trying to do what we can in order to get rid of some of these hazardous wastes and divert them from landfilling. So more information will continue to be pushed out by our communications team. But because it was in this week's package, just wanted to draw your attention to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Godby. Is there any further general announcements or items of interest from council or staff? Seeing none, we are at the point in our agenda where we're to enter into closed session. We have two in-camera items that have been provided to council. Mayor Chop.
Thanks, Councillor Rabbits. I would like to move that council hear both the items in open session.
Very well. We have a mover to bring our closed session items, what we can discuss, into open. We've been provided with a closed session information package. Do we have a seconder for Mayor Chop's motion to have our discussion in open? Councillor Martin, is there any discussion? And do we have any concerns of staff? Seeing none, we'll move to call a vote. All those in favor? Very well, we'll have those items discussed in open. First is regarding a property sale update, TAO 21-42. Are we to have staff introduce the topic and then have us provide direction or vote?
Sure, I'll be very brief with my comments. The report was provided to council. There is no decision required. It was for information only. This was a report from the CAO. It related to, some unusual activities with regards to the sale of the Ireland Road property that I wanted to notify council of. if there was a fairness advisor on this file, a fairness advisor probably would have identified some of these issues to council during the process. We did not have a fairness advisor on the file. Some of this information is not known. In fact, most of this information would not be known to council, and therefore it has been presented to council. There are no conclusions from staff on it. They're just observations to council.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to speak to this item because it's important to me. Specifically, page 4 of the report of the 10 pages, and it's at the top paragraph. On May the 4th, Sitja Farms partner Paul Halleck sent a message to my personal email, and it reads, "Good evening, Michael. I sent the below to the mayor and councillors. However, I received a bounce back, so I wanted to make sure your team of councillors received. So if okay, I have forwarded to you. Kind regards, Paul." That came to my personal email because you may recall that there was a change where was made where if you punched in mayor and council, it was rejected. You had to go to reach all the councillors in one shot. You had to put them in individually. So I forwarded the email to all of council, and Mr. Burgess kindly indicated in the report that was the appropriate action to take. And all of council received the same information that I received from one of the parties to Sitja Farms. That same paragraph, last sentence, notes, "We cannot know if any potential lobbying that is being undertaken on personal email accounts." And that's the one that kind of bothers me because it seems as though there's an insinuation that I was involved in some lobbying, and I was not involved in any lobbying on either party. From the outset, I publicly stated my position on the Hubland deal and voted in opposition the whole way through the handling of this Hubland issue. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. Mr. Burgess, you did have your hand raised. Did you wish to respond?
Yeah, I would agree with Councillor Columbus, and like I said, the intent, frankly, was to highlight the fact that, when something goes to a personal email account, that is the appropriate approach to undertake. So I hope the councillor did not take that. We just, it was a good time to remind, all councillors that when something does come to their personal email account, that it should be redirected appropriately. And we thought in this case, because Councillor Columbus did, and we never name names in this report for that particular reason, but frankly, that was the appropriate thing to do, and we would encourage all councillors to undertake that because, unfortunately, I've been involved in situations that once the ombudsman starts to investigate and private emails are looked at, you can go offside very quickly. So we thought it was a good reminder, and staff are not investigating, staff aren't doing any of that stuff. We just wanted to highlight that we knew of one situation, and that situation was dealt with appropriately, but we're not concluding that there was any other situations.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully agree with this coming out in open session, so thank you, Mayor Top. My question through you to the clerks is, will the documentation coinciding report be released? Because I'm sure the public has no idea what we're speaking about right now, so that would be my first question.
To Jason, what can be or what will be released?
Council can certainly direct that.
I think if we're going to have the discussion in open session, it only makes sense to fill in the community about what the subject matter is and how this came to be. Doesn't seem fair or transparent to go halfway here. I guess I wanted to actually, Councillor Columbus jumped on maybe supporting himself a little bit here, but I immediately wanted to do that as well. I hear your comments, Mr. Burgess, and I'm not debating that. I just will take advantage of this opportunity to speak to it. The comment about off the books work, because Councillor Columbus was contacted through his personal email. It happened to me just today on a recreation file. Community members were contacted all on their Norfolk County addresses, and I was not. So I commend Councillor Columbus for sending the email appropriately to all of council. I was very happy to read it when you did send it to us, and I see no fault whatsoever on your end in that particular transaction. And it's a small community, and people just seem to do that from time to time. I still receive emails from my campaign email address. When I opened it up recently, I had multiple. So also not my appropriate county channels. The other thing I wanted to just note here, I'm going to be honest, when this report came in, I didn't even read it in full because I'm just blown away that we're spending staff time and resources on this, to be honest. And I was surprised that it was in closed session because this individual doesn't get any confidentiality. They're not an elected official. I was surprised that this documentation was typed up and they would be, this topic and the subject matter and the individual would be protected by any closed session. That didn't make sense to me, outside of the fact that they're a board member, but that has nothing to do with this. This feels very kangaroo court-like to me. It immediately states that these are just concerns and not conclusions, and I don't see how this impacts the deal, the decision with the land, and so on. So to have a timeline here of constituent emails that came in, and I think that they came to council as well, I was just quite honestly shocked that this staff resources were spent on this with a 10-page report in our agenda in closed session. I have no interest in discussing this further.
Mr. Burgess.
Yeah, through the chair, at the end of the day, you have one counterparty who wrote an open letter to council on this matter and made an allegation. And so I thought, that should be addressed. At the end of the day, there is the potential for, litigation on this matter because it's still an open file. That's why I prefer it to be enclosed. And what I don't want to happen is if there was litigation or any further investigation a year out from now, when lawyers start to review this, council says, well, staff never informed me of that. I didn't know this happened, right? And when you have a transaction that's this material, council should be informed of all the things that went on with that transaction, especially if, in this case, there was, one particular point trying to be stressed that one party should be given the right to repurchase the land, which was contrary to the deal that was signed. And there was multiple interactions from multiple parties trying to push that. And it was a divisive issue at council. And therefore, I thought it was appropriate that council be made aware of all the different pieces of information that flows through the organization on this. Because I don't want to be, I've been in situations, quite frankly, on transactions or other major things where the ombudsman or lawyers for the other sides, ask staff, why did you not raise this with somebody? Why did you not identify this issue? Why did you not report this to somebody? And that's what this is. This is a reporting mechanism to council to ensure that they understood all the things that went on with the transaction. That's all it is. If you had a fairness advisor on this transaction, a fairness advisor would go through the same type of rigor. And that's all it is. This is one of the larger land transactions. It was a hotly contested land transaction. Clearly there was lots of interaction between a number of parties, including a counterparty that has a potential claim against the county on this. So if you think that was inappropriate, then council should have kept it behind closed doors and told me that it was inappropriate. But now that it's out in the public, that's the rationale for it.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Thank you.
Sorry.
You may.
May I, Mr. Chair?
Continue.
Thank you. I believe, to that, I believe Councillor Rabbits asked if there was any concern from staff before we proceeded into open. I understand and can appreciate being kept in the loop. Communication is king. I appreciate that. This, I was shocked. This seems to be a reoccurring theme, particularly with this individual. Use of social media, letters. I get it that it may not be productive to direction of the county at large. I'm not deaf to, create opposition online or argumentative positions. That happens all the time, but that's also the name of the game and the job. And this individual, I think he knows procedure as well. So after the conversation that we've had and some of the remarks here included, there is some bells going off for me here. So anyways, it's neither here nor there. I don't wish to continue to go down this road. I don't think it's a good use of county resources is my personal position. And I wanted to use my voice and step up for Councillor Columbus there and say that I appreciated him forwarding the correspondence to us and that there is no wrongdoing on his part, but that is all. Thank you for the clarification time.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Through you, again, I just want to, going to page 4 of 10, I would like to support my colleague in terms of that. And I recall that incidents where that email went to him on a personal email and it was disclosed. I do take exception to the last line, basically saying that we cannot know of any other potential lobbying that is being undertaken on personal email accounts. Well, I would basically, at that point, you're saying that other council members would not disclose it if they were receiving information on their personal emails. And I take offense to that. And also the whole last paragraph. So again, I'm not really sure what the purpose of this whole thing was. Was it anger at an individual? Was it trying to pit council members against each other? Or was it just the fact to let us know that you think that we breach confidentiality and that staff cannot be frank with how they interact with council? And I don't want a response.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Huffman. We'll next hear from Councillor Vanden Drieschie.
It's great that you all know what you're talking about because I haven't got a clue. I get a document here and it has a lot in it. You're not even naming the individual that's in here. You're not talking. What is the purpose then of bringing this out if you're not going to talk about it, at least to explain to myself as well as to the public out there what's going on here? So it's a big mystery and it's just strange. So what is the background here? I don't get it. I see a lot of innuendos. I see a person that's said a lot of things. I see this, I see that. What's the point? Give it to me in a nutshell.
The point is, Councillor, that the county was involved in a large transaction, multi-million-dollar transaction. There was a put option on that transaction. One of the parties to that transaction, not the party that we had the contract to, tried to exert a position so that the land could be put back to them personally, not the party that was part of the contract. That position was also being supported by another party that is independent of everybody else. So now we have two parties coming at different angles. Council would not be aware, council would only be aware of the one position, not aware of the activities of the other position. So when you start, so if council is only aware of the one email, and is not aware of some of the other information to it, what this does is it provides full disclosure of all the known information on this issue to council. As I conclude in the report, I do not believe that there was anything wrong with the integrity of the process. However, when you're involved in major transactions such as this and the potential benefits to go to a particular individual, you want to make sure that the process was beyond reproach. And what I would say, and what I concluded is, I believe the transaction was beyond reproach, but there are still potentials for litigation. There could be potentials for other people to want to investigate. And what I don't want is, 6 months from now, a year from now, all these new facts coming to council. And someone would say, well, why didn't you document to the council at the time? Early documentation is always appropriate when there's any concerns. And so I believe in early documentation to council, disclosing the facts. Council can decide to do with it as they see fit. But what I don't want to be accused of, oh, you suppressed information, staff didn't inform me of this. I'm not drawing any conclusions. I'm just providing the facts. Council can interpret it any way you want. What I will say is, from staff point of view, because of the process that was put in place, because we used third-party real estate firm, because we used third-party counsel, legal counsel, the process was good, but it can always be challenged. And anybody could challenge this transaction. And I'm giving you the information. It's not going to be 6 months down the road or a year down the road if the ombudsman or somebody else is in looking at this. So, I think for a transaction like this, I think in hindsight, if I thought that this transaction was going to be this important and this controversial, council should, I should have potentially recommended to council to undertake a fairness advisor on it. And frankly, if a fairness advisor was attached to it, you'd probably get a similar report.
Thank you, at least for your honesty, but now that it has become a public document, because it's all done in open session, if someone asks me if they can read this, what do I tell them? Sure they can? I can't hide anything, sure they can.
I believe council can, certainly direct us to release it, to add it to our website.
Absolutely, thank you.
Mayor Chop.
Yeah, I think from my impression in reading this, I feel that there's two components to it. One is, the potential liability attached to a major transaction. The other part is, whether or not, given the timing, the very next morning after council's council meeting, closed session council meeting, whether, confidential information was again disclosed. And it's not the first time. In fact, Councillor Van Passen can attest that Toby Barrett's office stated that part of the reason they didn't want to show the appraisal to Norfolk County was because they questioned whether or not Norfolk County Council was able to keep certain matters confidential. And I think the point of this is it does seem to be a recurring theme that we are having issues. And at the end of the day, it's a really big problem when it involves multi-million dollar transactions.
All right, we've heard from several committee members on this subject. Again, it was to be received as information, and it's been brought forward to the public. Does staff need clarification as to what's to become part of the public record, what needs redacting? I'll go to Mayor Chop. I just don't know where to go with this.
Sorry, Councillor Rabbits. No, it was my intention when I moved the motion to have it heard in open session that the entire report was going to be released in open session. Councillor Van Den Rishi makes a perfectly valid point. I mean, you can't have all this discussion without the report being there for people to understand what's going on here. So I don't believe there's any need for any redaction. I don't believe, I think it said right in there with Councillor, or it didn't name Councillor Columbus. But it actually, I think, praised you for providing the email that you received to council. That's quite the opposite of needing to defend anything. But I think the bigger point is, why do we keep having these breaches of confidential information from closed session, which is part of the reason I wanted it in open. I mean, it's going to end up in open anyway. So let's get it out there. And, I'm starting to wonder if it's not a time for, a call to the ombudsman to determine whether or not there was a breach of confidential information.
Well, we'll leave that to your prerogative, Mayor Chop, if you would like to contact the ombudsman. But let's just hear from Jason Burgess so staff are clear what they're doing with this report.
The only thing is I don't mind releasing it. I would like to have legal counsel take another look at it and to release with a redacted name to it. because I think, the intent from, from staff's point of view, if I knew this was coming into open session, I would not have made specific names, and I would have probably blacked it out. That would have been staff's normal process. To be quite frank, I appreciate, wanting openness and that, but I think it's potential just to, I'm not sure what more is gained by not potentially redacting the name. I think it might be more beneficial. The public can understand that, it was an individual. It doesn't necessarily need to be a specific named person. The issue is the issue, not the person.
Mayor Chop.
Well, I have to, from a liability perspective, it's not libel or slander or defamation if it's reporting facts, and it is simply reporting the timing of events. There isn't a conclusion that is drawn, simply providing counsel with the emails. And given who the individual is, I think that is actually important to the analysis of the information itself.
I'll leave it in council's hands.
Well, let's go to Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would have a question for the clerk, just so I don't get myself in more trouble. This is council in committee. The decisions here are recommendations to full council next week. So if this is a recommendation, there's no reason it can't be overturned. So does this document become public today or after the council meeting next Tuesday?
Through Chair Rabbits to Committee Member Van Passen, the public, depending on what committee wishes and moves in a motion, the report would become public after council on Tuesday next week.
Further, Councillor Van Passen?
No, that is the answer I was expecting. So just wanted to clarify that so it can't be shared this week yet. So.
Understood. Feel like we're providing direction, but I'd feel more confident if we had this in a motion, how to deal with this matter. We'll go to Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess truthfully, whether it's this week, next week, or never, we've decided to have this discussion in open session. What's from stopping any of us from just saying the name and getting it over with, ripping a Band-Aid off? There's nothing left to redact. And to my earlier point, I don't think that this individual gets any confidentiality. They're not one of us. And so I would be happy to move that it be released fully and not redacted. If we're going to do it, let's do it all the way. And we've already done it. So now we're just being shady. The public's watching and listening, and so I won't say any names because I'll be respectful of the wishes of all of council. If all of council wishes to release it in full, then I believe you're right, Mr. Chair. There should be a motion and a vote. Happy to put that motion forward.
We have a mover to disclose the information that we had received in full. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Van Andrieschie, you're seconding. Is there any discussion? Kevin, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Just a final comment in terms of the email thread at the end of the staff report, so that we do not breach personal information. I would just kindly request that we remove the personal email at minimum.
At risk of violating the Privacy Act, we have had some caution from staff that there may be some items in there that could put us, perhaps we should get a legal opinion, but again, that information wouldn't be released until we had that ratifying bylaw at council. Can we hear from Mayor Chop? Thoughts?
I was just gonna...
I'm sorry, you're muted.
Sorry. Leave Councillor Martin's motion as is, but if now between now and the council meeting, something comes back from there could be those couple amendments that the clerk could propose as in removing the email address or so on. So they could make those corrections and present it to council with the corrections for the meeting to review.
I think that is entirely reasonable, and I would not purport that a member of council would, willingly be suggesting that we release someone's private information or violate any legislative, requirements or statutes. So with that, we've got a mover. Did I obtain a second? I did with Councillor Vanden Drieschie. Is there any further discussion or questions for clarification?
Sorry, Chair Rabbits. What we can do to add is after review from the county clerk, as a end point, would the mover be amendable to that?
Let's check with Councillor Martin.
Can you repeat it?
After that the staff report will be released in full after review from the county clerk.
I'm hesitant. I'm reviewing outside of
just for the personal email component.
Yeah,
that's the only thing.
Amendable. Thank you.
Okay, and I would assume that we would be made aware of whatever you're suggesting. It's just the email at this point, correct? So that would be disclosed at council, to council.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, I think we can call the question. All those in favor?
Chair Rabbits, we don't have a seconder.
Oh, it was Councillor Vanden Drieschie. Unless she has not changed her mind.
My apologies.
So I believe that motion carried. Was there any opposed? Seeing none, it was carried unanimously. Mayor Chop.
Well, I just wondered as a follow-up to this, if there's any appetite from council, referring this to the ombudsman, given it is the third occasion.
Seeing Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Through you to respond to Mayor Chop. I fully support going to the ombudsman if people honestly feel that there's a leak in terms of information being shared, then we need to make sure that it doesn't continue. So I wholeheartedly support that.
Mr. Burgess?
Just a technical matter. The referral would have to go to the Integrity Commissioner because we have an Integrity Commissioner appointed. They oversee matters of confidential, improper disclosure from council. If he or she chooses not to act, it would go to the ombudsman. I believe that's, Teresa can correct me, but because it's a code of conduct matter of a councillor releasing information inappropriately, it would be the Integrity Commissioner. There's a subsequent report coming to council. Because this would be council as a whole, it would have to go to a designated Integrity Commissioner, not the existing one. That's the recommendation currently from staff.
Thank you, Jason. Councillor Martin? Or did Ms. Olson want to weigh in?
Through the chair, I was just going to say that's correct. The Integrity Commissioner would be the first line of contact in this matter.
Councillor Martin?
Yeah, I think that it's, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to council. I think it's about time that we either jump on it and do something, because we seem to repetitively having staff reports made up and time and resources made. And Mayor Chop, you're commenting about how expensive it is to run meetings, and we have continuous reports like this and we do nothing about it. So I don't necessarily, there's no reason why any one of us can't go and do that directly. My only question is, the last time we sat around this table and talked about an Integrity Commissioner, there were comments about putting our Integrity Commissioner in a position of a conflict with us, and now we're talking about going and utilizing him. So what's the status of that before we move forward?
We get a staff response?
Yeah, so there is a report coming forward in the proposed, what's been proposed by the Integrity Commissioner is this type of matter, because it's council as a whole, would be referred to not the existing Integrity Commissioner, but to another Integrity Commissioner for council to avoid the perceived conflict of interest.
Mayor Chop.
And Teresa or Jason, would we have the assurance then that this would not even go through Mr. Mascaren's office in this case?
I would suggest that if you refer to it before the other report comes to it, it would have to go through the Integrity Commissioner. If you want to defer your motion or the action to be undertaken by your motion until that report can be heard, then we can, the intent was to have two additional options of Integrity Commissioners appointed. You can appoint, we can build it in so he gets appointed directly to that Integrity Commissioner.
Why would a option not just be to hire an independent Integrity Commissioner for this particular item, even if it was referred to then not as an integrity issue, that it was as a, council sort of review that we're deciding to undertake that's outside the scope of his office?
Because currently, until council makes a decision on that and agrees to what the Integrity Commissioners proposed, our contract doesn't allow for that. Though that being said, I'm not sure why the Integrity Commissioner would object to it at this point in time. But we can have that between now and council meeting. We can have that discussion with the Integrity Commissioner to say, here's this issue. Council would like to proceed direct to another Integrity Commissioner. Do you have any issues with it? We can have that discussion and report back to council on that.
Yeah, I just want to put it on the record that I have an issue with it going through his office at all.
Let's hear from Paula Butis.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I simply just want to comment as a matter of process, the delegation formally has to happen by Mr. Mascaren's office. So until or unless there's that delegation has happened over which it is his legislative right to make, we have to go through his office. There's no avoiding that. So if there's going to be a complaint, it will be directed to Mr. Mascaren's office. And in light of the process that we were going to bring forward next week for your approval or not, depends on your instructions, then it would go to his office. He would say, okay, this is a council whole thing, and I'm going to offer you 2 or 3 names to go through the clerk. Clerk decides, and then it goes to that person. That's going to be the process.
And we'll work on that process. And I think what would happen is we would just provide a quick summary of what the issue is. It's all in the open at this point in time, so it's pretty easy for the Integrity Commissioner to get his head around what the nature of the potential conflict is and direct forward. So I think we could. It wouldn't, if the concern is it would be him investigating and reviewing this issue to propose whether there's a conflict. I think we can shortcut that process quickly and get it substantively referred to somebody else if that's council's decision.
Thank you. With that, do we have a motion by a member of committee?
Well, is it possible to direct staff to have those conversations with the office first?
I believe that's sufficient. Let's go to hear staff if direction is sufficient and when we can expect something back.
Yeah, we'll provide the process next week at council.
Is that acceptable? Not seeing any hands raised in objection. I do see a hand raised from Councillor Martin. It could still be up.
Still up. My apologies.
That is okay. Seeing nothing further in regards to this matter, direction has been provided to staff. We do have one more closed session item that has been moved out into open. This is staff report CAO 21-47. Management compensation policy. And if staff could start us off.
Thank you. Through the chair to committee. This is a report. It's a follow-up from the fall report and obviously the various public health reports with regards to payment of compensation to non-union staff due to increased hours, from the pandemic. Unlike what we were proposing for public health staff with, tied direct to overtime hours and, caps and the cap that was for, the 2020 year of $15,000. This is a much more modest proposal for non-union staff outside of the long-term care home staff. What the recommendation is that the long-term care home staff be treated in a same or similar manner to what the Board of Health approved for public health staff. That recommendation is based upon the fact that we did receive the funding from the ministry. We're waiting to disperse it. In my personal opinion, management at the long-term care facility had significant real health risk exposure, and at a minimum, should be treated similar to public health staff, some of whom may or may not have had the same amount of risk exposure to their health. So we thought that was fair. The ministry is obviously supportive of it. They provided us the funding. For the non-long-term care health staff, we're proposing 2 pools, one for the 2020 year to cover the period from March till December, and one for the 2021 year, which would cover the time from January 1st to December 31st. Hopefully it never exceeds past 2021. The compensation would range to a maximum of $2,000 per, $2,500 per individual, and a minimum of $500. We cannot tie it to overtime because it would, in some cases, the amount of overtime work, it's nowhere close to their hourly rate. This is really just a recognition, a monetary recognition of, the extra efforts and stresses placed upon staff to deal with this issue. So myself or Ms. Anderson can address any questions that you may have on this report.
Are there any questions of committee? Mayor Chop?
I'm just curious how you feel it will be perceived by the unionized staff that are in operations. So where, some public health staff received, shift premiums and so on. That was frontline staff. Now we're going to have management staff receiving a premium, but frontline staff on our operational side not.
Frontline staff received overtime during this process, so a union member would receive overtime during the process. So this is for hours that were worked, and efforts put forward that are not compensated. So we do have frontline staff that worked hours, but it's the same situation as I outlined before. You can have a QP member come in on a Saturday, get time and a half or double time, and the management person next to them are not being compensated at.
Some of our frontline staff that were laid off as well and didn't have a job.
Yep.
Further from committee? Seeing no more questions, is anyone prepared to move staff's recommendation or propose an alternative with regards to management compensation? Perhaps it's too late into the evening. I'll have to go to the clerk if we don't have anyone willing to propose an alternative advanced staff's recommendation. What do we do with this business?
Would committee like to defer the matter?
We'll hear from Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion that CAO 21-47 be received as information.
As information. From Councillor Van Passen, do we have a seconder for the motion? To simply receive as information. Councillor Michele has seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing, Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits, through you. So what happens now then? If that's just received as information, does it come back to us at some point in time, or is it just dead in the water and we got it as information? That's it. We never hear of it again.
It would be dead in the
To my
water.
knowledge, more or less the second thing you said.
Dead in the water. Okay. So I cannot support that motion. Okay.
Well, you could also, if you're going to hear the overtime compensation for public health again next week, somebody could pull the matter to have it heard again. It's not a reconsideration at that point. You're just pulling it for the next council meeting.
Correct.
I mean, to be honest with you, even receiving it as information, there's no reconsideration of anything at that point, because all you're doing is you can still make a further motion in the future.
Exactly. Someone would be able to make a motion in the future. This would just simply wouldn't advance the business, but it wouldn't prevent someone from tabling a motion on the topic at a later date. So with that, is there any further discussion on the motion as presented to receive this as information at this time? I'll call the question. All those in favor? So carried. Well, we've reached the end of our meeting. Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, I was going to support that and do as Mayor Chop suggested there. I'd like this item pulled for next week for further discussion.
Okay.
The clerk's office will note that, and we'll bring it we'll bring it up next week.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. With that, is there anything further? I don't believe there's any other business. So with that, we've reached the end of our evening. And I believe all I need is a motion to adjourn. We have a mover. Councillor Huffman. Do we have a seconder? Mayor Chop. All those in favor of adjournment.
I screwed up earlier with the Board of Health, Councillor Huffman. I was
going to point that out, but
I know. I know. Record.
You've got 90% of the adjournments at this point.
Great job, Councillor Vander Drieschie. Welcome to the team.
Well done.
Yes, welcome.
Yes, welcome.
Thanks, Kevin.
Andrishi.
Yeah. Take care, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Okay, everybody have a good night.
Be well. Stay safe, all.
Good job, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.